The story begins with the main character, Han Da-sung, and his friend walking together on the day before his high school graduation ceremony. Suddenly, without any meaning or warning, something strange began to happen to the guy. Something began to pull Khan in and take him to another place, and no one could help him. Sometime later, the main character comes to his senses and realizes that he is in hell. Dae-sung is shocked. He doesn't believe what's happening. Everything around him scares him. The guy sees huge monsters fighting around him, killing each other. Khan hides from them, thinking to himself why he ended up here. After 10 days of wandering, the guy realizes that he is hungry and needs to eat. In hell, there is neither day nor night. There is not even sunlight, so food is difficult to find, and the only edible thing here is monster meat. The guy understands that this is the only way out and the only way to eat. Khan bends over the rotting corpse of the monster and tears off a small piece of flesh to forcefully eat. While the main character is eating, a monster appears behind him. Dae-sung turns around in horror and barely manages to escape the monster's attack. The only thing left for the guy is to defend himself from the monster by throwing stones. Finally, the hero manages to drive away the monster and remain untouched. The guy can't hold back his tears from stress, so he says out loud how much he misses his mother. On the 39th day of his stay in hell, Khan got himself reinforcement to protect himself from attacks from monsters. The hero notes in horror that in order to survive, he had to give up his humanity. On the 51st day, Khan had more or less become accustomed to hell, accustomed to the fact that he needed to eat the remains of killed monsters in order to survive. Suddenly, a sign appears in front of the hero, indicating that his level has been raised to 3rd. Dae-sung looks at this in surprise, thinking that he has finally gone crazy. However, after some thought, he accepts the notification of a level up. After 7 years in hell, Khan is level 24, which means he has certain survival abilities. After 24 years in hell, Dae-sung easily defeats most of the monsters. During his 51 years in hell, Khan became capable of killing an incarnation, which was not a difficult task for him. In his 79th year, Dae-sung became strong and pumped up enough to face the most powerful opponents. Now the guy has his own assistant, who claims that the time has come for an audience with the Demon King. The guy is glad that he will be able to meet with the one who dragged him to hell for 80 years. So out of anticipation, he easily defeats the small opponents guarding the castle. However, after the minor demons, the Demon King's gatekeeper appears, threatening Dae-sung with death. Khan does not fall for the monster's threats and enters into a duel with him. However, the gatekeeper is incredibly strong. He easily throws the main character away from him. The guy is not at a loss and continues to attack the enemy, and his assistant notes that the gatekeeper is a tough guy, and he should be finished off quickly. The monster is furious that Dae-sung won't give up so easily, so he prepares to attack. However, something goes wrong, and Khan beats the gatekeeper, attacking first, literally tearing his opponent's chest with his sword. Dae-sung looks calm, not even tired after the fight with the gatekeeper. The protagonist's assistant tells him that after killing the gatekeeper, the Demon King will definitely be angry, which Khan confirms. The assistant again asks if Dae-sung is sure that after killing the king, he wants to become the absolute ruler of hell, to which the guy brushes it off, saying that he is not interested. The creature asks Dae-sung why he is fighting against the Demon King, and Han explains that 80 years have passed since he ended up in hell. The guy continues by saying that all this time he has been fighting monsters to survive, and the assistant agrees with him. Dae-sung explains that everyone has different reasons why they ended up in hell. That is why he has a question about why he came here. Khan smiles and tells his assistant creature that he will ask the Demon King about this, to which the creature replies why not talk to the king politely. The assistant tries to stop Khan, arguing that it is better for him to beg for forgiveness on his knees. However, Dae-sung does not listen to the creature and says that the price for suffering must be paid. The main character takes his weapon and confidently heads towards such a Demon King. However, at this moment, something strange begins to happen. The guy opens his eyes in the hospital in the real world. Dae-sung notices the IVs around him, still not understanding what is happening. Khan looks around and notes that he hasn't dreamed of Earth for 30 years. The exhausted guy wonders why he sees a hospital, at the same time realizing that he cannot move. At this moment, a woman, Khan's mother, enters the room and drops a tray of food. The woman begins to rejoice and cries, hugging her son, and Dae-sung thinks to himself that it would be better for him to wake up as soon as possible. However, the guy immediately wonders why he can feel everything as if in reality, since he's sleeping. At this moment, Khan comes to his senses in hell, where the assistant says in surprise that he did not expect the guy to seriously kill the Demon King. Dae-sung doesn't regret what happened, saying that his body split in half looks better. The assistant asks the main character what he is going to do, because now he is the rightful ruler of hell. Before Han has time to answer the creature, a sign appears in front of him asking if Dae-sung would like to return to Earth. The guy still doesn't believe and doesn't understand what happened, and the assistant is interested in the land. asking if the guy is from there. Daesung silently remembers how he prayed almost every day to return home, so there is no reason to worry. Without hesitation, Khan presses the consent button to return to Earth, and the portal gradually begins to transport him. A moment later, the main character opens his eyes and sees a doctor in front of him examining him. The man moves away from Daesung to his mother and explains that due to his son's long stay in a vegetative state, it may be difficult for him to move at first. But once he receives rehabilitation, he will feel better. The woman thanks the attending physician, to which he replies that everything happened thanks to her care for her son. At this moment, Khan begins to scream loudly, and the doctors and the guy's mother nearby do not understand what is happening. Daesung doesn't understand when he managed to return home, and the nearby patients in the ward are watching the guy in fear. The doctor slowly approaches Khan to help, but he is aggressive and demands not to approach him. Instead of accepting the man's help, she bites his hand until it bleeds. Still not believing that he is home, Khan reproaches the doctor for using some kind of magic or poison to immobilize the hero's body. Daesung begins to become hysterical, deliriously repeating the same thing about 80 years in hell, not believing that everything that is happening now is real. Khan shouts that he won't make it in time and asks to return back to reality from this dream. At this time, in response to the guy's screams, 2 orderlies enter the room. 2 men pick up the main character, wanting to put him on the bed, to which Khan shouts and threatens them with death. Daesung is furious that he woke up in such a terrible, weak body, and while he is being put into bed, he looks out the window. At this time, something strange is happening outside. A bright portal has formed in the sky. The portal grows and spreads over the city, and the main character wonders where the wormhole came from here. Meanwhile, the orderlies manage to put the guy into a bed, but he again begins to struggle, screaming that they cannot live after what they did to him. The nurse injects a sedative through the guy's neck so that he can come to his senses. Before passing out, Daesung repeats that he will get rid of everyone present, while those around him silently watch him. Sometime later, breaking news begins on the TV in Khan's room. The presenter announces that a gate has been opened in Seoul, but fortunately, hunters have already gone to the scene to clear the surrounding area. On air, they contact one of the hunters, demanding to report on the situation, and he replies that the mission is in the final stages of suppression. The hunter is asked how much more time it will take to complete the mission. The man thinks and answers that it could take about an hour. The head in charge of the hunters demands that he be contacted immediately after the mission is completed, and he will take care of the rest. The broadcast comes to an end, and the news presenter announces that the mission is successfully coming to an end, and all consequences have almost been eliminated. By this time, Khan had already woken up and managed to listen to part of the broadcast, surprised that the hunters were operating in a wormhole. At this time, the same head of the hunters, a young man in a suit, comes into his room and joyfully greets Khan. The main character looks at the man who entered and does not understand who is in front of him. The head smiles and asks if Daesung really doesn't recognize him. The guy carefully examines the head and asks if it's Chan-ho. The young man is glad that Daesung recognized him and is interested in Han's well-being. The main character gets up a little from his bed and replies that he feels fine, and Ho replies that Han has finally woken up 10 years later from the moment of his sudden fall. Daesung focuses on the time spent in a vegetative state. The main character remembers that fateful day 10 years ago when he and Ho were returning home. Chan-ho explains that Han was full of strength but then suddenly fell down. Since then, the hero has lain in a hospital bed in a coma for 10 years. The guy thinks that according to his calculations, he spent 80 years in hell. However, it turns out that in real life, only 10 years have passed. Khan rejoices out loud, but Ho doesn't understand what he's talking about, to which the main character shrugs it off and asks his friend not to take too much into his head. Daesung thinks about his mother, who was worried about him all this time, so she had to get 2 jobs at once. Ho smiles and tells his friend not to worry about anything, because now the most important thing for him is to recover, and there is no need to overload Han with work, since Chan has already taken care of everything. Sometime later, the main character's mother helps him in a wheelchair for the sick, and they walk together. However, Khan is absolutely not up for walks. He thinks that now he has to take responsibility for himself and his family. However, at the moment, the guy can't do much, because his body doesn't listen to him and he's very weak. Daesung angrily notes that now he can become a heavy burden for the family, because in reality, there is no less cruelty than in hell. Suddenly, 2 adult men appear in front of Daesung and his mother, who greet her when they see the woman. The guy looks at the man and feels that they are dangerous and becomes wary. One of the men, in a black suit, asks Khan's mother why she didn't answer the calls, and is she really not going to return the money? And the second, in a gray suit, is surprised that the woman thought to get rid of them so easily. The woman looks at the man in fear and apologizes, saying that she will definitely give the money back next month. However, the man in the black suit does not listen to her, and reminds her that she constantly says the same thing. Khan's mother carefully takes the man's hand and assures him that this time she will definitely give everything away. Feeling the woman's hand, the man abruptly throws her off, shouting how dare she even touch him. Han Dae-sung, who has been watching what is happening all this time, looks with anger at the man who treats his mother so poorly. The scoundrel in a black suit reproaches the woman, saying that money that is borrowed must be returned, and threatens Khan's mother, asking if she really thinks that they will treat her well this time. The woman begins to cry and asks not to deal with her in front of her son, and swears that she will return the money next month. However, these words do not affect the man in the black suit, and he rolls up his sleeves, angry at her. A man hits the main character's mother, saying out loud that maybe this will help her listen to him. Khan, unable to do anything, begins to get even angrier and helplessly watches his mother being beaten, so he calls the men names. Two villains look at the guy, talking about him among themselves. Dae-sung swears at the men and continues to call them names. The hero's mother turns to him in horror and asks her son to stop talking about men like that. A man in a black suit takes the guy by the chest and lifts him up, threatening. Dae-sung's mom looks at this in horror and asks her son to apologize. The woman continues to ask the man to let her son go because he is just a patient and has nothing to do with it. The man looks at the woman and says that all the large sums of money went towards his treatment. However, Khan doesn't look scared and continues to call the villains names, asking what they're going to do next. The man looks at the guy and says that he is impudent, who seems to have problems in his head if he continues to get into trouble. The man in the black suit grins and threatens Khan, calling him names. The man rudely throws the guy and shouts at him, saying that Khan is now absolutely helpless. He continues to roughly beat the guy, saying that he deserved it. The man mockingly demands Khan to call him names again, but the hero can do nothing except defend himself from strong kicks. The guy deeply regrets to himself that he cannot do anything because of his weak body. The mother looks in horror at her son's torment and begs Tae-sung, the man in a black suit, to stop. However, the villain does not hear her and continues to brutally beat Dae-sung. Khan endures it, but thinks to himself that if they were in hell now, everything would turn out completely differently. Suddenly a sign appears before the guy's eyes, just like in hell, offering to start a divine quest. Khan is surprised, looks at this sign and reflects on the sudden choice. Of course, Han accepts the quest and suddenly everything around him changes and he doesn't understand what's happening. The guy sees that everything around him, except him, has frozen, as if time has stopped. The hero assumes that this happened because he took part in the quest. After studying the tablet with the details of the test, Dae-sung considers the quest's reward in the form of restoration, assuming that his body will be returned to its previous state. In front of him, Khan sees a red mark, a goal where he needs to get to. At first, Khan looks at the sudden challenge with disbelief. However, then he realizes that for the sake of his previous body shape, he is ready to do anything. Barely, but the hero begins to crawl towards the mark, feeling that this is very difficult for him, unlike life in hell. Looking at the sign, the guy sees that there is very little time left, so he tries to think rationally in order to complete the quest. Dae-sung rereads the challenge, and it dawns on him that he can complete the challenge in different ways and doesn't have to use his feet to reach the point. Khan reproaches himself for thinking of this only now, when there is so little time left until the end of the quest. However, he does not give up and gets to his stroller, which is the fastest way to get to the point. Somehow the guy manages to get into the stroller, although it is still difficult for him. There are only 10 seconds left until the end of the test, but Khan does not give up and gets to the checkpoint. After finishing the test, a bottle of medicine appears in front of the guy. Relaxed, Dae-sung drinks the contents of the bottle. Immediately after this, Khan feels a surge of strength. He feels how the pain in his whole body has passed and his strength has returned. It is at this moment that the test ends, and people return to reality. So the hero's mother and two men look around in search of Khan. Tae-sung looks around, wondering where Dae-sung went. At this time, orderlies from the hospital run up to the villains, and Khan's mother approaches her son. Tae-sung glances at the main character, wondering when he managed to be so far away from them. A man in a gray suit approaches his partner and offers to leave for now. In the evening in the hospital, Dae-sung is thinking about how the window with a choice ended up in front of him. Like the main character, I was also lying in my bed. After preparing this video for you, my favorite YouTube viewer, I worked a lot and collapsed. In half asleep, I dream of only one thing: for you to subscribe, leave a comment, and like. This will help me restore my body. All the best to you. Kiss, hug, miss, love. The guy believes that he needs to restore his body as soon as possible before the villains return, so he decides that he needs to create a quest for himself. Unexpectedly, the main character hears some kind of notification that the Pantheon is waiting for him, and he wonders where he hears this from. Suddenly his body seems to be transported somewhere and he thinks that he is in a dream. A sign appears in front of Han notifying him that an avatar was created based on the information for the purpose of training, and Daesung feels that this is not a dream. First of all, the program generates a task for the hero to destroy the specified object, and a blue face of a monster appears in front of Khan. Having gathered himself, the guy hits the object with all his might. Having completed this task, Daesung is tasked with running 10 kilometers in 3 hours. The next workout for the main character is 1,000 sets of push-ups, which the guy does with difficulty. Having completed these tasks, Khan looks at the notification table and sees that he has only completed 55% of the implementation, which greatly surprises him, because he has already done so much. Daesung continues to be indignant and asks to be given a normal task. The system listens to the guy's wishes and issues a new training fight, where, having studied the information, Daesung sees the target a crying demon. At this moment, a teleport appears, from where a monster, the hero's enemy, emerges. The guy recognizes the enemy and says that he almost died in hell because of him. The monster attacks Daesung and he begins to defend himself, noting that at this rate, Han will be killed. Therefore, having gathered himself, the hero jumps out to meet the enemy, swinging his hand to strike. However, the monster easily counterattacks the guy, knocking him into the ground. However, Khan does not despair and is going to attack again. Considering it humiliating that he is losing, the opponents continue to attack each other, when suddenly, the monster manages to grab the guy. At first, the hero looks confused, but then he remembers how he dealt with the enemy in hell and got rid of him. At this moment, the monster's paw holding Daesung breaks in half, and the guy is freed from his grip. While the enemy is recovering from pain, Khan says with pleasure that he completely forgot about the sword that can call here. The monster comes to its senses and prepares to attack the guy again, but Daesung is ready for this. With the weapon, Daesung easily cuts the enemy into pieces, and after that a sign appears notifying the end of the mission. The next morning in the hospital, the main character's mother wakes up to someone opening the window, but sees her healthy son. Sometime later, the guy is examined in the hospital. The mother asks the attending physician if it is possible for her son to recover so quickly. The woman still does not believe what is happening, that her son was able to recover in 15 days. The attending physician replies that he cannot say anything for sure, since from a medical point of view, such a quick recovery is impossible. The woman begins to get nervous and stammer, wanting to ask the doctor her question. As a result, she asks the doctor if what she thinks has happened to her son has happened. The man rushes to reassure the hero's mother, saying that some peculiarities usually appear, so she shouldn't worry. At this time, Khan shrugs off the next examination, to which the doctor explains that the guy's condition and case are surprising. The main character's mother looks at this picture with intensity, sincerely glad that her son is okay. To himself, Daesung is glad that his body is normal, so he decides that he needs to return to his previous state as quickly as possible. Leaving the hospital, the guy turns around to wait for his mother and sees her saying goodbye to the hospital staff. The guy hears a nurse calming a woman who has been waiting for her son to wake up for 10 years. Seeing his mother's tears, Khan thinks about how difficult it was for her all this time, so now he understands that he will protect her. A little later, going to the toilet in the hospital, Daesung calls a teleport to the Pantheon, wanting to speed up the implementation. The system offers the guy to take a random test and asks him to choose a difficulty level, but the guy thinks to himself that he will tediously finish this as fashionably as quickly as possible. Having collected himself, Khan selects the highest difficulty level, Hell, and the enemy begins to appear in ashes. While waiting for him, Daesung stands calmly and is surprised at how much noise there is. However, looking at his current opponent, Daesung is surprised. He is shocked that there is a copy of himself standing in front of him. His opponent looks strong and powerful. At first, Khan is not at a loss when he sees his copy. He calmly summons his weapon and prepares to deal with his enemy. The duel begins. The opponents beat each other almost equally. Khan from Hell continues to attack the main character, and he notes that he is still weaker than his copy in his current state. The copy continues to attack, and Daesung grins at the fact that he and his own fake are superior to the original. However, the guy does not relax and does not lose heart, completely confident in his victory. Having gathered his strength, Khan uses the Bloodseeker's Wrath technique. However, the copy is not lost and moves closer to attack the hero. Seizing the moment, Daesung manages to grab his opponent and slam him into the ground. However, the copy does not give up so easily, so it deftly escapes from Khan's grip and successfully wounds the hero in the arm. The main character looks at the copy and assumes that it also uses the same technique as him. Daesung from Hell stops attacking the guy, and Han is already exhausted. Deftly attacking the main character, the copy puts a sword to Daesung's back. Wasting no time, the guy's opponent wounds him in the shoulder and raises his weapon to completely cut off the limb. At this moment, in reality, the cleaning lady knocks on the toilet, asking if anyone is inside. Khan doesn't react because he doesn't hear her words, and the woman behind the door is indignant that the door is closed. The cleaning lady takes out the keys to open the door to the restroom. At this time in the Pantheon, the main character feels that any of his attempts are useless. The guy is bleeding and begins to despair, because if he loses, everything that has been accumulated before will disappear. Daesung is trying to find a way out of this situation, to come up with a way to kill his own copy. Suddenly, the hero comes up with the idea of looking into the inventory. At this time in reality, the cleaning lady almost opened the door, when suddenly they turn to her, asking if she heard her name being called to the 3rd floor, and she agrees, leaving the restroom. At this time, a small teleport to his inventory appears next to Daesung. The guy extends his hand at him, asking the enemy to wait because he has not yet completed his task. From his inventory, the main character takes out a bottle of potion, which he receives for each completed task. Khan drinks the contents of the bottle, notes that 5 more of these things will help him last in battle. The enemy is no longer waiting for the guy and approaches to attack, but the main character dodges the copy's sword. Deftly hitting the enemy from hell, Daesung is glad that he feels exactly what he needs now. The guy again reaches into the teleport for the necessary potion. After removing the vials, Han takes the potion, realizing that there is no point in waiting any longer. Daesung, drinking the contents of the vessel, dodges a copycat's attack in the face. The guy drinks several potions in a row, deftly dodging enemy attacks. Daesung is now able to parry enemy attacks, restrain him, and counterattack. The guy still takes potions to strengthen himself during the fight, parrying the blows of the copy. Daesung still realizes that he is inferior in strength to his opponent. At this moment, the copy grabs the main character in the neck, not allowing him to get out. The enemy is already raising his sword over the guy, but at this moment Daesung calls on his inventory. The inventory appears directly in front of Khan, protecting him from the sword's blow, but at the same time allowing the hero to pierce the copy's stomach. Daesung doesn't look stressed. He doesn't feel any pain from the blow. Gradually, the copy begins to weaken, because Khan defeated it. At this moment, the copy seems to be pulled into the protagonist's inventory, and Daesung relaxes. At this moment, the system notifies the guy about the end of the mission, and Khan feels that something is happening to his body. His body has returned to its previous shape, which Daesung is very happy about. But at the same time, he is a little disappointed that his scars received in hell are now visible. However, the guy pulls himself together and asks the system to take him back. At this moment, a sign with an unread message appears. Khan reads a message from the system saying that hell welcomes its sovereign and the demons will await his arrival in the Pantheon. Khan grins that help is required from him despite the 80 years of suffering spent in hell. Daesung gets mad and sends the system demanding to let him out. Returning back to reality, Khan begins to do physical exercises, and his mother, seeing this, is surprised, because the doctor said that he is not like the awakened ones. The man explains that there are no specific symptoms of awakening yet, so the mother should not worry too much. But her son's current behavior cannot be explained. The woman despairs, saying out loud how this could happen to her son. The doctor tells the woman that he did everything to help the guy. The rest will be dealt with by a special association, for which the woman thanks him. On the way home, Daesung thinks about the doctor's words about the association. The guy tried to pretend that he didn't notice anything. But still, something was wrong. The guy decides to himself that his mother is hiding something from him. Looking out the car window, the hero sees how the city has changed. Many destroyed buildings have appeared, and Daesung wonders what happened during the 10 years of his absence. Finally arriving home, Han's mother tells him to rest for a while before she arrives. Entering the house, the hero sees a pink-haired girl and does not understand who she is. The beauty gets up and looks at the guy in surprise. At this moment, the mother comes into the room and with a smile asks her son what he wants to eat, because he must be hungry. At this moment, the mother's attention falls on the girl and asks in surprise where she, Jisoo, has been all this time. The pink-haired girl timidly squeezes the money in her hands, and her mother accepts what's what. Daesung, on the other hand, looks at what is happening in shock, and nervously notes how he did not recognize his own sister, Jisoo. The girl, meanwhile, passes by her brother and tells him that he looks almost healthy, while for them every day was like hell. The pink-haired girl goes outside, and the mother rushes to the door to ask where her daughter is going. At this moment, someone knocks on the door demanding to open the door. Khan and his mother find out that these are the voices of 2 villains from the hospital. Behind the fence, a man in a gray suit threatens, saying that he will smash this door if they don't open it for him. For some time, no one opens the doors and the bandits begin to go berserk. Jisoo is still standing in front of the door, and she nervously asks her to come closer to the house. The man in the gray suit continues to break in, and Taesung wonders if they are in the wrong house. At that moment, Jisoo comes out, displeased with how noisy the men are, and walks past them. The bandits don't know who she is, but they assume that she is the daughter of the main character's mother. Without wasting any time, both go beyond the fence to Khan's house, dissatisfied that the door was not opened for them. Dae-sung's mother begins to make excuses, saying that she could not call because her son was discharged from the hospital. The woman takes out several bills and gives them to the villains, saying that this is all she has so far. However, the men are not satisfied with this, and they knock the wallet out of the woman's hands, and Khan begins to get angry. A man in a gray suit threatens Khan's mother, hits her and shouts, "Did she really think that they would come to her with such an insignificant amount of money?" The woman falls on the asphalt and says nothing. Dae-sung, seeing what was done to his mother, gets even angrier, so he hits the villain in the suit. At this moment, Tae-sun comes in and sees his beaten partner. Khan looks confidently at the bandits, saying that he planned to find them for an hour, but they came on their own. Tae-sung remembers where he saw the guy and angrily asks if he was in a wheelchair at the hospital. Dae-sung ignores the question and begins to walk closer to the men, grabbing Sun's face. The guy raises his hand to strike, saying that in hell he returned everything to those from whom he suffered. The guy continues to beat Tae-sung. Despite the fact that the man is already bleeding, the hero does not stop and continues to torture the bandit. Finally, Han lets go of Tae-sung, and the man sees a chair next to him that can be used against the guy. An angry Tae-seong grabs a chair and swings it to hit the main character. However, the guy expects this from the bandit and punches the man in the face right through the chair. The bandit falls from such a blow, and at this time his partner comes to his senses. The man in the gray suit pulls out a knife and provokes Khan to come closer. Dae-sung comes closer to the villain and grabs the hand that holds the knife. Dae-sung asks if the man hit his mother with this hand, and without waiting for his answer, he unnaturally stretches the scoundrel's hand. Seeing that they made him his partner, Tae-sun angrily tells Han that after this, he will not be able to live normally. Dae-sung is not affected by the man's words and calmly replies that the only way in such cases is murder. However, the hero is stopped by his mother, shouting to her son to stop. The woman tells her son that this cannot be done, so the villains quickly run away and leave in a car. Among themselves, the bandits discuss Khan, his physical form, and the fact that he was recently in the hospital. Tae-sung is outraged that Han is acting this way after 10 years in a coma, but his partner is more concerned that they did not receive the money, or even the receipt that the boss spoke about. Tae-sun replies that the receipt and money are not important now. The main thing is to defeat Han. But at that moment, the bandit's car passes by Jisoo, and the man comes up with an idea. At some point in the Khan family's house, the mother says that she sold the house and left a small shop in order to support her son in a good hospital. The woman hoped that Dae-sung would quickly come out of her coma. However, the money quickly flew away, and the woman, on the recommendation of a friend, received a loan in the financial sector. However, repaying the debt turned out to be difficult, because not only the amount of the loan increased, but also the interest on it. Khan asks his mother if his sister is still in school. The woman replies that Jisoo dropped out the year before last, and last year her mother got hurt while working at the diner, so her sister helped. The woman adds that her daughter also suffered, because she works at a gas station during the day and goes to the store at night. Dae-sung is outraged that her mother stopped her sister from expelling from school, because Jisoo should get an education. But the woman says that she tried to stop her daughter, but it didn't work. The hero's mother adds that he has no relatives, and perhaps something happened months earlier. Dae-sung is angry that his family had to go through this, so he says out loud that he should have left him. The woman tells her son to stop talking like that because they are family. Suddenly, at this moment, the phone starts ringing. The guy's mother looks at who is calling and says that these are the two scoundrels, to which Khan asks to give him the phone. Dae-sung begins talking to the bandits, and they tell him information about his sister, whom they took hostage. The men caught Jisoo and put him in their car, and over the phone they threaten Han that he attacked the wrong people. Tae-sung says that the main character has a day to get 100 million and contact him, and asks not to focus on tricks, because they have Hana's sister. After Han ends the call, he looks angry and focused, so his mother asks what happened. The guy doesn't say what's wrong and is about to leave, but his mother wants to stop him. The woman asks her son not to leave if it is something dangerous, because anything can happen. If her son goes to prison or somewhere else, she will not be able to live. The guy understands to himself that he will not be able to kill the villains, because after all, he is not in hell. The guy doesn't say anything to his mom yet, but he receives a notification and stops to read it. The main character turns to his mother and asks not to worry and nothing will happen to him. Having retreated to a secluded place, the guy begins to study the information from the table that provided a list of skills. After thinking everything over carefully, Han Dae-sung chooses a specific skill for himself. At this time, the bandit brings Jisoo to his hideout, and the man in a gray suit hopes that Han will not come here. Tae-sung at first looks calm and confident that Dae-sung will not come so quickly. Entering the elevator, strange reflections appear everywhere, which surprises the man. At this moment, something appears in Tae-sung's polygons and he gets scared. Khan appears in front of the bandit, smiling at the bandit's reaction and saying that he was asked to come with money. Previously, the hero chose the Shadowcaster skill. Trying this skill, Khan was surprised by his abilities. The guy opened a small portal to the shadows and threw a piece of cloth with Tae-sung's blood into it, and asked the shadows to track the bastard and transfer it to him. Thanks to this technique, the guy was transported straight into the elevator, where the bandits and his sister were. A man in a gray suit begins to attack Khan. However, he dodges and counterattacks the enemy in the face. Tae-sun is amazed by the guy's abilities. He is nervous and scared by guesses about who Han is. Jisoo, who has been in the elevator all this time, is as amazed by her brother's abilities as Tae-sung. Tae-sung addresses the bandit, asking what awakened means. At this time, the elevator arrives at the desired floor, and Tae-sung hurries to run out of it and inform his comrades about the unwanted guest. However, the guy catches up with him and knocks him out on the spot. Seeing what happened to the man, the partners, who had previously been sitting calmly, jump up from their seats and prepare to attack Khan. Tae-sung easily passes opponents with the help of technology, deftly attacking and winning fights. Sometime later, the guy overcomes all his ill-wishers. Han approaches Jisoo, who was watching everything that was happening. The guy leans over to his sister and asks if she's okay. The brother pushes the tape off the girl's mouth and unties her hands, telling her to go home. The girl fearfully asks what her brother is going to do. Tae-sung turns to his sister and says that he will be late because he needs to see something. That's the last thing Jisoo hears as she enters the elevator. The guy goes to study the building in which his mother's ill-wishers are located. Climbing the stairs, the hero sees smoking men looking at him questioningly. Tae-sung mockingly says what kind of fleas are in this building. Of course, the men react to the insult from the young man and are going to fight with him. Khan is ready for this and tells the bandits that they annoy him. Without difficulty, the guy deals with men who stand in his way. At this time, the stranger's phone rings. A menacing, pumped-up man picks up the phone and sternly says that he asked not to disturb him while he is steaming, but he is informed that there is a problem and he should appear in the office. The man is angry because he is not an errand dog, but he is told that the matter is urgent and the office is in danger. At this point, the conversation breaks off and the man stands up irritably, realizing that he will have to go to the very building where Khan is. At this time, Tae-sung continued to deal with the bandits, defeating each one. Now a frightened man is sitting in front of the guy, begging him not to touch him. However, Tae-sung is not going to stop. He is extremely serious. At this moment, breaking the walls, a man from the bathhouse bursts into the building. He doesn't stand on ceremony and hits the guy right in the face. Having slammed Khan into the floor, the man notes that he is completely mad. At this point, Tae-sung thinks that neither his mother nor his sister were surprised when he used his powers. The guy wastes no time and begins to use a new shadow technique, thinking to himself that it is amazing that people like him live peacefully with ordinary people. The man moves away from Khan, who was using the technique. He also notices that the hero tore a piece of fabric from his shirt. So the villain notes to himself that the guy is very dexterous. Standing up, Khan asks the man if he is awakened. The man grins and says that there is no need to feel sorry for him, and he's going to send Khan to hell. Instantly, he uses some kind of technique and becomes much larger, demonstrating the power of his body. However, Tae-sung is not lost and hits the enemy in the face, breaking him into blood. At the same time, Khan easily throws his opponent straight into the wall, and the man with horror does not understand why he is weaker. He doesn't have time to do anything before the main character attacks him again with a kick in the face. Khan gets angry, asking out loud how much this bastard knows about hell, and in general, what the guy's family has suffered during all this time of his absence. The man notes with horror to himself that the guy is of a completely different category. So you need to be careful and be sure to survive. Having thought everything over well, the enemy asks Tae-sung for mercy. The man says that he is ready to give all his money just to survive. Khan is interested in the scoundrel's offer of money and asks where it is. The enemy points out to the guy that they are in the safe in the office. Khan mockingly says that he will accept the offer since the man says so himself and turns to go to the safe. As soon as the guy leaves, the man immediately runs away. Entering the office, Khan tells the man sitting there to leave, otherwise he will kill him too. At this time, the man who was beaten by Khan gets into his car, cursing the main character, saying that he will kill both him and his family. But at that moment, Tae-sung appears right behind him, in the back seat, accusing the scoundrel of not telling him the code to the safe. Of course, the man is surprised and scared that Khan found him. He asks the guy how he found him, but the hero does not answer his question, and we are not allowed to use our shadow technique. The guy adds that the important thing now is that he will know where the bastard is and will be able to find him at any moment. Sometime later, the the main character teleports the money from the safe to himself. In total, the guy received 500,000,003,201, and now he's wondering how long he can live on that amount. Han is wondering if he can buy a couple of apartments in Seoul with that kind of money. Sometime later, the main character comes to a hardware store and is consulted about a new phone model that costs almost 3 million won. Dae-sung is in no hurry to pay for the purchase and asks the consultant about another model. The seller explains that the other model is the most popular among girls and costs almost 2 million. Hearing this, the hero thinks about buying a phone. The seller sees the young man's torment and thinks that he is too persistent, so he out loud offers an installment plan. However, in the end, Khan confidently says that he takes both models and the seller is surprised. The consultant thinks to himself that he hit the jackpot for such a large amount of money. Arriving home, Khan leaves a package with new equipment on the table in the room. At this moment, she calls him, saying that it's time to go eat, but the young man replies that he needs to go out. The woman looks into the room, asking her son again. However, he sees an empty room and is surprised when he managed to leave so quickly. Meanwhile, the guy goes to meet his friend Chan-ho. Seeing him, the main character approaches the table where his friend is resting. Pro notes to himself that Han has changed a lot. Friends sit down at the table and get ready to drink to the meeting. Chan asks his friend if he has decided what he will do next. Dae-sung drinks the drink and says he doesn't know yet. Ho seriously tells his friend that they are no longer clueless school children, but Han has no time for this. He is completely carried away by drinking. Suddenly, the main character asks how many floors in the house he can buy for 500 million, and Ho wonders where the guy got that kind of money. Thinking about his friend's question, Chan-ho says that for that amount, you can look for an apartment outside of Seoul. Hearing this, Han asks how much apartments in Seoul cost. Taking a sip of alcohol, Ho replies that the cost of an apartment in the capital is approximately 2 billion. Khan falls silent and his friend grins, advising him to get ready, because in the 10 years that the guy was passed out, a lot has changed. After drinking a little more, Ho says that according to the protagonist's mother, the guy has awakened. Khan replies that he can only answer after he knows what awakening is. The friend smiles and says that Dae-sung might not have known about this even if he woke up. Having finished dinner, the friends continue their conversation, and Ho begins to talk about how, after his friend's fall, various portals began to appear. Chan explains that the authorities initially ordered an investigation into the phenomenon. However, at some point, these portals began to crack and monsters began to appear from there. Of course, they attacked people, and no modern weapon could defeat them. Because of this, there were more and more victims. Khan asks if the monsters really have no effect at all. Ha confirms this by saying that none of the conventional weapons can be considered to work. However, after further research, it became clear that only aura weapons, obtained from the biomaterials of the monsters themselves, act on them. Such weapons can only be used by the awakened. Finishing his story, Chan-ho points to his friend and says that Han can resist monsters because he is awakened. Dae-sung takes out his phone, thinking out loud about his friend's words, and Ho asks about the model of the device, to which the main character begins to brag about purchasing the newest version. But Ho says with a grin that the model is not new at all and it is fashionable to buy it for next to nothing. Dae-sung is furious because of his stupidity, and his friend jokingly calls the hero a bungler. Returning to the conversation about the awakened ones, Ho says that one of their characteristics is the strengthening of the body due to the control of the aura. Turning to his friend, Chan-ho points out that the guy quickly restored his body, and also beat up several people. Dae-sung thinks and asks his friend if the awakened are paid money. Ho is surprised that his friend is not serious and asks. However, Khan claims that he is seriously interested in how much he can earn from this. The friend does not have time to answer him, when suddenly a portal begins to form not far from the friends. People around begin to watch the red portal, waiting. At this moment, orcs begin to appear from the portal. The people around are shocked and begin to panic. Ho doesn't understand why the portal opened now. Khan wonders what kind of monsters these are, because in AOU there were completely different monsters. The main character picks up a stone and says out loud that it's probably worth competing with the monsters who came, which surprises his friend. Dae-sung throws a stone at one of the orcs and takes a closer look at the monster. Khan feels that something is wrong with the orcs. They behave and look unusual. Having carefully examined the monster's reaction to the attack, Dae-sung sees that the orc has some kind of shield. Ho yells at his friend, saying that he already mentioned that monsters are not affected by human weapons. At this moment, one of the orcs begins to attack his friends, and Ho takes cover, feeling that the end has come. However, Han saves his friend by flattening the monster's head, saying that he can handle them with his bare hands. Shocked, Chan-ho looks at Dae-sung and is surprised at how easily he can handle the orc. Meanwhile, the monsters begin to attack one by one, and Dae-sung fights each of them in turn. Seeing that his friend can deal with monsters quite easily, Ho estimates Dae-sung's level to be higher than rank B. However, he immediately comes to his senses and realizes that he needs to evacuate civilians. Some monsters are distracted by unarmed people who cannot do anything to them. Seeing the confusion of the civilians, Chan-ho shouts and demands that everyone calm down and that he knows a safe way out of here. The guy makes his way closer to the people and asks them to follow him. Suddenly, several orcs appear right in front of the unarmed. People start to panic and the monsters attack some civilians. A little girl who lost her mother in the crowd finds herself in danger. The monster was about to swing at the child, but the girl was saved by Ho, who grabbed her in time. At this moment, Khan comes to the rescue and attacks the orc that attacked his friend, which makes Ho very happy. Daesung is glad that his friend is okay and asks him to leave, since he is only getting in the way. Chan-ho and the girl look at the savior and are about to leave for a safe place. Ho commands and tells the people to follow towards the riverbed as quickly as possible. However, at the moment of the monster's attack on civilians, in a nearby cafe, someone is recording a live broadcast of what is happening. What is happening is commented on by the eternal waiter, who is not at all worried about his safety. Orcs surround and attack the main character. At some point, Khan misses a blow from the monster and is thrown into a nearby car, so viewers of the broadcast believe that the guy has died. At this time, Chang-ho, who was saving people, brings the girl to her mother. One of the civilians asks the guy if he is willing to return back to the surface. At this time, at the top, the orcs gradually surround the main character, who is still passed out. The waiter recording the broadcast looks at the lying Daesung and says that the guy is in great danger. The monsters are approaching Khan, and the cameraman cannot watch how the hero is killed. However, at the last moment, something happens, and the orcs stop. Daesung appears behind one of the monsters and kills him. The waiter is amazed that Khan survived and continues to film what is happening. The main character lands on his feet and turns to the monsters, saying that thanks to them he was able to recharge a little. The guy adds that now he will kill the orcs one by one without any pain. Footage of Khan's massacre of the orcs is broadcast. The cameraman gets comments asking him to come closer to film the most interesting things, which he thinks the fans are crazy about. However, for motivation, they start throwing money at the waiter with conditions so that he comes closer. All in all, the operator thinks that no matter the amount, it's still scary to get so close. Looking at Khan, who easily dodges all attacks, the waiter thinks that getting closer is no joke. In the meantime, the operator is promised to lose even more money if he continues to fulfill the conditions. At first, the guy hesitates whether he should go somewhere, but someone sends an amount of 20 million won, which shocks the guy. However, it turns out that the money is being donated by a certain organization that fulfills the boss's conditions. The employees discuss among themselves that now the waiter will move to fulfill their conditions, and the organization's people also go to the point. One of the men tells his colleague that it finally feels like they are intelligence officers, and Khan is the one they need. Meanwhile, the main character is done with the orcs that attacked him. The approaching monsters carefully inspect the battlefield, and the guy mockingly notes that the orcs have become afraid. Suddenly, one of the monsters is killed by the same orc, only larger. All this is observed by the waiter, who understands that he was paid too much money to refuse it so easily. The operator goes outside and hides behind the machine, reassuring himself that such a chance comes once in a lifetime. Daesung looks at the newly appeared orcs with irritation, because if this continues, his strength will quickly dry up. Suddenly, Chang-ho appears next to the cameraman, asking what the waiter is doing here. The guy shouts at the cameraman, and he dropped the camera and microphone out of fear. Ho leads the waiter off the street and into the building. The operator panics because he has lost his camera and microphone and cannot continue broadcasting, which means he will not receive the money. Suddenly, an orc appears right in front of Hadi the waiter. The operator immediately loses the creation, and Chan-ho becomes nervous because he does not understand what to do next. At this moment, something blows the monster's head off. Turning around, Ho sees his friend Han, who again saved his life. Going inside the cafe, Daesung asks his friend why he came back, and asks if Ho can stay alive in the next 20 minutes, since the guy needs to go somewhere, and Ho agrees. The guy tells Han that the clans will soon arrive here, and promises to tell about them when Daesung returns. The main character calls a teleport to the Pantheon and is transported there. Hotch, watching this, is surprised that his friend can open portals. Moving to the Pantheon, Daesung loudly complains about fatigue from the past battle with the orcs. After checking how much magical power he has left, the guy is disappointed and asks the terminal what is the fastest way to restore it. The system offers to use the diary, and the guy remembers that he filled it out when he was in hell. Before the main character, his diary is systematized. The guy watches the systematization process in silence. After the operation is completed, the system starts printing and finishes it soon. Han doesn't feel well and wants to skip straight to the moment when he received his magical powers. After thinking a little, the guy names the 16th page number where he wants to move. Meanwhile, in the real world, the waiter and Ho are walking up the stairs to the cafe. and the cameraman is looking at Chang Ho, thinking about his connection with Han. The cameraman asks where Daesung went. However, Ho understands what's going on, and directly asks if the cameraman was offered money for filming Han's face. The waiter does not answer, and Ho tells him to keep quiet and follow him to the roof, because there could still be surviving creatures. The guy receives a message from the Soul Clan, notifying that those responsible for the evacuation are late, so Ho needs to be careful, to which the guy thinks to himself that it would be good if Jisun returned. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, the main character has moved to page 16 of his diary, and now feels like everything has become quiet around him. At this moment, a huge something appears behind the hero, indicating that an unidentified object has appeared that needs to be destroyed. The creature directs a laser beam at the hero, which you need to dodge. The guy successfully avoids the attacks, and the monster calms down for a while. Then, the creature and Han begin to fight, and Daesung decides that he needs to finish off his enemy as soon as possible. The main character stabs the creature right in the eye. The monster loses its balance, but does not break, but attacks the guy with its limbs. Khan gets angry and tries to get to the monster's head. Soon the guy hits the creature's body so hard that it begins to disintegrate. Satisfied with his work, Daesung confidently demands to continue training. However, something begins to go wrong, and the hero sees changes in the battle. Meanwhile, Ho and the waiter play until the rooftops and carefully go outside. They see the mutilated corpses of people in front of them. However, they hear that one person is still alive and decide to approach him. Ho gently touches the wounded man and asks how he is. The man barely tells the heroes to run away from here. Ho and the cameraman feel the presence of an alien, an orc, behind them. The waiter is scared, but tells Ho to grab the wounded man and leave. But the guy does not agree with him and says to be ready to run at his command. Waiter Toll turns to the side. Kula was looking at Chan Ho before and sees a huge orc. The guy sees how scared the operator is, but nevertheless tells him to get ready to run away on command. Immediately, the monster senses living people and prepares to attack. Meanwhile, Daesung observes a strange thing happening to the monster. A huge red sphere has formed in its place. The guy doesn't understand what it is. The sphere rises up and says that rebirth has begun. The timer starts and the creature's body gradually begins to recover. Khan cannot allow this to happen, so he runs straight towards the sphere and hits it with his fist. Having climbed onto it, the guy intends to completely reset the timer and finish off the monster. The hero begins to hit the sphere again and again, while the system notifies that the creature has recovered by 55%. Soon, Daesung manages to completely break the sphere. At this point, the rebirth rate increases, but then error notifications appear everywhere. The main character continues to hit the destroyed sphere, shouting to stop. At this moment, Khan pays attention to the distant plan and sees a bunch of monsters like the previous one there. They all notice the guy and aim to destroy him, so Daesung skillfully dodges their attacks. The hero is not happy that now he has more opponents. Therefore, the guy intends to get rid of them as soon as possible. Running out to a safer distance to rest, the hero begins to think about how he can get rid of the monsters. Khan decides that he needs to delve into his memory and remember how he solved the problem before. However, the hero is already quite tired, and his head is a complete mess. After thinking a little more, Daesung comes up with a memory that should help. Meanwhile, in reality, Ho and the cameraman rush together to the door in the building as an orc approaches them. Tired and scared, they reach a secluded place inside the building. However, the monster is not ready to let the victims go so easily, so he tries to get them out of the building, to which Chan Ho invites the waiter to go downstairs. In the Pantheon, meanwhile, Han runs away from the monsters to a safer distance. The hero knows the place where he needs to get, so he doesn't worry too much. Finally, the guy gets to the right point and stops. The monsters following the main character stop in a semicircle. Each of them runs an analysis to determine the radius of the location of the target to attack. However, Khan is no longer worried about himself at all, because he knows what will happen next. With a grin, the guy reminds them that they are in the forest with a predator. At this moment, a huge whale appears from underground and swallows all the monsters. Khan, who is watching this, grins, because he knows that it is impossible to be reborn in the creature's stomach. At this moment, the system notifies the guy that the task is completed, and his physical abilities are overloaded. After this, the main character begins to feel a little stronger than before. Moreover, for successfully completing the mission, Daesung receives a dagger. Having received the weapon, Khan examines it and says that for the first time, the dagger will do. After making sure that the guy has accomplished everything he wanted in the Pantheon, he decides that it's time to return. In the real world, a news broadcast begins, where the presenters discuss the newly opened portal and believe that the problem with what happened is that it is happening in the area controlled by the Hunters Association. The professor on the air says that it is their fault, because it is the Hunters' task to protect civilians, and how can you trust them after this? The presenters say that the portals open periodically, which means that you need to be on alert at all times. This broadcast is watched by people driving to the scene of the incident. The guy listening to the news begins to get angry and says that hunters cannot receive the same amount as clan members. The young man continues to be indignant, saying that they are not clairvoyant to catch him, since even with special equipment, no one can find him. The guy's boss tells him to stop fussing because the boss, as a leader, will not be fired even if they fail. Suddenly, information appears on the news that a dubious hunter has appeared with injuries. At this time, inside the cafe where two young men are hiding, the waiter asks if there is a way to get out of here, because it is creepy to be inside, knowing that there are corpses on the roof. Ho tells him that he is also scared, but they have no choice but to wait for the rescuers. Suddenly, the waiter looks out the window and says that it looks like the hunters have arrived. Chan Ho looks in the same direction and is surprised that the rescuers arrived so quickly. Suddenly something happens right in the building, and both young men hide behind the counter, thinking that perhaps these are not rescuers at all, but monsters. However, this is just Khan, returning from the Pantheon, demanding to move away from him, hungry. Ho is sincerely happy that he finally sees his returning friend. The main character mockingly asks if he is too late. Chan Do asks his friend how he got here so quickly. Instead of answering, the main character's stomach growls, and Ho asks if his friend was hurt in battle. Khan turns to the waiter and asks him to turn on the fire to fry the meat. The cameraman and Ho are surprised at this behavior of the main character. The young people are surprised that Khan is not at all embarrassed that he wants to have a snack in a dilapidated cafe where a dead monster is lying. Daesung, without any disgust, eats a piece of meat with the monster's blood on it. Seeing this, Huo and the waiter barely restrain their gag reflex. At this moment, a military man enters the cafe, asking if everything is okay. The waiter is glad that the hunters have arrived and sincerely thanks them. The military man draws attention to the fact that Daesung eats calmly in such a situation. Ho, meanwhile, turns to the arriving military man, greeting him and rejoicing that they arrived on time. Covering Han, Chan Ho tells the military man that his friend is just very nervous, which is why he behaves this way. Continuing to act pretentious, the friend leans over to Daesung and says that he should probably go to the hospital. The military man turns to Ho and says he can't just leave. Chan Ho smiles and takes out the Soul Clan pass, adding that if you have any questions, you should call the phone number provided. The military man sees a familiar pass and calmly releases the young man. Meanwhile, other hunters are inspecting the scene, and the commander in charge of the operation tells his ward to check the survivors. The guy goes to other hunters and asks to take him with them, since he is also from the clan. The boss remains in place and thinks that this is a strange guy who is tougher and stronger than the monsters. Ho and Khan are driving in a car, and a friend tells the main character that it is better for him to spend the night with him. However, Daesung does not agree with his friend, and says that he needs to go home, because they are worried about him. Chan Ho says that it would be better if there was only excitement in the family, because now they are looking for Daesung all over the city. Ho says that he will call the main character's mother while Han takes a shower and order dinner. Arriving at Chang Ho's house, Han comes across the wealth inside. Friend tell the main character to go take a shower while he figures everything out. Sometime later, the main character sees a huge amount of food and is surprised at such luxury. The friend explains that they were interrupted at the cafe while Daesung was eating, so now he can eat normally. Daesung reminds his friend that he mentioned that hunters can make a lot of money. Ho confirms this, saying that now is a time when such people are valued. The young man asks the main character if he is going to become a hunter. Daesung continues to eat and confirms his friend's words. Ho supports his friend, saying that if he goes to the association and shows his abilities, then his level will definitely be level B. Ho adds that if Han tries, he might even reach level A. The main character asks his friend what levels he is talking about. Ho explains that these are like ranks, and if Daesung is at level B, he can join a large clan or become a member of an association, and the salary will be high. Khan wonders if there is something higher than such ranks, and his friend confirms this, saying that of course there is. Chang Ho says that there is a level S, which includes only 5 people out of 2 million awakened people. As a joke, the guy tells his friend if he's thinking about becoming 6th. Ho continues to tell Han that he doesn't need such ambitions, and it's enough to get to level A because even there it's not that easy to get through. A friend asks Daesung if he has finally decided to become a hunter. Friends drink over the past day, and the main character continues to think about the words of his friend and the hunters. At this time, a meeting takes place in an expensive restaurant. A certain young man with long hair is talking about a crazy debtor. He talks to a male bandit that Khan once dated and tells him that it was the main character who destroyed the organization. Looking at the dossier lying on the table, the frightened man confirms this and recognizes the young man in the photo. The young man gets up from the table and says that the man is in a difficult situation. After all, since he was alive, he could have escaped. Otherwise, the young man does not understand why the unfortunate man came to him. The terrified bandit says he had nowhere else to turn. The young man, the leader of the Red Horse clan, Lee Sogu, says that he understands. Because the man had nowhere else to go. Because he would hardly have turned to the police. Mogu asks if the bandit is really so nervous because of another dead man lying right on the floor in the restaurant. Nervous, the man begs Lee Mogu to spare his life. The head of the clan says that there is no need to worry because they will only take money. The young man leans closer to the frightened man and says that the organization probably has money hidden away. However, the man replies that he had the lowest position and knows nothing, and asks to believe him. Suddenly, Sogu pulls away and says that he will believe the man's words. He thanks the young man, to which he replies that they will finish there. At this moment, the head of the clan uses a technique and rips off the man's head. Sogu looks emotionless. He doesn't care at all about the life of the murdered man. The young man moves away from the fresh corpse. Sogu picks up the file on Han and shows it to the figure standing behind him, demanding to deal with him. A girl mercenary takes on an order from her boss. The next day, Daesung goes to the Korean Hunters Association. Ho, who brought him here, says that first Khan needs to be told that he wants to receive evidence of his awakening, and then they will help him. Finally, Chan Ho yells at his friend to use polite language. The guy shouts to Daesung that he is going to work and asks him to write to him when the results come. Looking at Han leaving, Ho thinks to himself why he himself is so worried. Going inside the association building, Daesung looked at other people who apparently also came for evidence. Khan understands that he will receive the money, but at the same time everything here seems confusing to him. Having received a ticket with his number 9, Daesung sees that there are a lot of people and understands that the position is quite in demand. At this moment, his mother writes to the hero, saying that she took the day off and is waiting for her son at home, to which he decides that she does not need to know where he is. The guy types that he is still with Chan Ho. Mom replies that his sister is also waiting for Khan, as she wanted to have lunch together, which makes the hero very happy. After a while, a girl with glasses and a bob comes out, announcing that the next person in line is number 9. In the background at this time, an unknown old man is arguing with the staff and does not understand why he is not awakened, because he felt what happened. The man from the association replies that he is sorry, but the machine does not recognize force. At this, the man shouts and reproaches him that it is a malfunction of the machine. People in line begin to be indignant that they are not doing anything with the man, because they are also waiting. The man does not understand how he cannot be awakened if he has become so bald overnight. Khan, watching what is happening, begins to get angry because they are waiting for him at home, and he is in a hurry. The old man continues to shout and says that he will report himself to the boss of the association. At this moment, someone touches his bald head, and the old man is outraged by this. Turning around, he sees an angry Khan, who says that there is a line here and is waiting. Star tries to explain that the association has faulty equipment, because he is definitely awakened. Daesung is surprised by the words about the broken device. At this moment, a young man from the association approaches the conflicting people and says that he can check everything, because he is awakened. The man approaches the car and begins to interact with it. The device carries out an analysis, and the lamp lights up green, to which the awakened person says that the machine is absolutely working. The man cannot find words for this statement. The girl with glasses tells the old man to get out because there is a queue. Leaving the settlement, the harmful man shouts that the device may be wrong. The girl apologizes to Khan for this incident and invites him to the test. Khan thanks her and goes into a special room. Among themselves, members of the association talk about how the main character must have a high level. But a young man from the association jokingly snaps at the girl with glasses, saying that she should work and not make eyes at her. She thinks to herself that the guy managed to instill a feeling of fear, and if he is awakened, then he will definitely be above level B. At this time, a telephone call is heard in the office of the head of the association's branch, where he is asked to go down to the 6th floor to the 3rd ward. At first, the man does not understand why this is necessary, but he is convinced to go down. On his way down, the branch manager wonders if someone of S level has appeared. However, he quickly discards this thought, since it is practically impossible, and most likely, one of the test subjects will simply rebel. People in line look in surprise and talk among themselves about what is happening. The man descends and makes his way through the crowd closer to the ward. Looking inside, he sees that the part of the apparatus responsible for the color of the awakened is destroyed. Shocked, the man asks what it is. Other association workers cannot find words to explain what happened. One of the workers approaches the manager and points to Khan. The man says that the main character just put his hand on the device, and this happened. A little earlier in the ward, when Khan put his hand on the device, it began to take on a strange hue. Surprised, the guy asked the workers if this was real. At first, Daesung is reassured that this could happen, but then the device begins to crack, which should not happen. The guy himself does not understand what is happening, because he is not doing anything serious. The room fills with smoke. The workers realize that something strange is happening. One of the men asks Khan if he is okay. The guy is silent and looks at the device. After listening to the story, the branch manager asks that it was not a malfunction of the device. The man adds that 3 such devices could not break at once. Listening to the dialogue of the people from the association, Dae-sung thinks that he only touched the car and hopes that they will not demand monetary compensation from him. So he asks out loud what he should do now. The leader begins to hesitatingly talk to the hero. The man thinks to himself that if he continues to test the guy, all the other devices will break. Having thought this over, the manager turns to the guy again. The man says this is the first time such a situation has happened. Therefore, he adds that the border guards must make the decision, and Khan asks who they are. The head says that if the apparatus cannot decide, the judges conduct a licensing test. The man adds that based on the results of this procedure, the level is determined. The main character asks whether such a test would be fair. Another guy from the association tells Khan that the assessment is based on the established criteria, so there is no need to worry. Dae-sung agrees since he has no other options. Members of the organization are sold with the departing Khan. The leader exhales and says that they cannot live in peace. Suddenly, a girl with glasses asks the manager if the crystal ball reacts to foreign energy, and the man confirms this. Then, the girl thinks about Dae-sung's abilities, because his energy has gone over the scale. However, one of her colleagues chuckles at the girl's statement. The manager understands what the girl is getting at, and says that she is funny. He is glad that Dae-sung has a level above S. A colleague interrupts the girl, advising her to think before speaking. At this moment, something happens to the sphere in the apparatus. Going outside, Khan calls his friend Ho and says that he was advised to contact the border guards. The friend asks the hero why he was told that, and the guy replies that the device is broken, which Ho does not believe at first. Dae-sung denies being loud. Chan-ho still doesn't understand what really happened, but he encourages his friend, saying that he is confident that his friend will pass the test successfully. The friends say goodbye and Ho advises Han to go home. However, the main character feels that someone is watching him and turns around. A girl hired by Lee Sogu is watching him through an optical sight. She notes to herself that the guy doesn't look strong, but by and large she doesn't care, because one shot will decide everything. Suddenly, she notices the guy looking straight at her. The mercenary recoils in shock that she has been identified. She observes the target again, believing that it is impossible for her to be noticed. Watching the guy through the scope, she sees Dae-sung pointing with his finger where to aim. The girl puts her weapon away for a moment, still not understanding how she could be figured out. Moreover, she guesses that Han can hear her from such a distance. Suddenly, a guy's voice sounds in her head telling her to shoot, and she takes aim again and pulls the trigger. Dae-sung sees all this and realizes that he was just shot. The bullet hits and a small explosion occurs near the main character. The mercenary relaxes because she feels that she has hit the target. However, looking through the optical sight, she sees that Khan is alive and not even wounded. The aura bullet she fired bent, surprising the girl. The mercenary begins to get nervous because she doesn't understand who Khan is, so she tells herself to get ready and run away from here. Throwing away her weapon, the girl runs away as quickly as possible. However, the protagonist's dagger immediately pierces her leg. Not expecting such an attack, the girl loses her balance and falls. An angry Khan appears next to her. He says with a grin that it's a pity that she aimed so poorly. Although even so, she couldn't kill him. The girl is not going to give up so easily, so she takes out a gun. Taking aim at the guy, she asks him if he really left even after the aura bullets. Having asked where he came from, the hero calmly tells her that he is from hell and she doesn't believe it. The guy calmly repeats again that he has returned from hell. The mercenary does not believe him and says that he is talking nonsense, so she shoots with a pistol. She shouts death wishes to the guy, to which he begins to use technology to defend himself. Having released an entire magazine, the girl stops and thinks that Khan must have died. Suddenly, a guy appears right behind her. The hero summons a shadow technique to attack the girl. The mercenary is furious that she cannot defeat the guy. Suddenly, Dae-sung appears right in front of her and slams her into the wall. The mercenary is immediately grabbed by Khan's shadows. The girl tried to break free, but to no avail, causing her to lose consciousness. Dae-sung is surprised because he didn't have time to do anything like that, and she had already passed out. Bending down, the guy notes that in this place it's too lazy to even kill. Not far from him, Khan sees an open guitar case, where there are small photographs of his mother, sister, and himself. Seeing this, the guy decides to find out more about the photo, so he throws a bullet at the girl to wake her up. The mercenary comes to her senses, and the technique still holds her against the wall. Dae-sung approaches her and demands to answer his questions, otherwise he will kill her. Not wanting to waste time, the guy asks the girl who sent her. The mercenary understands that she cannot betray the Red Horse clan. After thinking about it, she says a random name, and Han asks who she is talking about. The girl replies that we are talking about a thug who was recently robbed by Khan. The guy understands who she is talking about, and the mercenary thinks how she can escape from the hero. The girl decides to cheat, and says that she will tell where the scoundrel is if Khan lets her go. Instead of answering, the main character deftly wounds the girl in the shoulder with a bullet. The girl doesn't understand that she is like this, and the guy replies that she behaves too unnaturally for a mercenary. So if she repeats this again, he will kill her. The girl silently scolds herself for being in a hurry. Khan doesn't give up trying to find out the truth, so he wants to ask the girl again. The mercenary understands to herself that she has already failed the task, so it makes no difference whether she gets out of here alive or not. After all, either way she will be killed, either Daesung or Lee Sogu. Therefore, the mercenary decides not to tell Khan anything about the task and fight with him again. The guy looks indifferently at the girl's attempts to resist him. Daesung immediately kills the girl with a precise blow to the heart. Looking menacingly at the deceased mercenary, Daesung gets angry. Khan adds out loud that he had enough time spent in hell. The hero removes his equipment and the corpse rolls down the wall to the floor. Daesung is a little disappointed that he never managed to find out who sent the girl. Khan stands in front of the corpse, disappointed that he will also have to clean up the corpse. Daesung touches his head and uses a technique related to memory and searches for something. Having found what he needs, he makes a new decision. Without hesitation, the guy calls for a teleport to the Pantheon. The hero says out loud that there are a lot of opened portals here. Looking at the dead girl, Khan realizes that it will be better if he learns something new. Covering the girl with a cloth, the guy disappears into the portal. Returning to the Pantheon, Khan wants to move to the 134th page of the diary to information about the imprisonment of souls. This technique is one of the main royal weapons, along with the King of Hell, and is one of the 15 powers of Hell. Once upon a time, Khan defeated the Demon of Souls when he was in Hell. Initially, Daesung thought that with the help of soul imprisonment, he would be able to fight comfortably, but the one he tied himself with turned out to be very weak. A notice of movement appears in front of the guy, and he notes that the situation on Earth is different, so you need to act carefully. After confirmation, the main character moves to another location, the River of Ghosts. Daesung remembers that on the other side of this river, there are the king's territories, and before there was a boat here that the guy once used. But now, there is nothing nearby that can help, and it's also not so easy to cross the river. Even if you go into the water even for a short time, the body will be destroyed by the dead. A sign appears in front of the hero with information about the task where he needs to defeat the appearing monsters. A moment later, flying creatures began to appear in front of Khan. The guy looks at the monsters and doesn't understand who they are. Monsters that look like spiders with wings are approaching Khan. They begin to attack the guy with small bombs, but the hero successfully dodges. Suddenly, the thought occurs to Daesung that perhaps killing these creatures will give him a boat. At this moment, huge spiders appear in front of the hero, much larger than those that were moments earlier. However, Daesung, using his dagger, kills the enemy without any problems. The creatures are still attacking the guy from afar with their poison. However, the hero is collected and uses his shield in time to hide from the attacks of monsters. When the creatures stopped attacking for a while, Daesung thinks that killing each spider one by one is too tedious. Therefore, there is nothing to do but finish everyone off at once, which the hero successfully does. Some creatures appear again and again attacking the guy. However, Daesung is fully focused on quickly completing the mission, so he deals with the creatures without hesitation. Using his dagger, Khan easily kills several monitors at once. At the end, as if completing the task, the hero destroys the eye of one such spider. Then a sign appears in front of Daesung, notifying him of the end of the mission and information about the reward. A new relic appears in front of the hero, protection for the character. The main character understands that he will still have to cross the river himself. Using the armor, Daesung swims across the river. Finally, reaching the shore, he comes out unharmed thanks to his armor. The system praises Daesung for swimming across the river, but says it can't help, and Han shuts her down. Once on the king's land, Khan sees that there is no one here and the king's fortress has also disappeared. Out loud, the guy begins to remember if there was a way to complete the task in the fortress. Suddenly, something starts to happen in front of Khan. A huge heavenly obelisk rises in front of the hero. The doors of the building begin to gradually open. The hero assumes that a new task begins there if he goes inside. At this moment, a huge demon emerges from the obelisk. The guy recognizes the enemy. This is the commander of the diseases. Troops begin to appear next to the commander, and Daesung remembers that while he was in this state, they were not even close to him. The warriors react to the main character. Some of the monsters attack Khan, but he fights off. A moment later, the hero realizes that the warriors have no base. The guy suggests that this may be connected with the obelisk, and meanwhile, the warriors rush to attack. Daesung wastes no time using the blood naturalization technique and declares that he will finish everyone off at once. The main character easily throws the creatures away from himself. Khan thinks that it will be more profitable for him to attack them from the inside, while they have not yet left the building. Having thought everything over well, the guy decides to destroy the obelisk. Having destroyed the building, the monsters begin to evaporate. Thus, the mission could be considered completed. As a reward, the guy receives 2 runes, which he decides to check first. After collecting them, Daesung receives information about each of the relics obtained. At first, the hero sees an inconsistency in the mission's goal, but then decides that it doesn't matter since he has already received the reward. The guy continues to collect and improve relics. As Khan is about to leave, he notices a strange yellow sphere. A warning appears, but the hero ignores it and collects the relic. After collecting it, an engraved circle appears on the guy's armor and a message pops up in front of him. After reading it, he does not attach any meaning to the text and considers the message useless. Daesung summons a portal back to reality. Returning back to the real world, Han sees that the girl's corpse is no longer there. He is surprised, but does not look for the body. Sometime later, the guy returns home, where his sister is waiting for him, saying that the soup has already cooled down. Daesung apologizes to the girl for being late. The girl invites her brother to join the table as soon as possible. At home, while the family is having dinner, the news is turned on, where it is reported that the opening of the portals has caused great damage. However, Hana's mother turns off the TV, suggesting they eat in silence. Daesung says out loud that the world has changed recently. Mom admits that she didn't talk about it because she was afraid that her son would go into shock and apologizes for being silent. Khan thanks her for keeping him alive while he was in a coma. Jisoo listens to the dialogue between her mother and brother in embarrassment and turns away. The guy feels that something is wrong with the atmosphere and thinks about it. Suddenly, the hero asks the family if they need anything, and the sister says in surprise that Khan can afford it. Sometime later, Daesung calls Chan Ho and tells him that he wants to lay low for a while, and Ho doesn't quite understand why. Khan explains that he noticed that he was being followed, meaning the mercenary, still thinking that Kula could have gotten away with the corpse. To sum it up, Han asks his friend to watch his mom and Jisoo while he's away. After finishing the conversation, Daesung thinks that he needs to somehow make the villains show up. Ho, after the conversation, thinks about what Khan wants to do. At this time, in the Red Horse clan, a mercenary reports to the head, saying that he has removed the girl's corpse and fears that their enemy is strong. I can be calm because I know that Khan will appear for testing, so there will be a chance to deal with him. The head of the clan stands in the laboratory and addresses the experimental subject, Jin. The test subject, a blonde man, says that he can't wait to start because he's been waiting for this for a very long time. The scientist reports information about Jin's medical data to Sog and asks whether to proceed with the administration of the serum. The Mogu warns the subject that the pain will be unbearable. However, Jin confidently says that he clearly knew what he was getting into, so he was ready for anything. The head of the clan gives the command to the scientist to begin an experiment on introducing the serum. The substance gradually begins to penetrate Jin's body. The test subject begins to feel pain from the serum. The scientist observing the drug administration process informs the head that they have exceeded the limit. However, Sogu says to continue the experiment, to which the scientist is surprised, because Jin could die. But Sogu convinces the scientist that he would not bring a person here who could not withstand such an experiment. When the serum is injected at 90%, Jin is in agony with pain. After the drug is completely introduced into the body, the scientist looks at Jin's health and sees that there is no pulse. Sogu does not react to the words that the test subject has died, but continues to observe. A moment later, the pulse appears on the monitor again. The scientist is shocked by this, because he believed that the experiment was a failure. The awakened Jin breaks out the glass of the vessel in which he was located. The head of the clan, who expected such an outcome, is happy. Subject does not appear weak or tired. Pleased with his success, Lee Seogu reveals that he is looking forward to the 10th day. Meanwhile, Ho corresponds with Han and tells him that only the shield and weapon specified by the association can be used during testing. Daesung decides to check something and runs his wand over his clothes. He comes to the conclusion that a shield in real life is not a video, unlike a weapon. The guy begins to think about how to hide the weapon in reality. The guy takes his knife out of his inventory and decides to disguise it as a stick. The guy customizes his weapon and it takes on a new look. Han looks at the change in the dagger and assumes that this way he can find and disguise his favorite sword. The guy will decide that he needs to find his weapon. Daesung summons a portal to the Pantheon and finds himself in the territory of the Salt King. It's very hot in this place, and Daesung regretfully says that he didn't think about coming back here again. Suddenly, huge monsters, wolves, begin to appear next to the guy. Khan receives notification of a task he needs to exterminate 1,000 of Orkiel's minions. Daesung decides to use the soul imprisonment technique, so he cuts his hand. The wolves begin to attack, but the hero is ready for this. Gradually, Khan defeats the monsters attacking him. At one point, the guy stops to call for the army. The wolves try to attack the hero, but someone else's paw stops them. Thanks to Khan's technique, he was able to summon the same wolves to his side to attack his opponents. One by one, the monsters under Daesung stand up and the hero orders them to attack. The guy doesn't need to do anything because he already has warriors on his side, so he decides to light a cigarette. However, Han chokes on tobacco and does not understand how his friend Chang Ho smokes. Meanwhile, right in front of the hero, a wolf is cut from his technique. However, the guy is not very upset because he knows that technology should not be underestimated. A wolf from Orkiel's army runs toward the main character, but is stopped by a warrior from Khan's army. Daesung knows that the wolves from the technology will be reborn until the brand in their bodies is removed. Still watching the ongoing battle from the side, the guy realizes that it is moving slowly. He calculates that most likely this task will be followed by another, so he decides to speed up the completion of this task. Daesung jumps out and realizes that he doesn't need to spend so much time killing wolves. Being high in the sky, Daesung finds the point where he needs to hit. Gathering his strength, he rushes to strike. For a moment, the monsters are distracted by the approaching Khan. A huge cloud of dust forms in the place where Daesung hit. At this point in Soul's plan, she is undergoing training before testing. Shin Choi-yeon, a future test participant, is preparing for the test. The head of the Soul clan asks the boss what he thinks about the girl. The head of the clan, Hwang, thinks about his answer. The man says that Shin has a problem. She gets loose on the battlefield, so he suggests doubling the difficulty level to get ahead of the psychopath. The leader clarifies whether we are talking about a member of the Red Horse clan, Jin. Hwan replies that it's about him, because if it weren't for him, then no one would have surpassed Shin's skill this time. At first, the leader agrees with the boss, saying that Jin and Shin are of different levels, but Hwang interrupts him, saying that what is more important is what tricks the Red Horse clan will resort to this time. The manager asks if Hwang really expects Sogu to resort to something again, since various people have banned recruiting for a whole year, not because of this matter. Hwan replies that it is because of this that Mogu is up to something more dirty. The leader summarizes that this time the test will be an arena for the two, Shin and Jin, and Hwang agrees. Meanwhile in Hell, Khan has already defeated all the monsters. A sign appears in front of the guy notifying him that there is only one soul left to complete the task. But the guy is calm. There is still one surviving wolf next to him. Without hesitation, Daesung raises a dagger over him and kills him. After this, the system notifies about the end of the task, and the soul of each wolf is collected into a single relic. A sign appears informing you that souls can be collected at the altar, and the hero becomes interested in this. Khan does not remember there being an altar in this place, and hopes that he will not have to look for it. Having taken the relic with souls, the same altar begins to appear not far from the guy. Seeing this, the guy is glad that he hastened to conclusions. The hero approaches the altar and sees the conditions of the next task, where he needs to collect soul stones at the altar and receive recognition from the guard. A new enemy begins to appear right in front of Khan, a guard. A huge snake appears in front of the main character. A notification appears telling the guy that he needs to answer the guard's question and get his approval, which surprises Daesung. He wearily says that everything was going well, but sudden quizzes appeared. The snake is silent and waits for Khan. The guy turns to the guard and demands that he ask his question. The snake leans over and asks it in a language unknown to the guy. He gets angry and declares that he is being bullied. At that very second, the main character throws his dagger straight into the snake's eye. The guard writhes in pain and Khan grins at him. The snake intends to attack the guy, but he is ready and has already used blood naturalization. The main character and the guard enter into battle. Khan is angry with the guard, saying that he missed, seeing the guy as an easy victim. Deftly jumping onto the snake's head, Daesung begins to wound him with a dagger. The creature tries to throw Daesung off, but is unsuccessful, and at some point, the guard's head explodes. Khan jumps off the creature's dead body. The hero is initially disgusted by the smell of the guard's blood, but then turns around to look at him. The snake begins to regenerate and its head gradually grows back. Khan sees this and says out loud that he completely forgot that the creature is very tenacious. Preparing for a new fight, the guy thinks about the guard's abilities. The snake is preparing to attack the guy with renewed vigor. As he prepares to attack, Daesung angrily says that this can't go on. The creature comes close to the guy, but he expected it. Daesung jumps into the guard's mouth and grabs his fangs. The snake is going to attack the guy with blue flames, but Khan assumed that it would be like that. Then the snake swallows the hero, and for the first seconds, nothing happens. However, soon the guard's eyes widen in pain. After a moment, he chokes and spits Han out. A guy emerges from the guard's mouth with a sword. Getting up, Daesung says that it's even a pity to waste this on a guy who doesn't even have hands. The guy grabs his karma sword and can't believe he's fighting someone who can't use the fire of rebirth. The snake comes to his senses and is ready to try to fight the hero again, but he is already waiting for him. Using his weapon deftly, Daesung kills the guard. A notification appears indicating that the task has completed, also indicating that the completion level has increased. Following this, the system sends a notification that the guy needs to pass a test to prove his rights to the sword. Daesung must endure the pain of being burned for 10 days. The trial begins, but Hero Ole has a plan. Holding onto the sword, he knows that he doesn't have to endure this pain. Khan turns to the weapon, asking if it can't recognize its owner. Daesung gets angry and demands to remove the timer before he takes it to pieces. The time is reset, and a notification comes that the hero has passed the test. Sword contacts Khan and apologizes for not recognizing him right away. Daesung relaxes and tells the tool not to worry about it. Daesung communicates with the sword and says that it has not stooped to Pandemonium. Pandemonium is a place where demons who perished in the Hell of Souls live, a place of endless nothingness. Reports emerge that the demons of Pandemonium are supporting Khan and asking for their release. Sword confirms that since Daesung left, he has been disappearing. The guy asks if the weapon despises him, but it denies everything, saying that it will accept any decision of its owner with joy. Sword adds that the only thing he was worried about was what happened after the guy left. Khan doesn't understand what the weapon is talking about and asks about it. The sword tells that one day, unidentified creatures broke through the borders of hell. The gun reports that due to Khan's absence, all the demons have lost their powers. The unknown sealed the time and space of hell. They also cast down all the demons into Pandemonium. Therefore, the weapon had no choice but to be swallowed by the serpent. From there, watching the demons suffer. Sword says that he had to lead a meaningless existence as his ego was hurt. However, now, fortunately, Daesung has freed him. The weapon asks the owner why he returned. The main character takes the sword and says that he needs help. The weapon apologizes that Han is in a situation that requires his help. But Daesung ignores the sword's words and shows him one of the relics, asking what it is. Weapon says he doesn't know what it is, but adds that the relic gives off strange energy. The sword says that the energy is similar to that coming from unidentified creatures. The weapon says that everything needs to be checked first, but Khan Ule extends his hand to the relic. The guy collects the relic, saying that the system has never failed him, and he can check it later. The guy grabs the yellow sphere. A strange sign appears in front of him, which is similar to the one that appeared earlier, and a seal forms on the hero's hand, and Khan suggests that with its help he can enter somewhere. The system asks if Han wants to go back, and Daesung hesitates, remembering that he usually always quickly returned to reality. After considering the words of the sword, the guy decides to return to the Pantheon. Meanwhile, in reality, in Ho's office, his colleagues are discussing the video of the orc killing and asking if Chang Ho saw it. Staring at the computer monitor, Ho remembers Khan and realizes that it's difficult to call him a friend now. At this moment, the manager comes up and asks Ho to take a break for a while. The guy asks if something happened. He notices that his colleagues are again enthusiastically discussing the viral video. People in the office do not pay attention to the visiting boss. The boss asks Ho to leave. Outside, a man asks the guy if he was at the scene and if he has anything to share. Ho thinks about it, because if he says that he knows Han, he will immediately be forced to hire the guy. So the guy lies to the boss and says that if there was something important, he would have already reported it. The man doesn't seem to believe the guy much, but doesn't press him and says that if Ho knew something, they could find and hire Daesung for themselves. Chan Ho decides he needs to keep pretending he doesn't know anything, and wonders out loud how Shin Chon is doing. The man is silent for a while, and Ho asks again. Finally, the boss replies that it's nothing, but he's worried that she might not be able to handle it. 7 days before testing, Shin continues to train. She has 10 minutes left before the end of the training, and she needs to destroy 10 slabs. Shin successfully completes his task. Suddenly, a monster appears from the last slab and runs towards the girl. She is ready to defend herself, but suddenly another creature digs into her shoulder, which she does not expect. Suddenly, the training ends and the artificial objects disappear. The girl comes to her senses and is unhappy that her training was cut short like that. All this time, she was being watched by Mentor Huang, who tells the student to come up to him to talk. The girl is still unhappy that the man interrupted her training so much, and he asks if she is overdoing it. The girl repeats the words of the mentor about achieving the goal and asks if these are his words. Huang begins to make excuses, saying that he was talking about training. The girl replies that she doesn't overdo it because she knows her body. The man caustically replies that the girl really knows her body better than the system. Huang invites the girl to look at her statistics. The man shows a comparison of the emotional indicators of an ordinary person and hers. Huang adds that Shin is very tense and depressed right now. The girl replies that she needs to enter the top 5. The man asks if she wants to raise her rank and Shin confirms this. Juan replies that if the girl raises her level, she will have many opportunities. But the girl interrupts him and says that she is not training to get a lot of money or fame and honor. Shin seriously says that he is doing this in order to kill all the monsters that live on Earth. 5 days before the testing begins, Lee Sogu comes to his clan's secret compartment. By entering the required combination, the chapter ends up in a protected place. The man covers his face and says that he didn't think it was possible to survive in such a place. Inspecting the room, Sogu says that it would be necessary to change the equipment of the isolation ward, especially the ventilation system. Looking at the flashing lamps, the man says that it wouldn't hurt to change them too. Mogu turns to his test subject, who has been in a secret room all this time. Jin eats the animal's carcass, initially ignoring Soga. The head of the clan is pleased that the experiment was successful and tells Jin to eat more, because this is the only way to dampen the properties of the drug. The test subject is pleased with the words of the mentor, and Sogu adds that this is the only way Jin can become the main character of the test. 3 days before the start of testing, the owner asks the weapon if he intends to return. Daisung agrees with the sword, happy that he spent his time at the Pantheon productively training. On the day the testing begins, journalists gather at the main complex in anticipation of the clan heads and participants. It is expected that the level of competition will be increased due to the rapid increase in the appearance of awakened ones, and the association methods in evaluating participants is changing. At this moment, an expensive sports car drives up to the main building. The reporters turn their attention to him and see that Lee Sogu and his ward Jin have arrived in a car. The head of the Red Horse clan and the awakened one get out of their car and head towards the entrance. Journalists immediately rush to interview the man, inquiring about Jin and Sogu's expectations from testing. Other reporters ask how Sogu is doing after being suspended last year for improper practices. The young man, who was attacked by curious reporters, notes that they got on his nerves from the very beginning. Nevertheless, Sogu calmly replies out loud that he regrets the events of 2 years ago. However, some journalists are dissatisfied with the answer and rudely ask whether the head of the Red Horse clan thinks that regretting those events is not enough, and whether he is shirking responsibility. Ignoring the reproach, Sogu calmly replies that he promises that this year he will pass the test honestly, and leaves with his ward. Inside the building, Jin tells the mentor that he should have just ignored the reporter. Seeing how serious Sogu is, Jin rushes to apologize and say that he's just joking. The head of the clan seriously tells his ward to be careful during testing, because if everything gets out, they will be in a difficult situation. Suddenly, Huang appears behind them and wonders what predicament they are talking about. Sogu is scared at first, but then gains control and greets the man. Immediately, the young man asks Huang why he is dressed so closed, to which he replies that it's all about the journalists. Kolko Huang adds that he didn't want to stand in front of the cameras like some people did. Immediately, the man from the Soul Clan turns his attention to Jin standing behind him and reads his aura flow, which appears flawless, causing the man to praise Soga for his graceful concealment. The head of the Red Horse clan notices Huang's gaze and jokingly says that the testing has not yet begun and the man is already tense. Huang quips back, saying that no one knows if Sogu has brought an infected person again who could harm the newcomers. Sogu replies that this won't happen again this year and leaves with Jin. The mentee tells the mentor that Huang looked at them strangely. Sogu seriously says that he understands that Huang ruined his mood, but Jin made the wrong choice of enemy. With his gaze, the man shows where to look. At this moment, Shin Chon passes by Jin. The guy finds out which clan the girl is from and looks forward to fighting with her. Sogu interrupts him, saying that what is important is not the serum that strengthened the guy, but the fact that the member from the Soul Clan also trained. Inspired, Jin replies that this makes him want to defeat them as quickly as possible. Watching Sogu and Jin walk away, Huan wonders what Sogu is up to, but then hopes it won't hurt Shin. Suddenly, Han Dae-sung appears nearby. The main character passes by Huang, striking him with his powerful aura. The man is so surprised that Shin, who comes up, has to bring him to his senses. Huang tells the girl to be careful, and she doesn't understand what these teachings are for. Then the girl gets wise and tells her mentor not to worry about the guy from the Red Horse clan, because she'll be serious. However, the man interrupts her and says that this is not about Gina. Han, meanwhile, calls Chan Ho and he apologizes that he won't be able to come because he's very busy at work. Ho tells his friend good luck and they end the call, and Daesung goes to the equipment dispensing machine. After reading and following all the instructions, the guy receives his clothes with the number 104. Meanwhile, an annoying old man whom Khan met in the association task comes to the testing room. The old man is glad that his numerous calls and letters were not in vain and he was noticed, and in general, how dare they doubt his abilities. The man recalls how on the day of the test in the association task, Khan brazenly touched his head. Suddenly, someone grabs the old man by the head and, turning around, the man sees Jin. The frightened old man thinks he can get away from testing. Meanwhile, Khan approaches the hall. The main character feels good and is looking forward to the start of testing. After entering the hall, many participants are waiting for the start, including Shin in disguise. Suddenly the lights come on and the crowd perks up. The inspector responsible for today's testing appears before the awakened ones. The man announces that this time 3-level portals have been organized, where each level has its own difficulty and environment. Participants begin to talk among themselves about testing. One of the awakened ones asks when weapons will be distributed to them. The inspector says that this time there will be no weapons distributed, and participants are prohibited from bringing anything with them. The crowd is unhappy and wonders how they can fight then. Suddenly a hologram appears in front of the participants representing an assistant. Artificial intelligence announces that the topic of today's test is adaptation, the purpose of which is to determine how well awakened ones can reveal their adaptation skills in different conditions. A hunter's value lies not in his equipment, but in his aura, the skill that comes from the strength of his body. Participants just need to show how well they adapt and fight. This concludes the briefing and the portal opens. The inspector announces to enter the portal one by one, starting from the last rows. At the first level, participants find themselves in a tropical forest with a dry and hot climate. Some of the awakened ones complain that due to the hellish conditions, they will not even make it to the start of the test. Everything that happens in the forest is monitored by cameras in the broadcast room. Those watching are talking among themselves about the fact that this time the standards are very high. However, there must still be those who pass all the tests. At this moment, Shin tries to calm down and control himself so as not to waste extra energy. The participants are observed on the screens and the powers of Shin and Jin are discussed, comparing them. Some of the people watching are discussing how Lee Seogu prepared this time. The head of the Red Horse clan thinks about how jealous Huang must be. Han appears on the screen for a second and Huan notices Sogu's calmness. However, at that same second, the head of the Red Horse clan turns his attention to the screen and is surprised by Daisung's appearance. Sogu is amazed that Han looks calm. There is not even a drop of sweat on him, and the man thinks that perhaps the guy hid his aura. But this indicates a high level of training. Khan feels comfortable because he previously drank a potion that helps cope with the influence of the environment on the body and hopes that nothing will notice. Participants continue to complain about the heat and wait for the test to begin. After some time, artificial intelligence appears, announcing that all participants have crossed the portal, which means we can begin. The first task for the awakened is to kill 20 orcs in the swamp. Hearing the task, Khan takes off and runs deep into the forest. Another contestant rushes behind him, shouting that he will not lose to Daesung, but suddenly trips. At this moment, the guy sees a small beating source in front of him. Happy that he has found water, he touches the liquid. But something happens. Something grabs the participant, and it turns out to be a swamp Velcro worm that lives in swampy areas. It is announced that contestant number 94 is out and emergency assistance is called to the scene. The creature spits out the guy in the protective shell, and the system reports that the protection will be maintained until the rescue team arrives. At this time, Khan carefully clears the territory in search of orcs. Rescuers arrive at the scene with the guy. One of them leaves to look at the message on his device. The man sees the task of observing number 104, Han Daesung, and accepts it. At this moment, the main character finds orcs. Khan picks up a huge stone and holds it, telling the creature how great it would be to hit him on the back of the head with a block. The guy continues to tease the orc. A huge creature runs straight at the main character, but he throws up a stone and hits it. As Khan goes through the task, the man who received the assignment is watching. At first, the man is surprised that such an assignment comes to him, but then he sees how deftly the guy copes with the orc, and what surprises him. Khan doesn't look tired. He calmly completes the task, and the man is struck by how different he is from the other test subjects. Khan thinks that it is completely ineffective to kill orcs one by one. Daesung says out loud that he didn't want to use magic at all in the first half of the task, but he has no choice. The guy uses the shadow summoning technique, and after that he instructs the shadows to find the rest of the orcs. One of the shadows breaks into a dark cave where the orcs have accumulated. The creatures begin to talk among themselves about the noise in the cave. Suddenly, Khan, pleased with his find, jumps into the cave from above. At first, the orcs do not attach any importance to the guy, believing that easy prey found them. Daesung takes out his disguised weapon and prepares to quickly complete the mission. The weapon contacts Khan, saying that it seems the orcs did not take the hero well. Khan smiles and orders his weapon to destroy all the creatures in the cave. Meanwhile, Shin is running through the forest in search of orcs. The girl uses her aura to search for monsters. The girl notices one of the orcs and approaches him. The girl notes that at this speed she can complete the first task in an hour. The girl is going to kill the fourth monster. However, Jin comes running ahead of her. The girl recognizes a guy from the Red Horse clan. Jin doesn't look tired and is quite happy that he took the loot from Shin. The girl provokes the guy and says that the Red Horse is in her repertoire as always. Jin taunts the girl, saying that her competition is yours and determining whose prey is very stupid. Shin also makes a sarcastic response, saying that the guy is good at wagging his tongue, which is in the style of his clan. Jin caustically replies that the girl's clan also likes to take people who went last year for testing. Jin thinks to himself whether he should kill the girl, since she turned out to be so annoying, but stops himself, saying to wait for at least the second level. Shin turns around to leave and not continue the conversation with Jin, so he finally makes an obscene gesture and tells the Fit to have fun on his own. The guy gets angry at such words and rushes at the girl. However, something constrains his movements and he is surprised. Suddenly, Shin and Jin hear and see a huge explosion. A few minutes before, in the orc cave, Khan stands with a flaming weapon. The guy orders his sword to burn everyone in the cave. Monsters driven into a dead end cannot do anything with fire. The observers on the cameras are shocked by what is happening. Seeing the explosion on the cameras and the announcement that Khan passed the first level test, no one believes that this is possible. The observers immediately begin to request information about the guy and demand that a contract be prepared. Huang, watching, says he fully expected Daesung to make a splash. Sogu is not happy that all the attention is focused on Han. Also monitoring the testing are people from the association, the girl and her colleagues who met the hero when he broke the device in the association building. The girl is happy that her assumption about the guy's strength turned out to be correct, and her colleagues are still amazed. Immediately, people from the association pay attention to the screen where they saw the annoying old man and recognize him. A man with an axe finishes off weakened orcs after an explosion. The old man is glad that he completes his task quickly enough. The girl and her colleagues see that the old man is cheating, and do not understand how he even ended up taking the test, because he is an ordinary person. The girl from the association enthusiastically says that Khan broke many balls from the device that day. Colleagues do not understand what she is talking about, and the girl explains that the whole point is that after the breakdown, various rumors spread that the test results were incorrect. She adds that she heard many people making complaints to the community about the matter that day. One of her colleagues does not believe the girl's words and jokingly flicks her on the head, saying that people above do their work superficially. Suddenly, a boss appears behind them, and the three of them get scared. The boss says that he himself added the old man to the list of testing participants. The man says that 3 days ago he received a report that an old man was trying to enter the portal with bombs tied around his body. The girl asks in horror if he really wanted to kill himself in something that is not awakened. The boss denies this and says that several years ago, the old man lost his family due to the opening of the portal, and this was his attempt at revenge. One of the association members tells the man that if he gives such concessions, the system will collapse. Colleagues giggle at him and his boss confirms his fears. The man turns the attention of his workers to Khan, saying that he has found a diamond. Suddenly the broadcast begins to malfunction, and the connection becomes weak. So Mogu, leaving the hall, turns to his ward. The man from the Red Horse clan tells the head that in this way, Han can reach the 2nd and 3rd level very soon. However, Sogu calms him down, saying that John is not ahead of Jin yet. The head adds that just for now, Jin is giving Han a head start to look at his endurance out of interest. The man listens to the chapter and thinks to himself that Sogu has strange ideas about what it means to give a head start. The man assigned to keep an eye on Khan tracks him through his scope and notes that number 104 is extremely talented. However, the man shoots the main character, saying that he should not have stood in the way of the Red Horse clan. However, everything is fine with the main character. He does not notice the surveillance. Looking up, Daesung figures that this is probably the entrance to level 2. Sogu smiles and rejoices at how good it will be if Daesung dies right there. Suddenly, a floating golem appears not far from the man watching Khan. The man is hiding from the creature and feels that he must report this as soon as possible because a hefty reward awaits him. However, a golem notices him and attacks the man. The golem binds him with paralyzing poison. At some point, the man is afraid that he will not be able to get out. Meanwhile, Daesung, searching for the portal, feels like he's going to the same places. Suddenly, the guy stumbles upon the corpse of the same man watching Khan. The main character assumes that it was an unplanned death. Suddenly, a golem appears behind Khan. The creature attacks Daesung, but he deftly dodges. The main character begins to think about how he can defeat the monster, selecting the skills that he can use. Daesung understands that he cannot use some skills due to the rollback, of course. The golem will not wait for him. Therefore, Khan dodges his attacks, and then decides that he needs to end the creature as soon as possible. The guy jumps straight towards the golem to rip a piece of stone out of its body. Meanwhile, Jin deals with the last of the orcs. Finally, he is notified that he has passed the back ones and is moving to the 2nd level. Suddenly, a small box flies up to the guy. Opening it, Jin sees an ampule, a note, and a compass. After carefully reading the contents of the note, it immediately spontaneously ignites and disappears. At this time, Khan is still dealing with the golem and summoning the Ghost of Shadows. The guy orders the equipment to destroy the golem. The monster still attacks the guy, but he defends himself with a weapon. The guy's technique is fueled by parts of the golem, and Khan again orders an attack on the monster. Numerous shadows attack the golem. Khan, watching this, rejoices that he has almost defeated the creature. Meanwhile, a picture begins to appear in the broadcast room, and communication is established. Those watching see that there is fog everywhere and do not understand what is happening. Finally, the picture appears and everyone sees the golem and is surprised that such an opponent was included in the exam. One of the association workers asks if it is normal to include this in testing. The man asks the boss if they need to stop this, because they have such a right as the highest defender. One of the workers reports that they were able to determine the location of number 104. The man asks the boss if they should stop the test for Daesung, and he agrees. But a girl from the association distracts him. She points to the screen in the broadcast room, where the main character's technique is seen defeating the golem. The attack radius is quite large and powerful, which again surprises those watching. The boss from the association, seeing this, understands that it is impossible to determine the level on the edge, and he thought that Khan's feature was just a mistake and a malfunction of the device. In the end, the man realizes that perhaps there is something unimaginably strong about Daesung. The girl from the association is amazed by the success of the main character. Suddenly, another worker from the observers approaches her and says that Khan's success has nothing to do with the test. The stranger adds that Jin will get to the second level of the test before Daesung. Meanwhile, the boss from the association is asked about further actions, and he replies that first they need to analyze the injuries and report everything. Meanwhile, Jin uses a compass to reach the portal to the second level. He stops for a while to study the area, and notices the dissipating fog, indicating that everything has already been decided here. The guy gets rid of his compass to move on. Meanwhile, Khan has already finished off the golem and is using the soul imprisonment technique. Observers see what Khan is doing and are surprised that the guy is doing something again. Daesung, with the help of technology, summons a golem for himself. The creature does not obey at first, but the protagonist soon forces him to bow his head. The golem leans towards Daesung and obeys him. Something fast flies past Jin as he approaches the portal and he stops in shock. He notices that it is Khan, and is amazed at what he just did. Sogu returns to the broadcast room, confident that testing has already ended. However, upon going inside, the young man sees the frightened face of his ward Jin. A little earlier, Khan, having climbed onto the head of the summoned golem, was heading towards the portal. Having found where a shortcut can be taken, the main character clears the way for the creature. Daesung pushes the golem to move faster. The guy uses fire to continue clearing the path from obstacles. People in the broadcast room finally realize that the guy is using summoning techniques unknown to them. Observers discuss among themselves whether this can be done using an aura. An unknown girl standing next to a blonde from the association says that this is not a test, but a real reality show. Suddenly, a fist hits the table in the hall. Many turn around at the noise and see an irritated Lee Sogu. The man is angry about what is happening during testing. Someone wants to calm the head of the Red Horse clan, but his people ask him not to approach. Finally, Sogu calms down and asks for forgiveness for his behavior, explaining that he was excited by the guy's abilities. Huang, watching this, notes to himself that this is what Sogu needs, because he could not even imagine that everything would go awry. The man thinks to himself that his student Shin should also arrive soon. Meanwhile, in the forest, Jin is angry with Han for his outburst. Shinchon immediately runs up to the portal. Thinking that there is no way Jin can lose to someone like the girl, he rushes to the teleporter. At the second level, participants find themselves in a cold climate to a snowy mountain. Arriving at the scene, Daesung is outraged that the participants are being treated like this. The guy turns to the golem and lets him go. An artificial intelligence appears in front of Khan and congratulates him on reaching the second level. Daesung looks back at the teleporter behind him and wonders if it's possible to start the task without waiting for the others. The assistant, meanwhile, explains the purpose of the second test, saying that the participants will be divided by strength into 5 people in different places. The point of the second test is to get to the top of the mountain. Khan analyzes the test. He calculates that the height is approximately 5 kilometers. Drones are watching the contestant take the test, and Daesung regrets that he can't use something because of them. Looking down, Han notices Jin and wonders that level C and D awakened people make their living as porters. Jin, standing below, is outraged that everyone's task starts from different points. The guy gets angry and tells himself that he will overtake Khan and will not leave it so easily. Suddenly, the guy turns around, sensing someone's presence. This is the same annoying old man who also made it to the second level test. The elderly man convinces himself that he's doing all this for his family, and he needs to think about it. Suddenly, an avalanche falls on the old man. A satisfied Jin standing nearby says that he got rid of the old man. At this moment, the signal in the broadcast hall is lost, and the video devices do not work. Sogu, who had been expecting this, prepares for his plan to start working. The other participants arriving at the second level are nervous about the challenge of the second level. One of the awakened ones convinces the others that they can cope with the task because they are one of the strongest. Suddenly, this person will be attacked by Jin. Having taken the ampule, the guy from the Red Horse clan noticeably strengthened his abilities, so he easily deals with other awakened ones. Fueled by a sense of superiority, Jin is glad that the injection allows him to quickly deal with the participants. Meanwhile, Shin also completes the task, noting that now all the equipment is acting up. Khan also sees the drones breaking down, but this is only to his advantage because he will be able to move faster. Taking off from the mountain, the guy calls for armor. The hero is pleased with himself and calmly falls down, knowing that the technique will soon work. Shin notices a strong surge of energy and tries to figure out where it comes from. Suddenly, the girl sees Khan flying and is surprised that he can do this with the help of an aura. Daesung uses technology to use his wings to get to the top faster. Meanwhile, downstairs, Jin is beating up the test participants. Seeing Khan flying, he wonders where the hero got such abilities. Not wanting to waste any more time, the young man runs towards the mountain. At this moment, in the broadcast room, Huang demands that the test be interrupted, because the safety of the participants has always been a priority. However, the boss asks to wait a little longer while they try to find out and restore communication. Sogu intervenes in the conversation, saying that if those who want to become hunters cannot survive such a small incident, then will they be able to carry out their duties faithfully? Huan turns angrily to Sogu and asks if this is his doing. The head of the Red Horse clan says whether it would be better to immediately disqualify the weaklings. The Soul Clan man is angry with Soga, and the young man continues to put pressure on Huang, saying that it would be better for the man to take a break and retire. Upon reaching the top of the mountain, Han jokingly asks if he should use the final skill. While other participants climb to the top, some awakened ones remain at the foot of the mountain, including an old man who gets out from under the snow. He is exhausted, but nevertheless alive. The man is glad that he survived and decides that because of the cold, he needs to go down. At the third level, Shin listens to the goal of the task move around the field and fight monsters, earning points. The girl notes that she is in pitch darkness and needs to wait until her eyes get used to it. At this moment, an angry Jin approaches her and asks if she has seen Han. The guy tells the girl why she got to the third level faster than him and she was too lucky. The girl turns around and tells Jin to go his own way and not piss her off. The girl herself thinks about Huan and his words to Huan to be careful with him. She remembers that at the first 2 levels he was faster, but at the third she can't say anything about him yet. The girl stops for a second to check the notification about the functioning of the aura, when she suddenly feels that she has been shot in the side. An angry Jin, standing not far from Shin, says that he actually wanted to deal with Han first. When he gets to the girl, he jokingly says that she is unlucky. Khan, meanwhile, gradually defeats the enemies he encounters. Daesung says it took him enough time to kill these losers, but after checking the score counter, he believes that the number is not very large. Then the guy goes in search of other creatures. Meanwhile, in the broadcast room, a boss from the association gets in touch to find out how the system is going. And Sogu, satisfied with his work, notes that mixing different factors in the ampule was a good idea. Looking at Huang, Mogu even feels sorry for him, realizing that Shin will either become disabled or even die. Meanwhile, Shin turns to Jin and asks what he's up to. The guy looks at her, licks his bloody fingers and says that he thought she would be flexible since she was a girl. For a moment, Jin is distracted and misses the girl's blow. Shin clearly kicks the guy in the face. After the blow, Jin comes to his senses and sees that the girl has disappeared and hid. Shin hid behind the boulders, examining her wound, having first taken off her protective jacket. While the girl is healing her wound, Jin creeps up to her, glad that he found her. The girl is not at a loss and deftly attacks the guy in the groin, throwing her sweatshirt at him first. Shin continues to beat Jin while he is disoriented. While the guy is calling the girl names, she takes a stance and says that she actually has a name. She uses a technique from the Soul Clan and introduces herself, saying that she is the ace of her clan. After killing the guy, she says that Jin can't possibly be a human, because he's nastier than monsters. Realizing that the girl is no longer in danger, Shin turns around and leaves. Meanwhile, Khan, who has again killed a large number of monsters, is furious that his counter remains unchanged and is broken. The guy grabs his head and nervously says that he doesn't understand what they want from him. Meanwhile, Shin continues to walk in the cave and wonders why she doesn't see the other participants. Suddenly, someone's body flies past her. An angry Jin stands behind Shin. The girl rushes away from him, turning around to make sure that it is Jin. The girl does not understand how this happened, because she definitely killed him. Suddenly, the guy is right in front of her, and she hits his hand and falls. Jin wastes no time and begins beating the girl with all his might. Raising the exhausted Shin, the guy says that he will kill her in the most painful way. After hitting Shin hard in the stomach, the girl screams in pain. Jin leans over to her and says that she can scream and beg for mercy, and maybe someone will hear her. Mockingly, the guy adds that it was he who destroyed all the equipment. Suddenly, Shin gouges out his eyes while he's distracted. Given some time while Jin recovers, Shin tries to leave. The girl encourages herself, slowly crawling away from Jin. However, she does not have time, and the recovered guy lifts her by the neck, shouting at her and saying that because of her, his number of lives has been halved. Just about to finish off Shin, Jin hears someone's voice from the side. Turning around, he sees Khan looking at what is happening. Evil Jin looks at the guy and recognizes number 104. After throwing Shin away, the guy says that he was waiting for Da-sung. Gathering his strength, Jin jumps on Han. However, Da-sung passes by the guy and he doesn't understand how he did it. Jin stops, trying to understand what happened. Han leans over to Shin to examine her. Khan understands that the girl seems to have recovered. Jin again turns to the main character and says that he is as talented as he is. Da-sung asks if Jin did this to Shin. He replies that the girl herself is to blame for going astray, and he just brought her to her senses. But Khan interrupts him and says that he knew how because of the point counter. Jin ignores his question and plans to use the technique to kill Da-sung. The guy adds that he completely forgot about the protective suit, because if it breaks, he's screwed. While Jin is dealing with the counter, Han is already punching him in the face. Jin grabs his face and curses Da-sung. The main character does not waste time and uses fire abilities to attack. Jin defends himself from the flames, saying that these are all worthless attempts. But the main character, meanwhile, calls upon the technique of imprisoning souls, and all the captured creatures appear behind him. Da-sung angrily tells Jin that he brought out his hellish nature in him. Meanwhile, in reality, it is reported that the connection has been restored on the 2nd level. But on the 3rd level, the repair will take about another half an hour. The leader from the association orders that the guards be sent to the 2nd level, and another detachment must be sent to the 3rd level. And Sogu, completely calm, says that there is no point in worrying so much, because everyone who is being tested is future hunters. Meanwhile, the manager is informed that one corpse and many wounded were found on the 2nd level. The news announces that the system crashed during testing, and this situation continues for an hour. Ho, who listens to the news, remembers that Han is on probation, so he gets ready to go to the complex and find out everything as it is. Meanwhile, on the 3rd level, Jin runs away from Han in fear. However, before he can escape, his leg is cut off. The guy falls in pain, realizing that he only has one life left. Da-sung comes closer to Jin and asks if he is really being reborn like bugs in hell. At this moment, the connection is restored and a picture appears, and Lee Sogu looks attentively at the screen. However, Jin kneels at this moment and begs Khan to spare him, because he only has one life left. Da-sung mockingly says that it's a pity that the guy only has one life left, because he wanted to check whether Jin would live if he was cut in half. The guy understands that if Chen is cut in half, then even the properties of the ampule will not help him. The main character looks around and sees that somewhere one camera is working. Khan tells the guy that he will allow him if he answers 3 questions honestly. Having threatened Jin with a weapon, he falls silent in anticipation. Khan threatens the guy that if he lies, he will stab him. Da-sung asks his own question, asking if Jin is the only one cheating here, or if there is someone else. Hearing this question, Sogu begins to get nervous. Jin begins to stammer, not knowing what to answer. Khan is waiting for an answer and puts pressure on the guy, saying that perhaps it's still worth splitting him in half. Out of fear, Jin asks not to kill him, and says that he is alone. Da-sung doesn't calm down and asks who made Jin do all this. Jin is nervous and understands that first he needs to leave the guy alive. He makes up his mind and tells Khan that this was all the plan of the head of the Red Horse clan. Han asks about the Lee Sogu clan. Everyone in the broadcast room turns to look at the young man Soga, rolling among themselves to see if this is true. The head is angry with Jin for betraying him. He turns around and shouts that Jin himself started this all, but decided to blame it all on Sogu. The young man is distracted by the head of the association, and says that the proceedings will take place during the investigation of the hunter's inspection. Sogu understands to himself that he will not be able to get out of here. The young man calms down and says that he will arrive at the inspection at the appointed time. Sogu leaves the hall and curses Jin for repaying him like that. One of Mogu's assistants asks if it was necessary to bow his head. The head of the clan continues to swear about what would have happened if he had blurted out something unnecessary there. If this happened, then Huang would be simply happy. The man from the Soul clan is furious after Lee Sogu left. An executive from the association thanks Huang for keeping him contained. But the man replies that he did not do this for everyone present. The head of the association calls his subordinates and orders them to go to the testing area to stop the test. Meanwhile, Han asks his 3rd question and asks if Jin has one more life left. The frightened guy asks what this question means. Jin understands to himself that if he lies or tells the truth, he will be divided in half in any case, so the result is the same. At this moment, the artificial intelligence appears and declares Han Dae-sung the winner of the challenge. The main character is surprised that the announcement appeared so suddenly. Jin timidly congratulates Han on his victory, saying that he is a worthy S-level hunter. Dae-sung, despite everything, cuts the guy in half. With a smile, Han says that Jin lied and he has one more life left. Turning to the wounded Shin, Dae-sung sees her recovering. Meanwhile, doctors are running up to the 3rd level in the portal. The head of the association, Park, who had been watching the broadcast from his office all this time, finishes watching. His subordinate stands next to him, saying that representatives of the 10 clans have arrived. The girl adds that Han Dae-sung showed Class S already at the 1st level. The man asks the girl if Jean is the first hunter after Li Chan. Looking through the file on Dae-sung, Park tells his subordinate to bring such a person to their organization. People in the association hall are discussing among themselves what happened during testing. The system reports that due to unforeseen circumstances, the selection criteria have changed and the main indicator has become passing the 1st level of the test. Many are beginning to be indignant about whether the threshold for passing is too low, because this is just the 1st level. A photo of Dae-sung with his A level appears on the screen. Chan-ho calls the main character and asks where he is. Suddenly the guy turns around sharply, learning that Han is in the S-level break room. Dae-sung enjoys relaxing in a massage chair, resting after a tough test. Ho comes to him and asks what happened here. Dae-sung replies that the association's secretary told him to rest here. The friend is surprised that the secretary contacted him. Han continues by saying that he has become an A-class hunter, with the potential to be an S-class. Ho is amazed at his friend's success, jokingly saying that now Han will be able to build a house with his own money. He adds that everyone on the outside is shocked by the protagonist's success because of his potential. In the lobby, meanwhile, everyone is discussing Khan and how to get associations with him, when suddenly someone comes out of the elevator. The same old man comes out of the elevator shouting that he won, and journalists immediately rush to him. The man introduces himself as Dae-sung. The reporters are surprised that Dae-sung has appeared in front of them, and they suspect that this is the same winner. At first, the old man is afraid that he has drawn so much attention to himself, while the journalists are asking their questions. Someone guesses that this is not Han Dae-sung at all, and in fact it turns out that the old man, An Dae-sung, took 20th place and is just a border guard. Meanwhile, in the place where the testing took place, wounded awakened people are still being evacuated and rescued. One of the rescuers reports that they searched all 3 levels but did not find Jean. Having received the order to close the passage, the man irritably says whether the guy from the Red Horse clan managed to escape from here. At this time, the news is broadcast, which talks about testing. The main character's mother takes apart her clothes and says that it wouldn't hurt to buy her son something new, and wonders whether the market will be open in the morning. Suddenly, a photo of his son appears on the air and it is announced that he has become a level A hunter, but maybe a 6th level S hunter. The woman, seeing this, is frightened and surprised by this news. Mom calls her daughter to see the news, and Jisoo comes to the woman. Seeing her brother on the screen, the girl is as amazed as her mother by her brother's success. At this moment, Khan comes home. Both women look at the guy in shock, and he, suspecting why they look like that, asks what happened. Meanwhile, people from the inspectorate, led by Kim Seong-soo, arrive at the Red Horse clan, informing them that from now on, all activities of the clan are banned. Standing in Lee Seogu's office, the man adds that all hunters should also be relieved of their duties. The head of the clan sits at the table and says in what a terrible light he is being shown. To himself, Sogu realizes that he relied too much on himself, and Jin also betrayed him, so from now on he needs to be careful. Kim orders Seogu that he needs to come with them to the inspector's room. However, Sogu has other plans for this, and he gets up from the table and says that when you do dangerous things, the unexpected can happen, and it's stupid to believe Jin's words. Kim stands his ground and says it's better for Seogu to come with them without causing problems. An angry Sogu approaches the inspector and asks if he knows how he got to where he is now. Kim remembers to himself that Lee Seogu was once the 2nd most important in the clan, but soon became the head of it after the mysterious death of the former leader, so it makes sense to be wary of the young man. Sogu begins to use his technique, and mockingly says what the association was thinking, sending only 2 people towards him. The inspector prepares to defend himself and warns his partner, Chan. The frightened young man is nervous with Kim's back, not knowing what to do. The inspector begins to use his technique, shouting to Jong-woo that if they want to survive, they need to kill the head of the clan before he does. Sogu says that it looks like Kim had to pay for his place. Suddenly, the chief inspector is pierced in the back by a frightened Chan. The young man apologized to the boss, saying that it was not he who was doing all this. Sogu, who deftly controls his equipment, mockingly says how many questions the management will have because they decided to fight among themselves. An injured Kim asks Sogu if this is his plan. Ignoring the inspector's question, Lee Sogu uses the puppet's aura to kill Kim with Young's help. A distraught and frightened young man asks for forgiveness from his deceased boss. Sogu, meanwhile, leaves his office, joining his subordinates, saying that he needs to warn the association what happens if he is disturbed. Sometime after the exam, Huang comes to visit his student. The doctor tells the man that the girl will never be able to become a hunter, since her aura is depleted. Huang is angry at Lee Sogu for everything he did during the exam, noting that the young man will face retribution. Meanwhile, at home, the main character's mother scolds him, saying that she doesn't want him to become a hunter because she will worry about the danger. The woman adds that although she saw on the news how successful her son was, danger is danger. Listening to this, Han remembers the words of his friend Chang Ho, that almost 99% of families do not allow relatives to join the ranks of hunters. Daesung's mom continues, saying that she's worried that Daesung might end up in a coma again. However, the main character interrupts his mother and says that he has already signed an agreement with his friend's clan. The sister, in shock, asks if Khan really signed a contract with the Soul Clan. Daesung confirms this and summons a small teleport from where he is going to get something. A moment later, the guy pulls out a bag overflowing with money and places it in front of his mom and Jisoo. Satisfied, Khan says that he will receive a deposit from the clan and gives the money to the family so that they can pay off their debts and use the rest for their needs. Mom and Jisoo look at the money in shock, amazed that the hero receives such a sum of money. The main character reassures the family, saying that he will earn even more, and they only need to run the household, and he will take care of everything else. Noticing how his sister and mother are holding back their tears, Khan calms them down, saying that on the contrary, they should be happy. Looking at his happy relatives, Daesung feels that if this is his reward for returning from hell, then he is happy with everything. Meanwhile, at the association, Chan remembers his dead mentor Kim. The elder always helped and took care of Chan, but now he is killed by Sogu's technique. Now the student stands in the morgue in front of the corpse and cries. A boss from the association approaches the young man and says that this is his fault, because no one thought that the head of the Red Horse clan was so crazy. Out of anger and hatred towards Seogu, Jung declares that he will kill him himself. At this moment, Pak, the head of the association, approaches the boss and demands to catch all the hunters. The chief is surprised and asks whether it is necessary to catch even the preparatory detachment. To this, the man receives an order from Pak to disband the entire Red Horse clan and capture its head, Lee Sogu, by any means necessary. Meanwhile, the next morning, Han wakes up to a flood of messages. Among the messages is a notification from Chang Ho's friend, so the main character leaves the house to call him back. A friend tells the hero that Portal Roofing C won the auction, so now the money will flow like a river. At this moment, armed association workers arrive at the main building of the Red Horse clan. The operation is commanded by Jin, a level A awakened, who issues commands on the sequence of actions. It is fashionable to kill those who oppose the vanquished. So after the briefing, Jin calls for the operation to begin. However, running into the building, the man in Jongwoo, who followed him, see many wounded or even dead from the Red Horse clan. Confused, Jongwoo doesn't understand what happened and asks Jin what to do now. The person in charge of the operation orders the rear guard to deal with everything, and asks the rest to follow him. In the depths of the building, an exhausted Huang sits and rests. An enraged Jongwoo breaks even further into the clan building with a knife, hoping to finally find Soga. However, soon, the young man stumbles upon the fresh corpse of the head of the Red Horse clan. Jongwoo doesn't believe Seogu is dead at first, but Jin stops the young man, confirming that the clan leader is dead. Also, the person in charge of the operation turns to Huang, who is sitting next to him, and says that this was too much for personal revenge. However, the man says that he only killed people outside, but did not touch Soga. Soon the news of Sogu's death became public knowledge, and was broadcast on the news that An Daesung was on. The old man is indignant why no one calls him. Due to the fact that no one took Daesung in, the old man created his own clan, but unfortunately, it was not successful. However, a moment later, the phone still starts ringing. At this moment, Han and friend Ho are driving through the city, who is surprised that the guy accepted all 10 offers from the clans. Ho explains that his clan has the best equipment, but Khan brushes it off, not understanding why he needs it, and thinks to himself that if his friend sees the armor from hell, he will faint. Then Daesung asks his friend if he can earn money on the sea-level portal. Ho states that portal missions at this level cost 50 billion and taxes alone would cost 30 billion. Khan is shocked to hear such amounts and is indignant, and Ho adds that if he can get an ethereal core, he can make money. The friend adds that Khan has been assigned an escort who will have to go with him into the portal. However, Daesung declares that Heo should also go with him, and his friend is surprised. Han explains that he himself appointed Ho as his escort, and entrusted all the documentation to his sister Jisoo, because he was too lazy to do it himself. Upon arrival at the place where the portal is located, Chan Ho is asked for a certificate. The young man presents the document to the military man, and he is surprised that only 2 people were taken for the mission. Ho agrees with the military man, saying that he also thinks so, but his friend, a psycho, who imagines himself to be very strong, decided that he could cope with the task alone. The military man says that nothing makes sense, so he will open the portal, and gives instructions to those responsible for this. Ho addresses Daesung one last time, explaining that the object is dangerous, and wondering if he has changed his mind. Khan calms his friend down with a joke and drags him toward the portal. Ho protests, saying that if in the middle of a mission he escapes into a portal, it will not mean that he is an unfaithful friend. Meanwhile, the association watches the footage from the Red Horse clan building, the moment of Lee Sogu's death. Something lifts the young man up, and Sogu is completely helpless. An unknown hand appears from the portal and reaches out to the young man to tear out his heart. Sogu dies instantly, and the unknown person's hand disappears into the portal. Pak asks the association workers whether it is possible to find out who made the recording. Jin explains that there is only one CCTV camera, and checks are still underway. And the head of the department from the association adds that after the autopsy of Sogu's corpse, it was also not possible to find out who was the bearer of the aura. Meanwhile, An Daesung arrives at the portal into which Han and his friend entered and says that he is responsible for today's processing. The military man at the post asks why the old man arrived so early, because they entered the portal quite recently. An asks if the hunter who took on the task is Han Daesung. The military man checks the information and confirms it, which makes the old man very happy, and is glad that he got into this case so successfully and will be able to cross paths with Khan. A few days ago, at the testing site, Jin, Sogu's chosen one, was able to hide and regain his strength. The young man is angry that he was treated this way and was left alone, so he wants to take revenge, when suddenly someone's voice calls out to him. A huge eye appears as a guy, the same one that appeared in front of Lee Sogu before his death. Meanwhile, Han and Chang Ho enter the area through a portal. Ho has never been in portals before, so he is a little nervous. Han looks in the distance and says that there are many enemies, so it's not surprising that the portal is in a military zone, to which Ho does not understand what kind of enemies he is talking about. Peering into the distance, Ho sees huge lizards running straight towards them. Daesung takes out his weapon and says that it would be more convenient to finish them all off at once. The main character prepares to attack and jumps very high, leaving his amazed friend below to watch. Khan rises directly above the monsters and raises his hand to strike. The guy uses the Vulcan technique to hit enemies. The flames swirl around the lizards, killing them instantly. Ho, watching what is happening, wonders in shock if this is really his friend. Khan, making sure that the enemies are finished, approaches his friend. Ho jokingly begins to scold Daesung for not telling him earlier how strong he turns out to be, but only making Ho worry. Putting away the weapon, Daesung replies that this is why he decided to show his abilities only now. After thinking a little, Ho declares that he has decided to invite Daesung to create a new world-class clan. Finally, the friends return through the same portal, which surprises the military because too little time has passed. The military begins to panic that something is wrong with the portal, and they should call specialists, but An Daesung stops them, saying that someone is coming out of there. Satisfied, Ho and Han emerge from the portal and declare that the task is completely completed. An Daesung appears in front of the main character and hands him a business card, adding that he is responsible for today's processing. Ho wonders why the old man is alone, since he is from the clan of collectors. Anne explains that this is only a day job, and hands another business card to Ho, who notices the same names of the old man and friend. An proudly announces that he will do anything to live up to his name. The old man adds that he will always be responsible for processing, to which Khan silently leaves, and Ho hurries to catch up with him. Sometime later, the main character and his relatives visit new apartments before purchasing. While the realtor talks about the home, Jisoo independently studies it and admires the apartment. Daesung's mom asks the man how much the apartment costs. He replies that officially 17 billion and actually 8 billion according to the deal. The woman is surprised by such a large amount, and the realtor hastens to explain that this cost is due to the proximity to the hunter's building. The man adds that safety is the most important thing right now, and he has heard that Han has become a capable hunter. Jisoo breaks into the conversation and reminds her that her brother became a high-level hunter and was talked about all over the news. Daesung says he likes the house and wonders if he can get a discount on it if he signs on now. The man then replies that this is not necessary because since Khan is a hunter, a preferential contract can be made. Having heard that S-class hunter Lee Changshik lives in one of these houses, Han irritably asks how much cheaper they give the hunters a home. The realtor gets a little scared and says that the hunters are given about 100 billion. Mam and Jisoo hear the huge amount and are amazed. Khan thinks to himself that this way he can buy an entire house that costs 80 billion. That same evening, a young girl walks down the street alone. At this moment, she runs into an unknown person and apologizes. In front of the girl stands a tall young man with a hood on his head and an eerie expression on his face. He tells the victim that she has a choice and should be grateful. The next morning, at the police department morgue, they examine the body of that same girl and note that she died the same way as Sogu. Jin and Jong-woo arrive from the association and realize that no one except the awakened ones could do this. Jin says that in addition to open portals, a killer has appeared in Korea who rips out hearts. Jong-woo asks his mentor to entrust this case to him, and he promises that he will catch the killer, while Jin thinks about the details of the case to himself. Finally, the brunette tells his ward Chan out loud that for now he is working on portals. Addressing the police officer, Jin asks that information about the murders not be leaked to the media. The man also adds that they will allocate the right people from the inspector's side. In another place, and a new place, Jin from the Red Horse clan awakens. The young man is in a special capsule with the necessary life support equipment. The guy begins to look around the room and sees an unknown middle-aged man not far from him. The stranger sees that Jin has woken up and is approaching, and the guy is nervous because he does not understand where he is. A man approaches the capsules and asks if the young man finds the place similar to the laboratory of the Red Horse clan. Finally, it dawns on Jin that he is in the same place where he was once injected with the ampule before the exam. The stranger tells Jin that it seems that the drug he gave Sog helped, and the head of the clan himself personally asked the boss to help and save Jin. After this, the unfamiliar man introduces himself as Elder Hans, Roman. Jin calms down a little and remembers the huge eye, and then asks Roman if he is alive. The man replies that it is better to assume that the guy was reborn as Hans's servant. Jin doesn't understand what the man is talking about, but he says that he will give the guy even more power if he follows him. Meanwhile, at the association building, Ho is talking on the phone with Ho. Dae-sung tells his friend that he is going to clear out the portals one by one because he needs a discount on a new home. Ho, who doesn't understand when Han managed to buy an apartment, but eventually gives up and agrees with his friend's plan. The friend also tells Dae-sung to purchase the necessary equipment. Instead, Han is transported to the Pantheon and chooses one of 6 missions. The system notifies the guy about the mission in the Iron Fortress, and Khan confirms his movement. The teleport takes the hero to the right place, and Dae-sung finds himself in front of a huge fortress in new, unusual equipment. The guy notes how it gets on his nerves. Meanwhile, in Korea, the head of the department from the association issues instructions on measures to take action against a serial killer. At this moment, a girl from the association department enters the office, declaring that the Ocean clan failed the task in the Level B portal. A colleague asks the girl if this clan is really so strong, because there is Baek Haran and many other high-level awakened people there. The girl replies that the monsters turned out to be stronger and surpass Baek Haran's skills, so an S-level hunter is required. The head of the department, listening to this, understands that if the already open portal is not cleared within 12 hours, then a gap will appear in it. However, it's good that Baek Haran was the one who asked for help. Finally, the man orders Lee Chang-shik and Seo-dong to be notified of Haran's request. The employee agrees and adds that no one can refuse number 1 in Korea. The girl begins to discuss some other hunters with her colleague, but the head of the department interrupts, saying that he doesn't care. The main thing is that the portal does not rupture. Meanwhile, at the Nadezhda orphanage, 2 boys play hunter and monster. Seo-dong watches them, jokingly scaring the children. The man and children begin to play and playfully fight. Suddenly, a shelter employee approaches them and attracts Don's attention. The man is distracted, and the girl explains that she received an urgent call from the association, to which Don sadly notes that she cannot even rest. After studying the information, the man leaves and the employee wishes him good luck. At the last moment, the man turns to the children and the girl and encourages them, saying that he is the best hunter in the country. Meanwhile, the number 1 hunter, Lee Chang-shik, emerges from the Level C portal. He is met by a girl who notifies him that an official request for help has been received from Baek Haran. The young man stops and listens to the information about Haran's help. Meanwhile, an incomprehensible seal is formed in the Pantheon under Khan. A huge guard appears at the foot of the fortress, resembling a huge predatory cat. The main character looks at the guard and thinks to himself that now it's dangerous to even walk next to his body. Dae-sung's only equipment now is a sword and an ice shield. Khan sits down on the ground and thinks what a bad memory he has, since he can't remember how he knocked down the boss last time. The gun lies in front of the guy and he carefully remembers his tactics. Finally, Han comes up with an idea. Meanwhile, in Korea, crowds of journalists appear on the portal of Level B. Many are starting to broadcast live from the hotspot where the cleanup is taking place. Association employees, seeing this, wonder how the information was leaked. Suddenly, reporters begin to look around and recognize the approaching figure as a representative of the Ocean clan. Young brown-haired Baek Haran approaches the portal with a charming smile, while the surrounding journalists ask her questions. Many reporters are amazed by the beauty of the clan representative and shower her with compliments. Karin approaches one of the journalists and asks him for a microphone. Turning to the rest of the reporters, the girl announces that the portal will be cleared, and she asks for help from the two most powerful hunters in the country. The journalists are amazed and begin to talk among themselves about the very hunters Beck said about. The girl confirms that she called Li Changshik and So Dong, who had already arrived at the portal. The two strongest hunters are already ready to go inside when they are noticed, so they linger for a while. Chanshik, a young blonde, says that Haran skillfully managed to turn her failure into a whole scene, to which Don, a brunette, supports his comrade's thought. At this moment, Karin, pleased with herself, approaches them. The journalists continue to film the three hunters, delighted that the Lissobek tandem is about to clear the Level B portal. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Khan attacks the fortress guard. Finally, the enraged creature awakens. Daisung gathers his strength and notes that one mistake is certain death, so he needs to be careful. An angry predator approaches the enemy, intending to kill him. At this moment, the guard slips on the melted ice shield, and Daisung concentrates on his next attack. The guy runs up to the fallen guard. Leaning towards the boss, Khan discovers a red seal. Using a weapon, the main character pierces the seal on the monster's body, thus destroying it. Daisung throws his sword and wooden shield to the ground, saying that he won't need them anymore. A notification appears in front of the hero that he can enter the fortress thanks to the destroyed seal, to which Daisung says that first he needs to find a weapon. Inside the fortress, the guy is surrounded by various traps. Khan carefully feels the wall of the fortress, intending to find a special mechanism. Finding it and clicking on the disguised stone, doors open in front of Khan. Balarka's treasury opens before the guy, accessible to the hero only for 5 minutes. Daisung comes closer to the weapons and grabs the dark sword, which, according to him, is not so strong. But without it, you cannot enter Balark's room. Looking around the treasury, the guy sees chests with money and other valuables. Daisung glances at the find and thinks about it. A moment later, the system notifies the guy that he can enter Balark's room and Khan prepares for battle. Meanwhile, in the Level B portal, Lisobak is fighting monsters in tandem, and Don is unhappy that the opponents are too noisy. The man concentrates his strength and uses his weapon to jump forward straight at the monster. Lightning from Sodon's technique stuns a huge lizard, the enemy. Don gives the command to attack the monster, and the rest of the hunters follow the order. Standing behind, Karin shouts words of encouragement to Don. Lee, covered in blood, stands behind the girl and asks if she will definitely go on a date with him if he kills all the monsters. Seeing the condition of the young man, the girl hurries to use her healing technique. Chanshik feels much better, and the girl asks when he managed to hurt himself like that. With a smile, the young man points the girl to a carcass nearby, saying that it is a gift for her. Karin sees the huge head of the Ogre King next to him. The girl is shocked that Changshik was able to kill such a monster alone. Taking advantage of this, the blonde puts his hand on Karin's shoulder, and the girl sternly tells her to remove her hands. Not far from the couple, hunters led by So Dong try to kill the monster, but its skin is too thick that even its aura does not help. Changshik asks Beck with a smile to keep his promise of a date, and he himself approaches his partner Don. Karin looks at the departed young man and asks herself if she promised anything. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon, Han reaches the final boss and is about to open the potion vials. Han decides to use the potions to the maximum. The system begins to notify the guy about the improvement of many characteristics, thanks to the contents of the bubbles. Feeling much better, Daisung prepares for his next fight. Entering the next location, Daisung sees a huge boss in front of him, Balarki. The guy greets the enemy with a smile. Balark sees the main character and a moment later summons a huge fire dragon. Khan uses the blood naturalization technique to confront the creature. Meanwhile, in reality, the streamer, the same waiter, Yang, begins a weekly broadcast about hunters. First, the guy suggests looking at the ranking of this week's hunters, and the top is opened by Li Changshik, who became a hunter as a hobby and is the chairman of the Hoseon clan. Next in the ranking is So Dong, who heads the Nadezhda orphanage and has become a father to many orphans. And in third place is the beauty Baek Haran from the Ocean clan. Young says that last week there was an incident in the B-level portal, but the Lisobek tandem solved the problem in 6 hours. Then, the streamer remembers what else he wanted to show the audience. Young displays a photo of Han Dae-sung and begins to remember how he saw him during the orc attack. The streamer is a little surprised to see the guy again. In the office, meanwhile, Roman is looking at the news and notes that the hunters have begun to clear the portals very quickly. Colleagues address the man by a false name, offering to have a drink after work, but Roman refuses. Having opened a map of Korea, the man decides that he needs to change his current circumstances. At the Pantheon, Khan continues to fight the dragon while dodging the creature's attacks. During a break, the guy jokingly says that the spilled blood brings back memories of the old days. A second later, Balak himself stands up and joins the fight. However, Dae-sung is not lost and prepares to fight him. Khan begins to fend off Balak's attacks with his sword. At one point, the guy complains, asking why his opponent is so strong. Balak also uses his powers and gains wings. Dae-sung breaks past the enemy and turns around, mockingly saying that he is surprised by Balak's transformation. A moment later, someone unknown begins to appear on the field in front of the main character. Khan stops to study the stranger. The unknown person, who does not have a face or a clear body shape, is annoyed that someone dared to disturb the peace of the holy apostles. Meanwhile, in reality, a hooded serial killer continues to kill victims, hoping to arrange a sacrifice. And in the office of a portal search company, Roman, pretending to be Jake, gets in touch with a maniac. The killer reports that he performed a sacrifice with the hearts of those previously killed. Roman hears this and replies that he will let the Hunters Association know about it. The maniac asks his boss when to stop the sacrifices. Roman replies with a smile that only when they have collected enough scapegoats. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon, the notification system has completely broken down, so Han realizes that he faces a very strong opponent. However, this does not frighten the hero much. He is looking forward to another battle. An unknown person threatens the guy, saying that he is insignificant and will not be able to stop the course of the universe. Having attacked Dae-sung, the creature thinks that it has easily won, but the hero rushes forward towards the enemy. Khan stabs the unknown man with his weapon. However, the creature mockingly looks at Dae-sung and says that his attacks and weapon will do nothing. Khan angrily asks the stranger what will affect him. At some point, the guy receives a system notification about a technique that can only be used in hell, depending on the level of implementation, which at the time of the battle is 33%. However, thanks to his skill, Khan manages to take the creature by surprise and subdue it. The unknown person intends to escape to report to his superiors, but does not have time. And the system notifies the hero that the heavenly inhabitant has been destroyed. After the victory, Khan approaches the high formation and touches the wall. As a reward for completing the mission, Dae-sung received the opportunity to lead Balak and some other creatures. The contented protagonist sits on the throne and mockingly talks about dragons, and tells the subservient creatures that he will call them when they are needed. Continuing to sit on the throne, the guy thinks that all he has to do is remove all the portals and earn money. In the association building, the newly emerged Level A portal is being monitored, and the first security measures are being taken. Puck comes to the observation room and asks if the new portal is similar to the one that appeared 5 years ago and destroyed the area around it, and the workers confirm this. The head of the department reports to the manager that that portal is definitely Level A. Puck orders all hunters to gather and ask for additional help from the World Hunter Organization. The head of the department nods and says that everything will be done. At the Pantheon, Khan checks information from the system about his level of implementation and does not understand why it is still so low. With sadness, the guy says that he will have to earn a few more skills. After thinking a little, Dae-sung decides to move to the Valley of Ants using the system. Meanwhile, a meeting is held in the Hunters Association building with all the important people. The department head welcomes everyone and says that a meeting is starting on ways to solve the problem of the A-level portal in Gangnam. At this point, the Korean police take Hwang to prison. The man is puzzling over who was able to kill Lee Sogu, because he is quite a strong opponent. And Hwang's student Shin is still in the hospital and not eating well. The nurse scolds the girl for not eating anything and adds that she will remove the IV since it is of no use. Shin ignores the nurse's words and thinks about the failed exam and regrets that he let his mentor down. The meeting continues in the association meeting room, and Ryu Jones, the head of the Fortress clan, reports that the hunter So has been missing for a whole month since she went to investigate. The deputy of the Marble clan, Chohan, reports that the head of his clan, also the 5th-ranked S-level hunter, is in Silicon Valley to develop aura weapons, but is preparing to return. The head of the association, having heard this, says that this time the Lysobek tandem will handle the protection. So Dong jokingly says that there is no other way out. If they can't stop the enemies, they will die. Lee Chong-shik says that he will go on a mission since Baek Haran promised him a date. A girl intervenes in the conversation and surprisingly reminds the blonde that she already went on a date with him and treated him to meat. Lee and Haran begin to argue, and Dong tells the association people that they need Level A volunteers for support. The workers begin to talk among themselves that if the Lysobek tandem manages to clear the Level A portal, this will be the first such case in Korea. Puck sums it up and orders to find 100 A-level volunteers and 10,000 ethers for the hunters. Those sitting at the table in the negotiation room begin to confer that the number of broadcasts is very large. Meanwhile, outside there is a broadcast notifying citizens of the danger. A large number of hunters are already gathering near the portal, at first not understanding why they are here. Lysobek is going to be the first to enter the portal, and Don encourages his partners that the sooner they finish this, the sooner Baek and Lee will go on a date. The brunette wishes his partners good luck, and the three of them enter the portal. Inside the portal, Dawn commands and tells everyone to check their equipment. Lee moves away from Baek, telling her to stay put. The girl reports to Dawn that Chun-shik has gone on reconnaissance. The brunette doesn't understand why the girl is reporting to him about Lee, because he can do it himself, but then leaves everything as it is. After analyzing the situation, Dawn orders squads of hunters. In reality, Ho is trying to call his friend Han and is annoyed that he does not answer the phone for so long. Dae-sung, who doesn't understand what happened, tells his friend about his move, and Ho says that there was an emergency. The guy tells Han that a level A portal has opened in Gangnam, and the association demands that all hunters go there. Dae-sung finds out that an emergency happened near his new home and wonders why so many people are collecting it. Ho explains that it was because of this type of portal that there was a big gap 5 years ago and the hunters then barely closed it. Khan leaves the house, intending to head to the desired point, and asks his friend if his rank will be raised if he can close the portal. Meanwhile, inside the portal, a huge number of blood wolves are running towards the hunters. The hunters begin to notice them from all sides and realize that they are surrounded. Ethers, which are used in battle, appear if you defeat monsters inside the portal. Humanity is heading towards collapse due to unequal development and many other problems. And it was at this time that ethers appeared that had the energy to change the time of people's disappearance to their lives. The important thing is that if you charge an aura weapon with ether and inject it into an awakened person, you can improve his skills. So ethers are very important. Knowing this, Dan commands and encourages everyone to accept the ether. The wolves are getting closer and closer, and the hunters, one after another, begin to take the ether. Lee Chang-shik approaches the crowd of hunters. The young man uses the technique of releasing aura over a wide spectrum. Dawn runs past Baek Harin, saying that Lee has attracted the attention of the wolves and the girl needs to cover her partners. The girl does not hesitate and says to trust her. Chang-shik continues to attract opponents. Dawn launches full ether activation. Lee, running past the brunette, tells his partner that he is now leaving the wolves to him. The man activates his technique and jumps out at the enemies, collecting lightning to strike them. The technique kills enemies one by one. Baek Harin activates his aura technique. The rest of the hunters rejoice. They see the girl's technique in action for the first time and feel it on themselves. Lee Chang-shik takes off and runs towards the remaining enemies, which motivates the rest of the hunters heading after him. Meanwhile, in reality, in a bad area in Korea, the remaining members of the Red Horse clan are dealing drugs. At some point, a man runs up to them shouting for everyone to run away. One man regrets that he came here. At this moment, a police car approaches the group, and the police notify that if anyone runs away now, everyone will be charged with illegal drug trafficking. The men pull out guns, planning to fight with the police. However, the police take no action. Suddenly, Jin from the Red Horse clan gets out of the car. The men from the clan are shocked that the guy survived and do not understand how this is possible. Jin extends his hand to them and tells them to follow him. Meanwhile, inside the portal, the hunters have finally dealt with all the wolves and are happy about it. Baek Harin heals Dawn's wounds with her technique, and he is glad that she helps them so much, and says with envy that she can go into portals all the time. However, the girl begins to explain to the man how difficult it is to use ethers, that it is very expensive, and in general, Dawn himself has taken money for ethers more than once and is still in debt. The man realizes with bitterness that Karin has started nagging him again. At this moment, somewhere nearby, one of the hunters finds Class B ether. But at that very moment, nothing blows his head off. A huge white wolf, larger than the ones the hunters had fought earlier, was approaching. In reality, broadcasts are being conducted near the portal, and it is announced that the situation is still tense. On the news, the presenter talks about how Lee So-baek hunters entered the portal and asks if they didn't clear the portal so quickly last time. The correspondent says that last time they really cleared the portal in a short time, but the current attack has been going on for 10 hours, and the association continues to gather A-level hunters from different clans. The head of the department asks the bespectacled blonde when hunters from the International Hunters Association should arrive, but she replies that there is no official answer yet. The man says that they are now in extreme limbo, since there is no way to contact those inside the portal. The girl says that military forces and hunters have gathered. Also, Chohan should arrive in 8 hours. The head of the department says that no one should stop trying to contact the other hunters inside the portal. Inside the portal, everyone is preparing to attack the boss. Lee flies straight at the huge wolf. The guy moves away from the enemy. The wolf wastes no time and attacks the guy, but Lee somehow dodges, but he is wounded. Dawn enters the battle, saying that the boss is not a failure if he is able to fight back. Chun-shik stands behind his partner, catching his breath. At this moment, Lee feels himself being treated by Baek Harin's technique, so he turns around to thank her. The girl says to leave gratitude for later, and now the most important thing is to solve the problem here. The guy smiles and charges the air to the fullest. Lee joins Don and uses the technique to defeat the wolf together. The boss makes one last attempt, but the hunters are still stronger. The wolf dies, and everyone is happy that Lee Chang-shik was able to kill him, and Don is indignant that the blonde got all the attention. Immediately after this, the hunters hear a strange, loud sound and do not understand where it comes from. Far ahead, the hunters see a huge horde of wolves and their leader. The red-robed leader is annoyed that someone has encroached on their land again. Many people start to get nervous, but Don shouts and orders everyone to gather. After a while, something begins to happen in reality. In the association building, everyone understands that the portal is beginning to rupture. The blonde with glasses doesn't understand how this is possible, since the hunters are still inside. The head of the association nervously says that it could be that the entire Lissobek team is dead. The man immediately commands to inform all reserve hunters of the country about the emergency. At this moment, the leader of the wolves emerges from the portal and orders the hunt to begin. At the gathering place for reserve hunters, Jin, a brunette from the Hunters Association, checks to see if the hunters from the Dom clan are there. Following this, the man checks to see if the hunters from the Chan clan are there. And after that, Jin reaches the Daesung clan. The main character responds and says that his level is A. Jin recognizes the guy as the hunter he was told to watch. The man explains that everyone was called to prevent the level A portal from rupturing. Khan says that they won't even be able to get close to the portal normally, and adds that it would be better for his friend to contact him now. Then Daesung realizes that he himself does not answer the phone the first time. Then, all the hunters turn their attention to the portal and see something happening. Khan is looking forward to the battle and is not afraid. An hour before the portal breaks, almost all the hunters are dead. Some hunters are still holding out. One young hunter barely defends himself from a white wolf. He begins to lose his grip and loses to his opponent. Not far from him is Don, who shouts to get ready if no one wants to become food for these dogs. The hunter immediately flies out and cuts off the wolf's paw. Chang-shik is already very tired and irritated, not understanding how much longer they need to hold out. Don remembers one artifact, the Absolute Protector. It was given to him by the head of the department. It is a development from Germany, made from an S-level core for counterattack. The man then thought about the cost of such an item. The head of the department says that the head received the item as a gift, and added that all hunters are like children to him, so let them return alive. Don listens to this and asks him to tell the manager that they will all try very hard. Inside the portal, Don gathers the people together and prepares to use the attribute. The man bends down to engage the protector. Everyone feels the strength and power of the item, and understands that it was used in the exam. The wolves begin to break through to the barrier, however. The protector pushes them away. Don is pleased with the development from Germany. At this moment, the leader of the wolves approaches the barrier, intending to destroy the defense. The creature jumps onto the barrier, but it pushes the enemy away. The hunters are glad that they cannot be reached so easily. One of those present asks Don what their plan is, to which the brunette replies that now they just need to hold out. Don explains that if something doesn't work out, you need to first stay alive and only then figure it out. Some hunters talk among themselves and come to the conclusion that there is no plan. It turns out that in the crowd of hunters, there is that same maniac who decides to change the situation with the portal. Outside, something begins to happen to the portal, and the leader of the wolves notices it. The outlines of the city can be seen in the portal. The creature approaches the teleport, sensing that beyond it he can find something to profit from. The leader, together with the white wolves, crosses the portal and runs into the military. Monsters overpower the armed forces and destroy drones. Because of this, the broadcast is interrupted, and people from the association cannot see everything that is happening outside. The head of the department orders to connect a high-level satellite screen and send reserve troops to the portal. Not far from the portal, on the roof, streamer Young is located, starting a live broadcast from a hotspot. The young man encourages himself that if he manages to capture interesting footage using a drone, he will become an eternal blogger. The guy turns to the audience, asking if they can see everything. In the chat, many people start talking about the fact that something is behind the streamer's back, but he doesn't believe it. However, when he turns around, the guy discovers a huge white wolf behind him. Young is paralyzed with fear. He backs away and screams. The creature rushes forward at the young man, but something cuts off his head. Young looks at his savior and sees Han Dae-sung. A moment later, the main character disappears, and Young, who has come to his senses, hurries to find the drone. Khan approaches the leader of the wolves and says that he does not understand at what point there were so many dogs in the residential area. The leader of the creatures attacks Dae-sung, but he blocks the blow. Meanwhile, crowds of people are evacuating to bomb shelters, wondering where all the hunters are. Some of them take out their phones and see live what is happening outside. Yan, who is still broadcasting, is surprised that he received a record number of viewers. For a second, the guy wonders if he should run away now. Meanwhile, in the broadcast room at the association, the blonde approaches the head of the department to show the broadcast. The man recognizes Daesung and tells him to put the broadcast on the screen. The workers recognize the guy who excelled in the exam. The head of the department does not understand what he forgot there alone. Meanwhile, outside, Han continues to fight the wolves. The creatures are preparing to attack the hero at once, but Daesung uses a technique and kills the wolves with fire. The leader of the monsters approaches the battle and orders them to clear other places, while he himself takes care of Khan. The guy is looking forward to the fight and jokingly says whether the monster can defeat him. The main character uses the summoning technique and creatures from hell come to his aid. Young sees a huge dragon and a formidable horseman appear in the real world and is amazed. In the broadcast room, association workers also see what is happening and are shocked. People get scared at the sight of the dragon and try to evacuate. Daesung orders the creatures to deal with the white wolves, while he himself takes care of the leader. The summoned dragon and rider deal with the creatures. The genie from the association, watching the creature, does not understand what is happening and why the dragon is behind them. Balark's shadow dismounts from the dragon, intending to finish off the white wolves, and is angry that these creatures dared to disturb the Lord. In the bomb shelter, more and more people are watching what is happening live, and in the end they are confused about who is on whose side. Chan Ho arrives at the broadcast hall and greets those present. The head of the department greets the young man and asks if Ho is exactly aware of all the events. The man asks the young man to tell him more about Han Daesung. Meanwhile, outside, the leader of the wolves asks Khan who he is. The main character mockingly says that the monster hardly has the right to know this. Daesung blocks a strong attack from the enemy. This did not affect the guy in any way. He calmly asks if the monster is finished in order to demonstrate its abilities in front of him. While the wolf defends himself with weapons, Jean mockingly asks if the boss of the level A portal is really a bald mongrel. Suddenly, the ruler moves behind Khan and the guy gets lost for a moment. The wolf enhances his abilities with an unknown technique. The main character turns to the enemy and prepares to attack. But instead, the leader of the wolves simply turns and runs away, which surprises the hero. While running away, the creature thinks about Khan's incomprehensible energy and decides that he and his wolves need to return to their territory. Immediately, Daesung catches up with the wolf, wondering why this creature runs on 2 legs instead of 4, as dogs are supposed to. The main character kicks the enemy and he loses his balance, but Daesung does not lag behind the wolf, saying that he did not allow him to come back. A summoned dragon flies to the aid of the main character. The creature catches up with the Wolf Lord and defeats him. Meanwhile, hunters emerge from the portal into reality. Dawn is annoyed that no one has arrived from the international organization. Karin quickly goes to the wounded, saying that he will try to help them here, and the rest who can still fight should go to the portal boss. The brunette heads to the boss, and Chanshik stops his partner, offering to prepare at least a little. But Dawn doesn't listen to him. When all the hunters left for the man, Karin was left alone to heal the wounds of the victims. But suddenly she heard a strange sound. Turning around, the girl sees a huge white wolf with her back. Before she can do anything, someone chops off the creature's head. Han Daesung appears next to Harin. The main character asks the girl if she is a hunter. Baek cannot understand why the guy is so strong, because even Lee is influenced by wolves. A moment later, Chang Shik appears and attacks Han. Karin shouts to his partner, not understanding what he is doing. Lee, slipping past Daesung, is shocked that he is an ordinary person. Stopping and turning towards the main character, Lee does not understand how the guy so deftly dodged his attack. The blonde apologizes to Khan, saying that he mistook him for a monster. Daesung wonders why Changshik accepted him and the monster. Lee explains that only monsters emit an aura like Han's, but even so, the guy feels stronger than them. To himself, the main character is surprised that there is a hunter who can read his demonic energy. Finally, Changshik introduces himself to the main character as the leader of the Joseon clan. After successfully closing the portal, Pak gathers S-rank hunters in his office and thanks them for their help. Don says that the chairman's gift came in very handy, and the protector saved the lives of many. Lee butts into the conversation, angrily asking how the monsters were able to get out through the portal in the first place. Harin keeps the conversation going, wondering about Daesung and how he became a powerful hunter so quickly. Pak reassures the hunters, saying that they can ask him about everything themselves, but now it's important to him whether they agree to accept Khan into S-rank. Don replies that this is unlikely to be necessary, because society has already accepted Daesung as a high-ranking hunter. Karin sadly says that she is for the promotion, but now the association will have such a strong hunter, and they will no longer be used. Chanshik agrees to the promotion, saying that there's no way around it. Pak is interested in the opinion of the last S-rank hunter, Chohan. An adult man in a red and white mask replies that Khan originally had such a high rank. Meanwhile, the surviving Yong begins a live broadcast and introduces the special guest of the broadcast, An Daesung. The blogger begins to ask the old man how he knows Han Daesung, and the man begins to tell his story of how he met. At this moment, the protagonist's friend Ho sees that the entire internet is filled with news about Khan. The guy understands that this is great luck for them. Dae-sung comes to Ho's office and his friend greets the hero. Ho praises Dae-sung, talks about how precious he is, and Han doesn't understand why Ho once told him to get lost. The guy explains, answering that he was just worried about his friend. Dae-sung drops the topic and asks why Hyo called him. A friend solemnly tells a friend that the time has come to pick up his S-rank license. Journalists from different countries crowded outside the association building, wanting to meet Han Dae-sung, who became famous throughout the world. Sometime later, a raspberry arrives at the main entrance of the building, with Han and Hwo emerging from it. Pleasant words are heard everywhere, and praise is given to the main character, and he notes that Chan-ho did not lie. A friend immediately appears next to Khan and tells him to wave to his fans. Reluctantly, the main character waves his hand, and joyful screams are heard around. Inside the association building, the guy is met by Pak and thanks for closing the A-rank portal, adding that he helped the association a lot. Sitting nearby, Ho replies that they were just doing their job. Puck asks his secretary to help with something. The girl brings a small chest with an S-rank hunter license card, and Hwo says that ordinary people do not receive such an honor. Puck congratulates the main character on his promotion to rank. The man also adds that now the association can help the guy in some matters, and Dae-sung asks again about this. Roman actively follows the news about Khan, and is angry with the main character. Park remembers Chohan's words that because of Han's high level, the association is unlikely to be able to refuse his request. After some thought, Dae-sung voices his desire to allow his summons to raid the portals on their own. Puck is shocked by such a request he can't even answer. One unknown girl is also following Han Dae-sung's successes. The girl from the Fortis clan is Ryo So, the fifth in the ranking of hunters. Young, with a bob and piercings on her face, Rue leaves the room and addresses her father Jones. The head of the Fortis clan is shocked that his daughter has left the room since she was locked there due to her social anxiety for 6 months. The girl tells her father that she has a request. The man is still in shock but does not interrupt his daughter. Meanwhile, many other hunters from other clans are angry that Khan might take their places. The hunters express their dissatisfaction with the head of the department. The man wearily notes that his worst fears have come true, and in general, no one knew that the main character would deal with all the portals so quickly. The head of one of the small clans says that because of Khan, they cannot even pay money to clan members normally, because they simply do not sell anything from the portals. The head of the department understands that he cannot do anything himself, and asks out loud what everyone wants from him. The hunters respond that it is necessary to limit Khan's rights so that they also have the opportunity to farm portals. The head of the department decides not to enter into an argument and says that he will try to solve the problem. Meanwhile, Dae-sung, in his new apartment, plays computer games and does not understand why he constantly loses. At some point, his friend Ho calls him. The guy is furious that Khan doesn't answer the phone the first time, to which the main character replies that he's just busy with important things. In the end, Khan comes to his friend's office, and he says that an order has been received to adjust portal tenders. Ho explains that now it will be possible to raid only certain portals, since many clans are in trouble because of Khan. Dae-sung is not angry and says that he was able to earn a lot of money this way. Ho says that they really earned a lot of money, and thanks to this, he managed to buy this building. Khan voices the idea of raiding only the most valuable portals. Ho thinks to himself that now Khan also has a business streak. Ho asks Han about the equipment. The main character wanted to sell it, but his friend says that this idea is not a very good one. However, Ho gives the idea to contact Pax, who would help with the equipment. Pax is an equipment expert and Huang's friend. Ho immediately says that Huang is now in prison, but Pax can be found in another way. At night, Shin-chon escapes from the hospital, ready to do anything to return to the hunters. Many hunters who contacted the head of the department raid the portal sea level. Sometime later, the portal is cleared and the hunters congratulate each other. At this moment, Jin from the Red Horse clan approaches them. Behind him are other clan members who are influenced by the guy, so he orders them to attack the hunters. They are preparing for battle against unknown opponents. However, the Red Horse clan soon defeats a group of hunters, and Jin uses the power of transformation. Thus, the guy changes his appearance to that of a long-haired hunter. On the news, the anchor talks about missing people across the country. Han's family is watching the broadcast, and Mom warns Jisoo not to top up anywhere in the near future. At this moment, the brother appears behind the sister and scares the girl, and the mother asks if her son is hungry. The woman asks what Dae-sung wants, and he replies that it's a lot of meat. Listening to the news, the main character is surprised by the story of the missing people. Sometime later, a sacrifice takes place in an unknown location. Roman, dressed in ritual clothing, pronounces special words. A moment later, other people in red cloaks appear in the place and swear an oath to the man. Roman says that it is very good that there's a person connected with Khan and Kansa. The man touches the head of one of those who came and orders him to eliminate Da-sung. The man in the red cloak is Jin from the Red Horse clan, glad that he can take revenge. Sometime later, many people are relaxing on the beach. Suddenly, a portal appears not far above the water and people begin to sound the alarm. The association has already taken measures and called hunters and the military, but a portal over water is always dangerous. The head of the department asks the blonde with glasses if she sent a message to all the hunters, and she confirms it. The girl says that the top 5 are taking part in the tender, and the boss is indignant at what they are thinking about. The girl objects, saying that the conditions are the same for everyone. The man is surprised that the tender conditions are the same. Meanwhile, Xiao Dong has arrived at the Daesung clan building, and Ho nervously receives him. The brunette tells the guy that he will beat around the bush and say it straight, so Ho listens to him. Hong says that he offers cooperation with his clan of ravens in clearing the portal that has appeared. Ho hesitates and doesn't know how to answer. At this moment, Li Changshik comes to them, and Ho is shocked that a hunter of such a level has come. Li turns to Don, not understanding why he is here, since he asked for time off to play with the children. Changshik also offers Ho cooperation with his clan. Chan Do is even more nervous about the proposal. Meanwhile, Baek Haran, in the Ocean Clan meeting room, says that he wants to help Han in gratitude for saving him. Correspondents present at the meeting announce a sensation about the rescue of Haran Khan. In the Marble Clan, the deputy head of the clan, Chohana, reports that he informed Khan about his readiness to provide his clan with a new aura weapon. The deputy, Chokan's elder brother, adds that he does not understand why they should raid the portals. Besides, other clan leaders also began to stir. Chohan suddenly says that he wants to watch. The brother does not understand what the head of the clan is talking about, but he explains that he is interested in power beyond S rank. Khan, meanwhile, is protecting his loved ones. He takes the most valuable things from them. The guy implants one summoned creature into these artifacts so that they awaken and protect his mother and sister. Invocations pledge an oath of protection to the Overlord. After this, Daesung leaves the Pantheon satisfied. Ryu appears in front of him and asks if the portal is the source of Han's power. Daesung looks at the girl and doesn't understand who she is and where she comes from. She replies that she is from the Fortis clan and gives her name. The guy teases the girl with the little one and asks how she knew where to look. The girl approaches the main character. Ryu says she looks like Daesung and asks him to help her. Khan does not want to listen to the girl and pushes her away. However, suddenly Ryu disappears. A doll remains in its place and Khan falls into a stupor. Immediately, demonic energy begins to emanate from the toy and the guy recognizes it. Sometime later, hunters arrive at the formed portal and see in the distance in the sky a huge dragon, which is approaching ever closer. Khan jumps off the summoned creature. The other hunters are happy to see the protagonist arrive. Not far from the main character, on the pier, sits Ryu, who seems to be driving away someone invisible from herself. After a moment, she falls silent, and Daesung approaches the girl, asking if she is from hell. The girl jumps up and agrees with the guy, glad that he understood her. Looking at Ryu's behavior, Han cannot understand what is wrong with her. The girl jumps around the main character, explaining that next to him the noise in her head stops. Before Ryu can finish his speech, Baek Haran suddenly appears nearby, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Ryu regrets that another huntress came and receives attention from Han. Haran announces that she has been appointed as the main character to support the main character. Turning around, the guy wearily notes that more and more bastards are making a ride on his hump. Ryu is mad that Daesung isn't paying attention to her anymore. Baek sees Ryu's condition and turns to her, saying that she was the one who healed the hunters who suffered because of Ryu and her cursed skill. Daesung turns to the girls, asking if they're done. Haran is surprised that the guy didn't even look, but from the side, and Ryu is happy that the main character took her side. Finally, the hunters disperse into boats and head towards the portal. Ryu is silently happy that she doesn't feel pain next to the main character. A long-haired hunter, whose appearance was taken by Jin from the Red Horse clan, follows Khan's boat. Swimming up to the portal, Karin notices that visibility is too poor and because of this they are vulnerable. Baek uses the light detection skill. The surrounding area becomes much brighter and the hunters thank Karin. The huntress warns the others that something is coming. Suddenly, small, cute-looking creatures approach the boats. The hunters relax, but a moment later a huge creature appears from the water. Queen Geiger. Karin gets scared and doesn't understand what it is. The cute creatures obey the monster and attack the hunters. Daesung, having assessed the situation, decides that he will return home quickly. But then he sees Geiger and quickly changes his mind. The guy decides to turn to Ryu. He tells the girl that if she helps him, he will help solve her problem. The girl does not believe her happiness and is sincerely happy. Daesung tells Ryu to calm down and asks her to get the monster out of the water. The girl smiles and promises to fulfill the order. Meanwhile, Khan contacts Karin via radio. At first, the huntress does not understand about the creatures on the approach that the guy was talking about. However, she soon sees large insects attacking the ships. Jin from the Red Horse clan sees the vulnerability of the hunters and decides that it is time to attack. The guy uses the power of stealth. Ryu, meanwhile, prepares to dive to fulfill Han's request. Some hunters from the Fortis clan are worried about the girl. Meanwhile, in a cafe, Ho meets the girl who approached him. A girl in a black cap greets the guy and says that she arrived just recently. Finally, Ho and Shin introduce themselves to each other. Inside the portal, Ryu swims up to the monster. The girl studies the enemy better. On the surface, Karin warns everyone to focus on the battle. Han, watching from afar, sees the boss emerge and suspects that Ryu did everything correctly. Taking out his weapon, the main character is looking forward to fighting. Using a technique that allows him to fly, Daesung is closer to the enemy. Khan uses a technique that creates a fireball aimed at the enemy. Satisfied that his opponent is almost defeated, Daesung talks to him mockingly. Ryu, seeing Han, is glad that the guy exceeded all her expectations. The girl privately believes that he will help her get rid of the annoying noise in her head. Ryu shouts to Han, reminding him of his help to her. Daesung tells her that she needs to wait. Karin continues to fight off large insects on ships. The hunters use aura weapons, and the girl asks to concentrate better. Other hunters approach Karin's ship, offering their help. The girl replies that she needs help for 11 o'clock. However, among the hunters there is Jin from the Red Horse clan, who leads them and proposes to kill Karin first. Approaching the huntress, who does not feel the guy behind her, Jin feels threatened. Han Daesung appears behind him. The main character is surprised that Heron is not finished yet. She replies that she is trying as best she can. Han approaches the girl without noticing Jin. Jin looks at Daesung and thinks that he has an opportunity to take revenge. The main character launches a burning technique to finish off his opponents. The technique is very large scale, and Baek pulls Daesung back, saying that he can harm people. Immediately, Jin begins to appear next to the hunters. Han calmly recognizes Jin and is surprised that he is still alive. The guy takes out a weapon against the main character. Jin loses his temper and begins to threaten the main character. However, something happens and a guy from the Red Horse clan falls overboard, but Khan doesn't pay attention to it. The other hunters begin to recognize Jin. Suddenly, dark tentacles and black smoke appear next to the ship, because of which nothing can be seen. The attack vessel in the back are protected by a force barrier. However, for a second the girl does not have time to defend herself, but she is saved by Khan, who intercepts the tentacle. Jin appears from the water, having received a new form of body and strength, and now he intends to take revenge on Khan. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Ho negotiates with Shin that if she helps, the Daesung clan will provide support to get Huang out of prison. The girl takes a business card and asks how she can help. Ho says they need to find out Professor Park's whereabouts. Shin replies that this information is confidential, and she needs to talk to the clan leader first. Meanwhile, in the portal, many hunters find themselves in the water because of Jin. Daesung fights with an enemy, and for a second he wonders if his technique could kill others. At some point, Jin catches Khan with the help of tentacles and screams that he will kill him. Karin, seeing this, gets in the way, and other hunters ask her what to do. Suddenly, the main character finds himself next to the hunter, and she does not understand how he moved so quickly. Daesung tells the other hunters to leave quickly if they don't want to die. Heading towards Jin again, the main character activates a powerful technique. Jin, watching the guy, loses sight of him for a moment. Suddenly, a ball created by Han appears right above the enemy's head, and Jin, in a rage, does not understand why Daesung is so strong. Because of the technique, Jin is defeated and shouts to the main character that even in hell he will curse him. Baekharan, Ryu, and other hunters watching the main character from the ship and are amazed by his strength. Khan receives a notification from the system stating that the entity has been received from Kansei. Sometime later, a ship of a clan of porters led by An Daesung floats up to the portal. Yan is also on board, filming the broadcast. The guy says that he has special content and introduces An Daesung. Approaching the portal, the streamer receives a large donation and thanks him for the translation. After the mission, Ryu and Han meet at the Fortis clan's training hall. The girl is angry at the guy for giving her a click instead of driving away the ghost, but Khan replies that in this way, he drove away the magic. The main character explains that this Maria is something like ether and asks where the girl got it from. Ryu replies with a smile that she entered the portal of awakening. Daesung doesn't believe the girl and asks again. Ryu smiles and asks Han to bend over. Daesung leans over and the girl whispers in her ear that sometimes a portal appears inside the portal with numbers that can awaken. She continues by saying that she wanted to awaken so badly that she entered it despite the danger. Khan wonders if a portal has even opened to hell. Suddenly, the guy receives a notification from the system that a quest has begun due to an invasion, and he gets mad about the news. The main character turns around and walks away from Ryu, saying that he has to go. Meanwhile, in the prison for hunters, they came to Huang. The man sits calmly and waits to be released. Shinchon came to the prisoner and greeted the leader. The head of the clan smiles and says that he is glad to see the student healthy. Huang told the girl that Park could help her restore the destroyed aura reservoir, but the Red Horse clan was involved in this. Leaving her mentor, the girl is angry at the Red Horse clan for what they did to her. Meanwhile, Khan comes to the Pantheon with a servant and does not understand why the system is notifying about this. Ryu immediately appears behind her and Daisung gets scared, not understanding how she got here. The girl says that she wants to handle magic just as well and asks Khan to teach her. After receiving information about Ryu from the system, Daisung thinks that he accidentally made her a servant when he put the seal. Looking at the girl, he decides what to do. A moment later, the main character grabs the girl by the hand and summons a portal to the domain of the Ghost King. The guy and Ryu begin to be transported to a new location. Finding himself in a new place, Daesung finds himself chained to a wall. Ryu immediately appears in front of the guy. Next to them there is a table on which various tools lie. Daesung turns to the student and asks her to unlock the shackles. Ryu asks why Han can't break the shackles with magic, but the main character says that his magic is being blocked. Ryu smiles and says he will try. A moment later, the shackles collapse, and the main character asks how the girls did this. Ryu smiles and says that she looks like she fits in here. Looking at Ryu, Han realizes that her skills seem to have improved. On the contrary, after a while, sounds are heard and Daesung says that the jailer has come. A ghost collector walks along the corridors of the room. Ryu asks Han if she can deal with him. Daesung recognizes the creature and looks at it. In reality, at this moment, Shin meets with Ho and says that he will take him to Park's laboratory. In his laboratory, Roman looks at the results of experiments that do not please him. However, the man is not upset, since he still has enough good samples. Looking at the camera feed, Roman sees Ho and Shin approaching in a car. The man is glad that he can get an A-rank hunter and the leader of the Daesung clan right away. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon, Ryu uses his techniques to attack the collector. The girl attacks her doll and all the wounds are shown on the jailer. The enemy becomes noticeably weaker due to the effects of magic. The collector dies, and the girl is glad that in this place her powers are really stronger. Daesung interrupts the student, telling her to prepare for the tests more difficult. Immediately, Ryu asks the guy how he learned about her skill. Having moved to a new place, the main character notices that he has already walked this route. Han turns to Ryu and asks him to give him his doll. He takes the girl's artifact and says that he will go ahead and call the student when necessary. Ryu is touched, thinking that the main character is moving on because he is worried about the dangers. And Daesung thinks to himself that he cannot stand listening to the girl anymore. As Han leaves, he thinks that mentioning that the tomb caretaker is restoring his strength is a trap, and messing with him will only lead to delay. Having thought everything over, the main character rushes forward. A blackthorn immediately follows the guy, and Daesung knows that contact with him further reduces the speed. If possible, Han speeds up and sees the soul collector ahead. Having slipped past the enemy, Khan sees an exit ahead. However, Daesung is again overtaken by the enemy, and he tries to hide from him. A thorn tree is immediately shown approaching the main character, and Khan tenses up. Daesung gets confused and the thorn tree ties him up. Meanwhile, in reality, Shin and Ho arrive at the right place, and the guy, getting out of the car, notes that it was not easy to find him. Shin agrees, answering that she herself has only been to this place once. Approaching the elevator, Ho is surprised that it is so big, and the girl replies that it wasn't like that before. Roman comes out of the elevator and introduces himself as Professor Park's assistant. In the Pantheon, meanwhile, Ryu is sitting and waiting for the main character, when suddenly she hears him calling her. Khan shouts that he called her several times, and asks her to quickly exchange for a doll. The girl gets up and is about to fulfill Daesung's request. Ryu quickly teleports to the right place and finds himself right in front of the monster. She is not lost and grabs the doll to attack the soul collector. However, the monster is Khan in disguise, and the guy warns the girl that he is not dangerous. To Ryu's question about why the guy has such an appearance, Daesung does not answer and is about to open a secret passage. A passage down into the dungeon opens before the heroes. Having descended, the hero discovers the King of Ghosts below, and the system notifies Khan of the danger of the enemy. Peeking out from behind the cover, Daesung regrets that he and Ryu were late. The creature ahead reads special spells and does not yet see the main character with the student. Khan explains that the king has already become a puppet of the heavenly powers, so it is now more difficult to kill him. After studying Ryu's characteristics, Daesung increases the level of one instant death technique, and the girl feels it. The main character explains that now Ryu, after using the technique, will not die, but will lose consciousness. The girl confirms that she now feels much stronger. Han points Ryu to the Ghost King and tells him to use the technique on him. The guy encourages Ryu, saying that she will succeed. The girl grabs her doll and is about to use instant death on her opponent. Daesung thinks to himself that if things don't work out, he'll have a hard time, so it would be better if Ryu succeeded. The girl, meanwhile, has prepared everything necessary and is now piercing the doll with a special needle. This immediately reflects on the Ghost King, and he falls down. Khan is happy that his student succeeded. Ryu herself, after using the technique, faints and does not react to the guy in any way. Coming out of his hiding spot, Khan uses his full buff to finish off his opponent. When approaching the Ghost King, the protagonist uses blood naturalization. The enemy had already woken up, and Khan noticed that he was using the Blade of Sin to finish off the hero. However, the King of Ghosts thrusts a weapon into Daisung, and the hero does not expect this. The opponent pronounces the technique of summoning a living soul. Thus, the main character disappears and enters the Ghost King's weapon. In reality, another hunter is approaching Roman's laboratory. Shin warns Roman that she forgot to warn about another person who will arrive here. The man looks at the girl and tenses, asking who she's talking about. After parking, Chohan gets out of the car and approaches Ho and Shin. The girl introduces the hunter, the head of the Marble Clan, and says that he has arrived to collaborate with Professor Pak. Roman notes that they should have warned about the arrival of such a person. Chohan replies that he admires Professor Park and his inventions. Roan thinks to himself that the S-rank hunter fell on his head at the wrong time, but nevertheless, he friendly introduces himself as Puck's assistant. Chohan addresses Ho and welcomes him here, to which the young man also responds in a friendly manner. Shin interrupts the men, saying that now everyone is assembled and they can go to Professor Park. Roman looks at the girl and notices that she has good instincts, since she also took a hunter with her, and imagines that he will definitely kill her and turn her into a monster. Nevertheless, having brought the visitors to the laboratory, Roman asks to wait for the professor in this place. Roman leaves, and Ho says that the atmosphere in the laboratory is not comfortable. While Ho and Shin are looking around, Chohan hands them 2 bracelets, aura protectors. Chohan adds that it is best to wear them on the wrists. The girl and the young man take the protectors and thank the hunter. Shin shares with Ho that Leader Huang advised taking Chohan with him to the laboratory for safety's sake. Ho thinks to himself that he completely forgot about this hunter, and should ask him for help in modifying the aura weapon. Suddenly, something starts to happen in the room, and Chohan warns that it is a trap. The door to the laboratory is knocked down and monsters rush inside. Chokan rushes forward with a weapon, protecting the young. The hunter skillfully wields a sword and defeats the orcs running straight towards them. When the monsters are finished, Shin and Ho approach Chohan and thank him. The man notices that the room has an extremely nasty stench. Roman, watching the hunters on cameras, happily notes that those who inhale the gas will not be able to avoid other monsters. Anticipating what will happen next, he's going to release stronger opponents. Meanwhile, the main character finds himself inside the soul blade of the Ghost King. Many souls who have been inside the weapon for a long time see Daisung and head towards him. The main character mockingly looks at the souls and is about to absorb them. Meanwhile, the Ghost King discovers Ryu lying unconscious. The creature is about to kill the girl, but he cannot take control of his body and stabs himself with a sword. The Ghost King hears Khan's voice in his head and does not understand what is happening. A moment later, the monster itself begins to penetrate the blade. Returning back, Khan sadly notes that each quest has its own problems. Someone begins to appear in front of him, and the guy wearily asks that nothing is over yet. An unknown deity appears in front of the main character and asks Khan who he is. A notification appears in front of Daesung that the deity is a heavenly resident, and the guy tells the creature that she herself broke into someone else's house. The creature asks Khan if he is the ruler above all the creatures in hell. The deity gets angry and attacks the main character, but he skillfully dodges. Reacting quickly, Daesung cuts off the Sky Dweller's hand. In his head, Khan begins to hear the voices of the inhabitants of hell, begging to wash away their shame with revenge on heaven. The guy gets angry and shuts up the voices, saying that he will figure everything out himself. The deity turns to Daesung and asks how he can be the main one in hell and communicate with its creatures if he is not the main deity. The guy clings to the creature's words about the main deity and asks her about it. Unexpectedly, the heavenly resident is chained by the heavenly apostles who suddenly appeared, and the creature asks for forgiveness for his mistake. 3 unknown people are silent and ignore the requests of the heavenly resident. Khan, watching what is happening, wonders what happened. However, no one pays attention to the guy, and he begins to get angry with the celestial beings. Having prepared himself, Daesung rushes towards the unknown creatures. With one blow, Khan demolishes 3 apostles, and the celestial being is shocked at how unfit they are. Immediately, the creature's previously cut-off hand makes itself felt, and blood appears. While the system notifies Khan that the quest is completed, and he has become stronger, the heavenly resident noticeably weakens, and the main deity rejects him. The creature changes in appearance and looks more and more like an ordinary person. A moment later, the heavenly inhabitant completely turns into a weak baby. Daesung, seeing this, does not understand what happened. Soon, only a golden egg remains in the creature's place. Taking the artifact, Khan wonders what he should do with it now. The system immediately notifies the hero that when transforming the egg, you can get a creature that will follow the guy, and he begins the transformation. While the transformation operation is taking place, Da-sung thinks that maybe this will help him understand something. Meanwhile, in reality, in the laboratory, Ho and the others are fighting off monsters, and the young man does not understand why this is all. Shin replies that Professor Park is most likely in trouble. Chokan, standing in front, carefully monitors the situation and protects the young from monsters, calling for silence. A mutated monster with 2 heads is approaching the hunters. The creature jumps down to Chohan and the others, saying that it has not seen people for so long. Ho and Shin ask Chohan what it is. With horror, the elder hunter replies that this is an experiment on merging a person with a monster. Looking at Shin, the monster says that she is very beautiful and hopes that she will become the head next to him. The girl gets angry and takes out a gun to shoot the creature. However, after a burst of shots, the monster smiles as if the bullets had done nothing to him. Chohan immediately attacks him with his weapon. The monster mockingly says that the attack was without warning. Chohan does not stop attacking and uses a technique that will destroy one of the monster's heads. The remaining head begins to get angry, shouting that he does not understand how the hunter dared to kill his pet. The monster becomes inflamed and prepares to attack back. Chokan, running towards the enemy, notices the weapon and notices the last moment. He is thrown aside, so now Shin will fight him. The monster laughs and says that it looks like the professor will have to attach a new head to him. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, the Khan cracks an unusual egg. From it emerges a tiny creature with wings that looks like a fairy. The creature greets its new owner, but Ryu does not understand that the fairy is addressing her. Daesung looks at the creature and asks him to tell him about heaven. The fairy apologizes and says that she has no memories associated with them. The main character gets angry, takes out a weapon, and says that the creature is simply useless. However, a student appears in front of him, asking him not to kill the fairy. The girl whispers to the creature to show the Khan what she can do, and thus she will stay alive. At first, the creature does not understand what to show him, but a moment later, he calls for a heavenly store. Ryu smiles and says that this is some kind of cool ability. Huge counters with various artifacts appear next to the heroes. Han examines the goods and sees a diary of the future, and the creature explains to him that this item provides information regarding the coming future. Having acquired the item, Daesung begins to study the information from it. Seeing the future that concerns his friend in the laboratory, the guy gets angry. A moment later, the main character and Ryu return back, and the guy hopes that the girl will get home on her own. Ryu asks to go with him, but Daesung shoos her away. The girl once again asks him to take her with him, but Khan turns around and sternly asks him not to repeat his words twice. In the laboratory, Shin continues to restrain the monster. At some point, Chohan comes to his senses. It turns out that the hunter is a cyborg, and his body consists almost entirely of replaced parts. The man gets up and gets angry at the monster. With new strength, Chohan rushes at the creature and hits it. The monster does not expect such an attack, and the man continues to beat him. Using more powerful techniques, the hunter destroys the monster. Shin and Ho come up to Chohan from behind, asking how he is. Huo thinks to himself that the hunter actually wrote aura weapons all over his body. Turning to the guy and girl, Chohan says that he needs time for his body to restore the charge of the etheric core. Ho says out loud that the situation is disgusting and they seem to be dancing to the tune of the bastard Roman. Roman sees from the cameras that the hunters were able to cope with his monster, and regrets that he will have to release another one. He presses a special button, regretting it, because he planned to catch the hunters relatively unharmed. While Chohan is regaining his strength, Ho silently hopes that he will not die next to a hunter of such a high rank. But before the guy has time to say anything out loud, a laboratory compartment opens not far from them, and another monster emerges from it. Roman, looking at the hunters, thinks that he needs to take at least parts of their bodies before the summoned Goatman tears them to shreds. Shin quickly assesses the situation, and believes that the monster is on the level of a monster. Chohan agrees, adding that Goatman is supposedly S-rank. Hearing this, Shin and Ho look at the enemy in shock. Meanwhile, the monster is slowly approaching the hunters. Chohan rushes to attack, but Goatman dodges. The creature intercepts the hunter's hand, and Chohan realizes with horror that he is inferior in speed to the monster. Goatman deftly tears off the hunter's arm up to the elbow and throws the body further away from him. Shin rushes into the attack, intending to wound the monster. However, the creature throws the girl away, but the protector on her arm protects Shin from severe injuries. Chohan comes to his senses and uses one hand to direct his power against the enemy, but Goatman is stronger. The creature intercepts the hunter and is about to finish him off, when suddenly Ho's cry is heard from the side. The monster is distracted by someone else's voice and approaches the young man. However, Ho is not very afraid of him and says out loud that he knows a person who can defeat the monster. Goatman raises his hand to strike, and Ho closes his eyes, preparing to receive the blow. However, a shadow wall of summoned creatures appears right in front of the guy. Khan emerges from it and looks at Goatman. Shin also pays attention to the main character and recognizes him. With a smile, Daesung turns to his friend, glad that he is still alive. Ho smiles and asks why he would die, since he has an S-rank sense. However, the friends immediately react to the monster that is approaching Shin. Goatman was about to kill the girl, but Han's technique did not allow him to do this. Daesung smiles and uses his stealth skill to attack. Goatman doesn't see Khan, so he attacks everything. The monster uses sound to weaken its enemies, and Ho and Shin need to cover their ears to avoid going deaf. At some point, Goatman finds Han. Roman, seeing that Han Daesung has come to the rescue, is furious. A man presses a special button on the control table that will help him defeat the hunters, but regrets it. Roman releases particularly dangerous chimeras, so you need to leave the building as soon as possible. Calmly approaching the elevator, the man notes that even Khan can't get out of here. In the room where the heroes are, a countdown system is activated and no one understands what is happening. Khan, on the contrary, is furious that there is too much crap everywhere. The laboratory compartments open one after another, and a variety of monsters come out. Ho is horrified and wonders how many people were experimented on in the laboratory. Chohan, who came to his senses, says that all these monsters were created by amples of awakening. Ho, seeing the state of the elder hunter, tells the main character that he will have to deal with all the monsters. Looking around the room, Daesung notes that he could melt everything inside. Therefore, the guy transports everyone with the help of technology to the domain of the King of Ghosts. Ho and Shin look in shock at the change of territory, and are surprised at Han's abilities. Chohan is also surprised, realizing how strong the main character is. Daesung calmly orders the army of the undead to rise. Hordes of warriors appear behind the guy, including the King of Ghosts himself. Khan orders them to exterminate all enemies in the territory. While Khan's warriors are fighting with their opponents, the main character himself tells his comrades that they are safe. Roman suddenly discovers that he has stopped and sees a hole in the ceiling. Khan emerges from it and greets the man with a smile. Going down to his cabin, Daesung reproaches him for setting monsters and trying to escape. Roman is not at a loss and says that Khan met all his expectations and can kill him. Daesung grabs the man by the collar and asks what he's up to, but Roman doesn't understand what he's talking about. Khan changes his mood and tells the man that he recently received an interesting ability. The main character uses a special technique and penetrates Roman's consciousness. In flashbacks, Roman was previously overtaken by an unknown deity with a strange eye. The serum Sogu used was given to him by Toli from Roman. For his good service, the man was given the body of Hans, so after death he will be able to rise with a new body. Daesung, having looked through all the man's memories, completes his influence on Roman. The guy looks at the man and says that he is such a scum, since he sacrifices people in order to obtain a long-lasting body. Daesung smiles and says that a man doesn't deserve to die like that. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, there is 1 minute left before self-destruction, but a creature similar to Goatman enters the room. It inserts a special key to stop the planned self-destruction. The creature stops and does not understand what happened here. Suddenly, the door to the laboratory bends and Khan enters. The guy sees Goatman and prepares to kill him. However, the monster does not show aggression and asks who Khan is. After Khan ignores the question, Goatman introduces himself as Puck. Khan is surprised and asks the creature again. Sometime later, everyone gathers in the laboratory office, and Park says that Leader Huang was imprisoned due to his fault. The creature adds that he must be released soon because there is a lot of evidence pointing to his assistant's illicit connections with the Red Horse clan. Ho carefully asks Shin if Park is really in front of them. The girl, after thinking a little, replies that the voice is similar. Chohan looks at Park and cannot believe his eyes that the professor has completely merged with the monster without losing his mind. Puck turns to the older hunter and says that he has been very successful in replacing body parts with aura weapons. And the professor asks Shin if she came to solve problems with the aura reservoir, and the girl confirms this. Park says that in her case it makes sense to resort to fusion ampules, but complete recovery is difficult to guarantee. However, Daesung interrupts Park and Shin's conversation, asking if the professor wants to tell him something. The guy asks what the professor was doing while something incomprehensible was going on in the laboratory. Park says that he became the first example of the fusion because he believed that the usual awakening of the aura was not enough. Therefore, Pak and his assistant decided to conduct an experiment to merge a person with a monster. However, the assistant and Park had different goals in the experiment. Therefore, they failed. But in case the experiment failed, an automatic transition to hibernation was configured. Ho asks Park if his current image doesn't mean the experiment is a success. The professor explains that due to the strong impact on the hibernation apparatus, the original body died. Ho begins to ask Pak more about the device, but Han interrupts him. The main character desperately says that apparently the professor knows nothing about Hans's base. Everyone present asks the guy which people from Hans are we talking about. Khan explains that they are the ones who create portals from another world and summon monsters. Sometime later, Roman regains consciousness in another place. The man is chained to the table and, realizing his situation, shouts to Khan, demanding that he simply kill him. A soul collector immediately appears next to the man. Roman is nervous and tries to get out of the trap, but he doesn't succeed. The monster says with pleasure that he will enjoy the separation of the dirty body from his soul. Meanwhile, the main deities gather in the Kansei wormhole. Elheim, Lord of the East, declares that injustice has happened again in the East. Wolf, the Lord of the North, asks Elheim for details. Karina, Lord of the West, shares the news that Japanese hunters have recently conquered a top-rank portal. The ruler of the South, Azar, is waiting for Elheim to quickly finish the news. Elheim says he lost 2 of his cameramen in Korea. Colleagues ask the creature more about the incident in Korea. Elheim says that he is requesting the deployment of a high-ranking operator to deal with the insolent person from Korea. Azar gets up from the table and says that he will deal with him himself. Elheim stops his colleague, asking if he has ever wondered why he didn't go in person. Azar does not calm down and asks if anyone really thinks that he cannot cope with the awakened aura. Elheim explains that someone from Korea is not just an awakened person with an aura. Meanwhile, in reality, Park from the association is calling a meeting. After listening to information from Khan, the man asks what it turns out that unknown people from Kansei are kidnapping people and creating portals. The head of the department confirms this. Puck says that if others find out about this, there will be chaos. The man adds that just the smell of reporters is already giving him a migraine. Park appeals to the head of the department, demanding that Jinky be entrusted with the secret investigation. Meanwhile, Huang is released from the hunter prison. He is greeted by Shin Chon with tears in his eyes. The mentor warmly greets his student. The girl says that someone would like to meet Huang. Getting into the car, Huang is greeted by Professor Park. The man is frightened by the appearance of his old friend, saying that he knew that sooner or later he would get into something. Huang gets into the car and continues to wail, to which Park asks him to stop. When they leave, the friends still continue to make fun of each other. Later that night, the serial killer is still rampaging through Korea. He finds a lonely girl and she asks what he needs. Before the maniac has time to answer, someone flies out from the side and strikes with a knife, but the villain dodges. Jong-woo came to the girl's aid, and I am amazed that he was able to identify the maniac. The young man tells the girl to turn to Jin from the association for reinforcements. The maniac looks at the hunters with disappointment and notes that he has fallen into a trap. Jung-woo, looking at his opponent, does not understand why he is so relaxed. The maniac smiles and mockingly asks the young hunter if it was he who slaughtered his mentor in the building of the Red Horse clan. Jung-woo is nervous, but continues to monitor his opponent's behavior. At some point, the guy breaks down and rushes at the enemy. The maniac notes with a smile that the hunter is too weak and could not even kill Lee Sogu. Jung-woo doesn't stop and says that Seogu will kill him instead. The maniac grins and rushes at Chanwoo, killing him in an instant. The head of a young hunter is cut off by enemy equipment and weapons. Turning to look at the corpse, the maniac remembers that he was ordered not to kill people from the association. But then, he remembers that Roman, who gave him orders, will no longer be able to do this. Laughing and realizing that he is now on his own, the maniac leaves. At the association, the department head watches the video Jung-woo filmed before his death. The man realizes that now they know the enemy by sight. The head of the department asks if the identity of the maniac has been established, and Jin from the association explains that it is Cho, who was active 3 years ago. After analyzing the situation, Jin adds that most likely, the organization from Hans lured many hunters to its side. The boss asks about Jeek from the portal search team. Jin explains that it looks like Professor Park's assistant is a fake, but according to Ho, he is dead. The head of the department tells his subordinate to reveal information about Hans to the S-rank hunters. The man also says to attract all the hunters of the association to catch the enemy. Meanwhile, Ho meets with Don and the hunter says he'll get straight to the point. Ho is nervous, not understanding why the hunter came this time, but listens carefully to Don. The man asks if Ho knows about the Nadezhda shelter and the guy confirms this. Don is glad that the conversation will be easier, and gets to the point by saying that he does not have enough funds for the new project. Eventually, the man and the young man come to an agreement, and Don says that Do can count on his help at any time. Ho says that they haven't decided anything yet, and he needs to discuss everything with Khan, to which Don agrees. As he leaves, the hunter tells them to try to make a decision as soon as possible. Ho, after Don leaves, is surprised that he needs to donate 400 billion to develop the project. Meanwhile, Lee Chung-shik is jogging. Suddenly, a tall, dark-skinned man with dreadlocks appears in front of him. The hunter stops and looks at the stranger, asking who he is. Instead of answering, the man attacks the young man. Chung-sik quickly reacts and retreats, telling the man that his attacks are weak. Lee attempts to hit the enemy, but he manages to block the hunter in time. The fight stops for a second, and the black man says in English that Chang-shik is tough. Immediately, the stranger pronounces the name of the technique. The man immediately rushes at Chang-shik, and he realizes in horror that he cannot move. the stranger raises his fist to strike the young man. At the last moment, Lee moves to protect his face and block the blow. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, Don explains to his subordinates the details of the plan to improve the orphanage. The subordinate asks the hunter if the Daesung clan is capable of donating such an amount. The man explains that by protecting S-rank portals, a person gets a lot of money, so there is no need to worry. Suddenly, Don turns his attention to the window. The man feels someone's presence. The hunter rises from the table and tells his subordinate to begin the evacuation. At first, the girl doesn't understand why the man is so wound up, but Don doesn't have time to explain. A tall blonde man approaches the shelter building. Don immediately attacks him with a weapon. However, the stranger reacts in time and blocks the attack. Having moved away, Dong feels the strength of the enemy, since he was blocked. But this does not frighten the man at all, on the contrary. He is happy to train in battle here, since there are no free portals. An unfamiliar blonde attacks Don. However, the enemy's technique is unusual and his attack stops next to Don. At first, the hunter does not understand what it is, but then he realizes that perhaps it is hell. Meanwhile, at his home, Ryu creates a Chucky doll from Han's hair. The small creature, similar to the iconic doll, still has similarities with the main character. Daesung, who is in the pantheon, feels a strange sensation, but does not pay attention to it. Meanwhile, an unknown woman approaches Ryu's house, intent on quickly completing her assignment. Ryu yawns at home and thinks he wants to sleep. The girl falls asleep right on the living room floor with a doll in her hands. Meanwhile, a stranger gets inside the house. Taking out a staff, she says that now there is an altar of death in this place. However, right there, the unfamiliar woman senses someone else's presence. In front of her is a doll created by Ryu. The woman looks at the creature and mockingly asks what kind of ugly doll it is. The doll licks the knife and is angry that she was called ugly. The stranger activates a technique to kill the creature. At some point, the technology overtakes the doll and it begins to rage even more. Gathering its strength, the creature rushes forward at the woman. The stranger is about to activate a barrier to protect herself. However, the doll jumps right on the woman and she does not have time to do anything. The creature begins to stab the stranger with a knife, thus killing her. Meanwhile, in the association's broadcast room, reports of ruptures throughout the city are appearing everywhere. News has emerged about Don and Changshik's confrontation with unknown forces. The head of the department nervously realizes that most likely the creatures from Kansei attacked. The man gives the order to send a group to help Dong, and Lee will help the Joseon clan. At this point in the park, the black man continues to fight with Changshik and notes that the Korean hunters are holding up well. Lee gets angry and sends his opponent. The stranger says it's time to end here, so he summons the Colossus technique. The young hunter feels that his body begins to be drawn towards the enemy. Suddenly, for a moment, the man's influence on Changshik ceases. Baek Haran immediately appears, having come to Lee's aid, and asks why this world-famous hunter cannot fight back on his own. The guy thanks the girl for her help and says that he is her big debtor. Karin turns around and says that they are here on call, and asks if this unknown person is from Kansei. Changshik doesn't understand what Haran is talking about, and she asks if the guy saw the notification to all hunters about haunts. The enemy loses patience and rushes at the hunters. Beck reacts to the attack and uses a shield, but everyone senses the stranger's powerful aura. Changshik shouts to the people from his clan and demands to give him his weapons. The assistants give the guy his sword, and the hunter says that now he will definitely deal with the enemy. The unfamiliar man thinks for a second that he spent too much time here and didn't even catch the real target. Therefore, the enemy immediately disappears, and Lee feels tired and faints. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, the children are hidden in a bunker and are worried about Don. One of the orphans believes in his mentor, as he considers him the best hunter in Korea. Outside, meanwhile, Don continues to fight off an unknown enemy. The man wonders why he cannot see at least one opportunity to respond to the enemy. The enemy does not look tired and says that the time has come to finish with Don. The hunter, already quite tired, wonders what the enemy is up to again. The stranger activates Bloody Rain and uses the thunderstorm skill. Lightning appears around the hunter, protecting him from the rain. However, the hunter's technique is significantly weaker than the stranger's, and Don is severely injured. The enemy, looking at Don, feels that the hunter has exhausted him. Because of Don, the stranger had to use all the power of the Colossus of Blood. Meanwhile, Ryu wakes up at her home and uses the blood memory technique to try to understand what happened while she was sleeping. Next to the girl lies a Hana doll, which Ryu also brings to life. Having received the necessary information, the girl realizes that the doll saved her and thanks the creature. The evening news reports an attack on Lee Changshik and Dong by unknown assailants. The mother in charge watches the broadcast and says that her son has not been home for several days, and suddenly something happened to him. While the woman is looking for her phone, her sister comes up and asks why mom is not sleeping. And in general, Chan-ho said not to worry about his brother. Mom looks at her daughter and asks when she last talked to her brother. Jisoo rubs her eyes and says that she doesn't know, and in general, she doesn't need to know that. While the mother scolds her daughter for treating her brother this way, someone unknown is standing on the roof of their house. It turns out that this is a maniac who was spying on Khan's mother and sister. The villain goes down to the window of Daesung's mom's room and prepares to break the glass. However, as soon as it touches the surface of the window, a strong barrier is felt. The pendant containing one of the protectors summoned by Khan awakens. The maniac is furious that the main character has foreseen everything. Before he can do anything, he is pierced by someone else's weapon. The defender appears from the window and is angry that someone disturbed the hero's mother's sleep. The maniac looks at the call with horror and is surprised that it appears even without Khan. The villain addresses the call and says that he will explain everything now. But the call is not going to listen to the maniac and says that the overlord himself will interrogate him. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon, Daesung had almost completely completed the realization of his body and powers. Khan's appearance changes. He regains his blonde, ashy hair and is glad that his old self has returned. Immediately, Khan hears the voice of one of the calls, saying that he has caught the intruder. The maniac finds himself shackled in a new place and does not understand where he is. Daesung comes to him and receives notifications from the system congratulating him on the completion of the implementation. The main character stops next to the intruder. Finally, Daesung turns his attention to the maniac, who is already very nervous. Khan turns to the villain and asks who is the master of the maniac. Meanwhile, at the southern altar of Khan's, Elheim receives his envoys. An unknown blonde man and a man with dreadlocks report to the creature, saying that they have almost gotten rid of their targets. The blonde asks his partner, because he didn't completely kill Chan-shik, but the dark-skinned man begins to make excuses. Elheim gets up from his seat and says that Guzman is dead and Sagat is missing. The men begin to talk among themselves about how this happened. Elheim interrupts them, saying that he will give them the power of an apostle. With the help of an unusual eye, the creature orders its charges to kill Han Daesung. Lee Chang-shik is in the hospital after an attack by unknown people. When the young man regains consciousness, the association employees demand that the manager be informed about this. At first, Chan-shik himself does not understand where he is. A girl from his clan asks how the hunter is feeling. The young man gets up from the bed, but the girl hurries to stop him, since the hunter is still very weak. Chan-shik asks where Baek Heron is, and the girl replies that the huntress is with Dawn now. Other employees talk among themselves about how Lee shouldn't have found out about this. Chan-shik butts in and asks what happened to Dong. Those talking among themselves fall silent and do not know how to tell the news to Lee. Finally, they tell the young man that after a sudden attack by unknown people, Dawn is in a critical situation. Chan-shik gets scared and doesn't believe these words. Despite the prohibitions, Lee gets out of bed and plans to find a partner. He barks at a girl from his clan, asking where Dawn lies. Karin is in Dawn's room trying to restore it with his own efforts. And Jin from the association says that most likely this is enough. Karin is nervous and tries to bring Dawn to consciousness. Chang-shik bursts into the room and addresses Dawn. The man is unconscious and unresponsive. Chang-shik approaches Jin, and he replies that Dong is in a coma and is brain dead. Lee is furious and angry at the people who came from Hans. Jin confirms and says that the association is doing everything to track them down. Immediately, Jin receives a call about the emergence of an S-rank portal. Everyone in the association is shocked by this news. The head of the department understands that 2 high-rank hunters will not be able to come to the rescue due to injuries. Chohan restores the aura mechanisms, and Ryu and Baek are auxiliary-type hunters. The man orders a red alert, and all registered hunters to be mobilized. The head of the department understands that there is still one way out of the situation. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon, Khan penetrates the mind of a maniac. The main character sees all the memories associated with Hans. Having finished, Khan remembers that Elheim is in charge. In reality, there are broadcasts everywhere warning of danger from an S-rank portal. A large number of military equipment and hunters are sent closer to the portal. The news also reports that 2 of the strongest high-ranking hunters will not be able to come to the rescue due to injuries. At the main character's house, Jisoo comes out with a suitcase, and her mother doesn't understand why she needs it. The girl explains that chaos is happening and we need to leave quickly. Mom says that they can't go anywhere because Han hasn't returned home yet, and Jisoo says that his brother is already strong. Han immediately returns home and his mother and sister are surprised by his appearance, and Daesung himself asks where Jisoo and his mother are going. The sister explains to her brother that a high-rank portal has appeared and they need to evacuate. Hearing this, Khan turns to his mother. The guy tells the family to stay calm at home, because they are safe here. The main character adds that he will calmly deal with all the monsters. Mom and sister are shocked, but don't say anything. Daesung anticipates the battle and leaves the house. Meanwhile, more and more military equipment is approaching the portal. Khan arrives at the portal and looks at it, suspecting that he is being deliberately lured inside. The head of the department, watching the situation through the cameras, is furious that the creatures from Kansei were able to create an S-rank portal. A blonde with glasses immediately approaches him and says that the Daisung clan has relied on clearing the portal on its own. The head of the department cannot hide his relief and rejoices loudly. The man immediately calms down and says that he was apparently too excited. He orders everyone to prepare for the break and leave the cleanup to Khan. The head of the department orders the girl to convey this information to all groups of hunters. On the street, association staff distribute hunters into different subgroups for attack. The hunters talk among themselves, not understanding who is going to clear the portal. Immediately, a notification comes with information about the clan that will clear the portal, and Khan flies next to the hunters on a dragon. The head of the department and others in the broadcast room see the main character through the cameras. Between themselves, the man and the blonde with glasses believe in Daesung. Reporters are also monitoring the situation with the portal and immediately go live. Finally, Han crosses the portal and feels cold inside. The guy is immediately attacked by the dark-skinned messenger Hans with a magnetic storm. Daesung is not lost and directs his dragon at the enemy to attack. The man tries to block the blow. Khan notices that the enemy has completely rushed away from him. Khan jumps off the dragon and heads towards the enemy. While flying, the main character attacks the man and waits for him to finally come out of hiding. The enemy says that Daesung is too strong for a hunter. Khan ignores the praise and asks if the enemy has said everything. The man uses the apostle technique to attack. Immediately after this, the man noticeably improves his characteristics. The enemy anticipates that he has become noticeably stronger than Daesung and is preparing to attack. Immediately, a huge meteorite flies towards Khan. However, the main character is only amused by everything that is happening. Therefore, Daesung activates his magic release technique. The man feels Khan's strength and does not understand where such power comes from. There's another opponent behind the main character, a blonde man. Daesung turns around and mockingly asks why the enemy is so eager to end up in the grave. The blonde looks at the guy and is alarmed that Khan knew about his presence in advance. The meteorite is approaching the main character, so he takes out his weapon and summons equipment. The blonde sees how Daesung calmly cuts the meteorite and does not believe that someone can be so strong. Daesung immediately grabs the enemy by the throat and says that everyone is always set up when using a skill. Khan asks the blonde man where the big-eyed boss is. At this moment, many eyes of Elheim appear around the main character. Daesung is glad that the enemy himself has finally appeared. Daesung throws the blonde aside, since he is no longer interested in him. Elheim says that he feels that the guy was not given the strength by awakening, and is going to test the hero himself. The enemy uses a petrification technique that also affects his minions. Khan says it's his turn. Daesung uses the fire technique and tells the creature to attack him. Khan's technique destroys the eyes of Elheim, but the hero knows that the enemy has not gone away. The creature appears and asks where the hero got such strength, and Daesung asks him to answer his own question first. Elheim agrees to the deal. The creature thinks to himself that he will take Khan's soul when he loses his vigilance. Khan says he will ask first then. Daesung uses the technique of penetrating consciousness with the help of his eyes. Elheim is lost and does not understand what is happening to him. Khan says that he initially does not believe such a creature, so he will simply look through everything he needs. The hero sees that in the past, the creatures came from the planet of the Titans, Kakar. Then, their planet exploded due to war. However, some inhabitants of the planet managed to escape. Having studied the cosmos, the creatures decided to come to Earth to use it to revive the Colossus. After all, if you fill the planet with ethereal energy, the plan can become a reality. Once upon a time, the creatures got in touch with some people and held joint meetings. At first, the leaders treated the aliens with caution, but still made contact. One of Hans came to a meeting with people, promising to grant them immortality. Elheim realized that it was thanks to magic that Khan was so strong. He realized that Han was receiving powers from the nebula of demonic beasts. During Khan's moment of confusion, Elheim broke free from his control because he tore out his own eye. Daesung ponders the revival of the Colossus and realizes that he has received too much information. Also, the hero understands that because of this portal, he did not receive anything from the loot. Suddenly, Khan draws attention to two clots of energy shooting upward. Outside, meanwhile, the department head arrives at the hunters and thanks Haran and Chohan for leading the groups of hunters. The man turns to Chohan and asks about his arm, to which the hunter replies that he cannot yet use his full power, since he has installed temporary equipment. Beck intervenes in the conversation, asking how long ago Han left to clean up, and the department head replies that less than 3 hours ago. The man adds that even if he fails, they will still have a chance to attack the portal. But then a female voice intervenes in the conversation and says that they doubt the teacher. Ryu approaches the boss. Karin wonders what the girl forgot here. Ryu says the Hansi killer came to her house. Beck and Chohan are amazed by what they hear. The boss asks what happened to the killer. The girl replies that the intruder died at the hands of a doll, and the other hunters can only guess which doll she is talking about. Ryu explains that she made a special doll that is much stronger than her other creations, but killing the intruder took all the doll's energy. The girl adds that more of Han's power is needed to return the doll. Suddenly, the other hunters start shouting that the portal is changing color. Inside the portal, Han discovers 2 blue etheric cores that have the ability to create an S-rank awakened. The hero wonders how much he can get for such a find. The guy examines the portal one last time and realizes that he can leave. Khan leaves the portal and people joyfully greet him. Ryu waves his hand at his mentor, urging him to land next to him. The hero's dragon lands and people begin to discuss the guy's strength among themselves, since he was able to clear a high-level portal. Daesung approaches the department head, who greets him. The man thanks Khan on behalf of all associations. The other hunters also shout words of gratitude, and Daesung listens to them tiredly. The guy notes to himself that he is embarrassed by such praise. Immediately, Ryu runs up to the hero and asks what monsters were in the portal of such a high rank. Karin and Chohan silently look at the girl who approached Khan. Daesung states that there were no monsters inside the portal. The head of the department hears this and does not understand how this is possible. The guy explains that there were 3 people inside the portal, Elheim and the 2 who attacked Lee and Don. Karin finds out who Khan is talking about and gets angry. The head of the department still doesn't understand how this is even possible. He tells the guy out loud that the association will continue to handle the portal. Chohan intervenes in the conversation and asks what bug-eyed creature we are talking about. And Beck asks what happened to him. Khan says that he killed the people and the pop-eyed one ran away. Daesung explains that as he understands, Elheim is the middle boss, but there is someone higher. Ryu interrupts the conversation, asking if Han managed to get something inside the portal. The head of the department and other hunters are thinking about loot from a high-rank portal, but Khan pretends that he has a headache and does not answer the question about loot. Daesung says goodbye to the hunters and says that all the details can be found out from Ho. The main character leaves, and his student shouts that she wanted to ask him something. After Daesung leaves, the department head, Chohan, Baek, and Ryu are left to think about their own things. After clearing the portal, all the world's media talk about Han Daesung. Because of the main character, Korea is facing a military upsurge. Young rejoices live and says that a strong hunter has appeared in Korea, Han Daesung. The streamer also reminds viewers that he has a fan cafe called Han Daesung. Next, Yong goes to the world map and offers to see why clearing the portal is so important. The guy says that not many countries have cleared S-rank portals, but Korea became the first country to clear a portal solo. Finally, Young says that after this, Daesung should become top 1 in the whole world. But in the comments to the streamer they write that there weren't even high-level monsters in that portal, and Young is angry. The guy jumps up and yells at the audience and threatens to ban them. Therefore, Young says that he will personally call on Daesung, who is in charge of the collectors, and asks about the loot from the portal. A second later, the guy pulls the phone away from his ear in shock. Meanwhile, at the Daesung clan headquarters, Shin is recording various agencies who want to interview Han. After the phone call, the girl wearily says that she came to help the Daesung clan at Hwang's request, but she is not happy with it. Meanwhile, Ho is trying to call Han from his office. The guy is furious that Daesung isn't answering the phone. Ho despairs and simply writes an SMS to a friend, where he demands to hold at least a simple conference, because the office is bursting with calls with offers. Khan doesn't answer because he's sleeping at home. Ho says that Daesung could take someone as an assistant to clear the portal and then there would be no problems. Meanwhile, in the wormhole, Kansei Lemish, the chief priest, is praying. Elheim brings him to meet with the master. The creature tells the priest that there is a problem with the earth. Lemish asks Elam about the problem. The creature explains that it is likely that a master of demonic beasts has appeared on earth and used magic to extract information from Elheim's memory. The priest says that for now, it is prohibited to create portals in Korea. Lemish adds that we need to concentrate on preparing for the war with the heavens. Elheim bows to the priest, thanks him and leaves. In reality, meanwhile, a meeting is being held at the headquarters of the World Hunters Organization. The head of the association, Darren Anderson, begins a discussion of the situation with the S-rank portal in Korea. But before starting the discussion, the man suggests looking at the screen. The screen shows Han Daesung closing the portal in Korea on his own. The leader from Japan interrupts Darren and remarks that in his country, dungeons are rated not by aura, but by the level of monsters. The man says that there were no monsters in the portal, which means it cannot be said that this is an S-rank portal. The representative of China also agrees with Japan, saying that the portal is not of such a high level. Another man interrupts the representative, saying that they rush to get a word in. And anyway, Park from the Korean Association is present at the meeting. Inwardly, Puck is tired of the speeches of the other representatives. Darren says that official recognition of a high-ranking portal will only be after a thorough investigation. and gives the floor to Puck. The head of the Korean Association says he recently received information from Hunter Dae-sung and now wants to develop global measures against the problem. First, Pak suggests watching the video. In Korea, meanwhile, Ho arrives at the Daesung clan headquarters, and reporters are already preparing their cameras. Ho and Shin get out of the car, and the girl says that journalists flocked here like bees to honey. The young man replies that in this way he will soon go crazy. Reporters approach the guy and start asking questions about the portal and Han. Someone says that the portal is not of a high rank, and Ho is privately indignant at this. Then, the guy reassures the reporters and says that an announcement will be made about the portal and Khan soon. You just need to wait. But journalists do not stop the flow of questions. However, Shin comes to Ho's aid and says that the interview is over. Ho thanks the girl and walks past the reporters to the entrance of the building. Journalists immediately throw questions at Shin. However, the girl strictly says that she refuses to give an interview. That same day, Hana's mom and Jisoo are walking around the city and are also seen by reporters. Journalists surround the women and begin asking questions one after another. Mom and Jisoo are tense and don't understand what they want from them. One of the reporters, a curly-haired man, asks if Khan is home now. Her son's mother doesn't know how to respond after learning that Daesung has become famous throughout the world. But journalists do not calm down and persistently demand interviews. Reluctantly, Jisoo says that when the S-rank portal appeared, his brother told them not to evacuate. The girl adds that according to him, home is safest. One journalist asks Jisoo about Han's hair color change and wonders what could be the reason for it. But then Daesung turns to his sister, telling her to take her mom and go home. Reporters immediately surround the hero and bombard him with questions, but the guy remains silent. The curly-haired man persistently repeats his questions about the Hanu portal. Daesung calls on all journalists to remain silent and says that those who do not stop asking questions will not be invited to the conference. The reporters fall silent, and Khan immediately snaps his fingers. The cameras in the hands of the journalists break due to Daesung's action. As he leaves, the guy says that photography and video filming are also prohibited. Daesung says that all the questions can be answered at a press conference in a week. But now he asks the journalists to leave. The upset reporters are silent and look after the guy. Soon Park returns back to Korea and remembers the words of the Chinese representative about Hansa. The man said that he needed to check Khan personally. The Japanese representative also supported the idea of meeting Han personally to study his abilities. However, many other representatives also expressed their desire to meet Daesung. However, Park said that this is impossible, because now it is an important resource for the Republic of Korea. Darren told Park to get 5 more S-rank hunters to support Korea. The man asked if Park now agreed to call Han for a personal talk about his abilities. Park at the meeting came to the conclusion that the representatives were interested exclusively in Khan, and not in Khan's. Ultimately, Park said that let everyone do what they want, but he himself does not intend to contribute. Meanwhile, at the Daesung clan office, Han asks Shin if she has decided to work for his clan, and the girl thanks the guy, saying that he saved her life twice. Shin tells Han about his problems with the aura, and that she will help him for now until she can become a hunter. Daesung asks the girl if she wants to return to hunters. Shin says that she lost a lot because of monsters, so she wants to become a hunter and take revenge. Suddenly, Ho bursts into the office, not expecting to see Han. Having gathered, Ho presents Daesung with an invitation from the World Hunters Association. The invitation states the desire of the head of the association to communicate with Khan, so that he can tell everything about himself. Ho proudly states that Daesung is now going international, and other high-ranking hunters have been invited to the meeting. However, the hero categorically refuses. Ho and Shin don't understand how this is so, and ask the guy to think about it. Khan explains that the Han's types are strong, and if they come when he is not there, it will be bad. Ho thinks about it and realizes that even 5 high-ranking hunters will be weaker than Khan. The friend agrees with the main character out loud and asks Daesung about the press conference. Khan remembers the promised conference. The guy says that he already has a plan and turns to Shin. Sometime later, the promised conference begins, and Shin introduces Han. Also, Ho introduces himself as the leader of the Daesung clan. Shin asks reporters to raise their hand and she will answer questions. A moment later, a girl from the press stands up and asks to ask Khan a question. The reporter asks if Daesung knew in advance what might be in the portal. Han begins to answer, saying that he didn't know what could be inside the portal. The guy adds that now he is able to close all the portals, which is why he told the family not to leave the house. The reporters are shocked by these words, and Ho is confused. Another reporter immediately raises his hand. A curly-haired journalist stands up and asks, since there were no monsters in the portal, who was Han fighting with? Daesung starts to talk about the bug-eyed enemy, but stops short. The journalist asks Khan about the monsters. Finally, Daesung reveals that he fought against the enemies of the blizzard. Ho immediately intervenes in the dialogue and says that it has been confirmed that the temperature inside the portal was below 90 degrees. The journalist does not let up and asks for proof of this temperature. Daesung decides to get the found ethers as proof of the loot. He tells everyone present that this is an ether that can awaken an S-rank hunter. All the reporters are shocked by this news. Ryu is watching the conference from her home and she is also amazed at the size of the broadcast. At the hospital, Baek and Chanshik are also surprised by this discovery. Puck and the department head are amazed that such a thing exists. Yan, who is also streaming, shouts at the viewers that they were wrong about the empty portal. Han hands the ether to Shin, and the girl does not understand what he wants from her. Daesung smiles and asks if she is ready to return to the ranks of hunters. Without waiting for an answer, the guy says to use the awakening core right now. Shin cautiously asks if this is the plan Han talked about earlier. The guy explains that he agreed with Hwang in advance that he would use the ether to restore Shin. The girl resolutely grabs the cannonball and tells the hero that she will definitely repay his service. Han receives a notification to accept Shin as an assistant, and the girl feels changes in her body. Ho, watching from the sidelines, wonders if they are one step closer to founding the strongest clan in the world. Sometime later, children from the orphanage came to Dawn in the hospital. They cry, but the responsible girl reminds them that they promised not to cry in front of the hunter. Suddenly, Khan enters the room, saying that he has come to give Dawn something better than money to implement his project. Journalists are shocked that Khan is so easily ready to give up another core. Immediately, Karen and Lee burst into the room demanding to make way. The hunters stop in front of Khan and wait for his further actions. Haran and Chanshik feel the power of the ether even from a distance. Khan solemnly announces that he is starting the S-rank Hunter Awakening show. Meanwhile, Ryu is at home trying to reanimate the Han doll, but realizes that she needs a stronger teacher medium. Finally, the girl gets up and decides that she needs to go somewhere. At the hospital, Daesung signs up another hunter as an assistant. When it's over, Khan announces that the event is over and disappears. While the reporters are in shock, Dawn immediately awakens. He looks at the crowd of people in his room and does not understand what is happening. Haran and Lee rejoice at the return of their partner and tell what happened. Dawn agrees with them, saying that he feels a change. And then the man examines himself and realizes that he is completely naked in front of reporters. Meanwhile, Ryo comes to Han's mom and sister with gift bags. At first, Mom and Jisoo don't understand why the girl came and say that Han is at work. Ryu gives gifts to Daesung's mother and sister, and the woman notices that it is too expensive for a present. Ryu explains and calls the hero's mother Godmother, saying that Han cured her of a fatal illness, and all her gifts are gratitude. A woman is embarrassed when she is called Godmother. At this moment, Jisoo is busy unpacking Ryu's gifts, and is happy that she received the sneakers she dreamed of. Ryu immediately flies up to Jisoo and asks if she likes everything. Ryu wastes no time telling Hana's sister that she has a little problem and wants to talk to Jisoo alone. Ryu tells her sister that she needs to get Han's medium, where strong magic is concentrated. The girl adds that this is often found in the men's room, and Jisoo tenses. The sister jumps up and says that this is too much, but Ryu stops her. Ryu hands Jisoo the ticket and tells her to decide everything. My sister sees a ticket that she can't get for any amount of money and thinks about it. Ryu adds that this is a ticket to the only musical group consisting of hunters, and moreover, one of the participants is a member of the Fortis clan. Jisoo gives up and asks if Ryu really needs his brother's medium. A second later, the sister agrees and wants to take the ticket, but Ryu stops her, saying that she will receive it after completing the task. Ryu thanks Jisoo for agreeing and is happy for the doll that he can fix. The spirit of the doll appears next to the huntress, asking if it is possible to resurrect her by awakening, but the girl refuses. Meanwhile, at the Daesung clan's training hall, Shin and Dong are training after waking up. Ho and Han watch their progress, and the friend jokingly tells Daesung to awaken him too, but the hero refuses, asking who else will take care of the office. Ho notes that Shin and Dong are now members of the Daesung clan, so there is a chance to become Korea's first clan. But Daesung notices that this is still not enough to defeat Hans. Ho says that there are much fewer portals, and there is not even an opportunity to show one's abilities. Daesung says that this is the time to raise your level. Upon returning home, Hana encounters Jisoo, who is acting suspiciously. The brother tells his sister about this, and she leaves, pretending to be offended. Khan notices that something is wrong with his sister. Not about to question Jisoo, Han goes to the bathroom. Having finished washing, the guy comes out and Jisoo goes into the bathroom. The sister is pleased that Khan did not notice her. However, the brother appears behind his sister and asks what is wrong with her. Jisoo jumps back and asks her brother not to scare her like that. Khan says his sister has her own bathroom in her room and asks why she came here. Jisoo comes up with something and lies to his brother that it was his mother who told him to get out. Leaving her brother alone and without going into details, the girl slips into the bathroom. Finally, Jisoo collects her thoughts and goes to the bathroom. Sometime later, Jisoo comes to Ryu. The girl hands the envelope to the huntress and offers to see everything she needs for herself. Ryu happily takes the envelope and checks the contents. Jisoo says that she scrubbed everything out of the bathroom, so Ryu should have enough. So she asks the huntress to give the ticket as agreed. Ryu thinks that with such a volume of medium, the doll can not only be resurrected, but also awaken. In return for the favor, Ryu gives Jisoo the promised concert ticket. Arriving home, Ryu performs a ritual to return the doll. At this moment, something happens to Daesung, who is sitting with Ho, but he does not pay attention to it. Finally, the doll comes to life and Ryu is happy about it. The girl is happy and hugs her creation. However, the doll hits the girl and grumbles that she was almost late with her resurrection. The creature hits Ryu and humiliates her. The girl is not lost and uses her technique to rein in the creature. Ryu mockingly says that without discipline, children do not obey and looks contentedly at the doll. Immediately her phone rings and Ryu sees that it is Han. Shin, Dawn, and Ryu move into the Pantheon, and the first two hunters do not understand where they are. Ryu asks the mentor where they are going this time. Daesung states that all the assistants present are weak. Shin and Dawn prefer to remain silent about this. Therefore, the main character says that now they will increase the level, but he is distracted by Ryu. The girl says that she wanted to show her mentor something. Ryu summons the Han doll and a small creature appears next to the heroes. The doll takes a relaxed pose and asks the girl why she was called this time. Ryu happily declares that the doll is the child of Han and her together. Shin and Dong do not interfere in the conversation, but look at the creature in shock. The doll sees Daesung and joyfully greets the hero, but Han is shocked and cannot say anything. The creature runs up to the main character, but he hits the doll with all his might, and now Ryu is trying to revive the creature. Han thinks to himself that he knew that Ryu was strange and could do something like this, but nothing could be worse than this. However, Daesung changes the subject and turns to the assistants and says it's time to practice. The hero launches the Spider Queen's domain and Shin and Dawn get ready. Ryu demands the program to run the inspection. Dawn asks Han how they got to this place. Ryu smiles and says that the hunters are in a hellish training camp, so they need to prepare. Enemies are heard approaching from the side, and Khan announces that the point of the training is to survive until the end of the timer. The Dawn is preparing for battle and looking forward to it. Khan is pleased with the mood of the assistants and the training begins. Meanwhile, in the real world, the department head requests a meeting with the head of the association in Korea. Puck meets and greets the boss, asking what's up. The man reports to the manager, reporting that he received an urgent call from the World Hunters Organization. The boss adds that the World Alliance has decided to hold a meeting of hunters in Korea, and they really want to invite Han there. Puck doesn't answer at first, mulling over his subordinate's words. With disbelief, the head of the association says that just recently the Alliance planned to invite hunters to join them. The head of the department ignores the manager's thoughts and hands him a list of all participants, which includes Aslan Anderson, the first hunter in the world ranking, which surprises Puck. Sometime later, Park meets with the president, Lee Kang-chan, who warmly greets the head of the association. Puck rejects the president's words, saying that a lot of time has passed since their clan broke up. For some time, the men remember the past and discuss whether it is difficult to be president. However, Park soon interrupts their conversation and says that he wants to get straight to the point and not distract the president with empty speeches. The head of the association reports that they have been contacted regarding holding a meeting of the World Hunters Alliance in Korea. Lee is surprised that such an important event will be held in Korea without any conditions. Park adds that in return, they will remain silent about Kansa for a while, because portals are a gold mine from the country's point of view. The president begins to talk about the influence of portals on the economy of the country and its citizens, and says that now the loss of ethereal cores will lead to problems of demand and consumption. Park intervenes in the president's reasoning and says that Darren Anderson asked at the meeting whether Korea would take responsibility if it dealt with haunts, and the portals did not appear, so Park could not give an exact answer. Lee agrees with the chief, saying that the foreign ministry also briefed him on the country's positions, and it appears that this is also the unofficial position of the states. Park reminds that Korea still needs to develop the economy and take care of the safety of citizens, but it's just not clear how to do this. Immediately, the head of the association tells Lee to prepare an order of the highest rank. The president is surprised, remembering Han Daesung, and Park adds that having only Han Korea may not even envy nuclear weapons. The president agrees with the leader, saying that the states have Aslan, and Korea has Han Daesung, but in return the guy will have to attend the alliance meeting without fail. Meanwhile, Han meets with Ho's friend and asks about the order. Ho confirms this and says that the order will be of the first rank, but most likely the highest in the country. Han sits back on the sofa and hopes it's not like a dog collar, to which Ho informs him that in addition to the order there are special benefits and payments. Dae-sung immediately reacts to his friend's words about special benefits and payments. Ho adds that all benefits amount to 30% of income, and Dae-sung quite agrees with the issuance of the order. The friend also tells the main character that the meeting of the Alliance Hunters will take place in Korea. Dae-sung wearily asks what kind of meeting we are talking about. Ho solemnly announces that there will be a meeting of hunters from all over the world to announce the world ranking, and Han is the representative of Korea. The main character declares that all this is a mess, and asks if it is fashionable not to go to the meeting, but Ho interrupts him, saying that the awarding of the order will take place at the festival. Dae-sung irritably says that just for the sake of the order he will have to go to the meeting. Ho changes the topic of conversation and asks the hero where the other hunters are. Khan explains that they are now in a protracted level up. In the training space, Ryu, Shin, and Dawn work together to defeat their enemies. They are also helped by a doll created by Ryo using technology. Shin skillfully uses pistols with special aura bullets and also defeats enemies. Dawn uses a technique related to a magnetic field to defeat monsters. A little later, the trio of hunters skillfully defeat a group of enemies, and Dawn tells Shin that her technique is very cool. The girl is embarrassed and replies that the destructive power of leader So is much higher. Immediately, the two hunters are interrupted by Ryu, who talks about the appearance of information about the boss. Meanwhile, in his office, An Dae-sung checks information about the portals and realizes that the cat in the country has cried for them. Immediately, blogger Yong bursts into his office and asks if An saw the news that they decided to hold a meeting of the World Alliance in Korea. At first, Dae-sung doesn't understand what the guy is getting at, but Young explains that if they promote themselves as an exclusive clan of collectors, then they may receive offers from many other clans, including foreign ones. Young says that the Dae-sung clan will be at the center of this alliance meeting, where Han and his position in the ranking will be announced. But ultimately, Alan the collectors themselves will also attract attention, so this is a direct route to the international market. Anne agrees with the young man's words and says that this is a really big chance. Young rejoices and asks Ara for help in creating content for his channel during the alliance meeting. An guesses Young's motives and says that he will ask Ho for help. There, Darren Anderson receives an unfamiliar guest and reports that, as agreed, the meeting of hunters will take place in Korea. A beautiful girl in a hood is sitting on the sofa, and apparently, this is Karina from Hans. The creature stands up and reveals a special cube surrounded by an aura. Karina stands next to Darren as he marvels at the portal cube shown to him. The woman encourages Anderson to gather his organization and take refuge inside the portal, to which Darren asks what the creatures from Hans are up to. Karina turns to the man and says that they are planning to do what everyone really craves. Without saying anything else, the woman disappears and Anderson is left alone with the cube. A moment later, Darren goes to the phone to make a call and announce that disaster is coming. Sometime later, hunters from various countries arrive at Incheon International Airport. The media are reporting that the goal is to see the strongest hunter, Aslan Anderson. A moment later, the American appears at the airport and everyone immediately pays attention to him. Meanwhile, Khan and his family are preparing for the meeting of the hunters and thinking about the order. While Jisoo and Mom are sorting out his sister's clothes, Dae-sung receives a text from Heo saying that the raspberries have arrived. Yeon appeared near the Eula festival site and started a live broadcast. The guy stands with a camera and declares that he will keep viewers informed of all events and show the most striking shots. Finally, all the hunters are assembled and seated in the banquet hall. Many foreigners pay attention to Dae-sung, such as a high-ranking hunter from Japan. The host comes on stage and greets all the hunters gathered at the event. Such a man invites the president of Korea to the stage to personally award the national order. Jisoo, watching the scene in surprise, tells her mother that the president himself will reward her brother. Finally, the presenter invites the main character onto the stage. Dae-sung sheepishly walks onto the stage to the screams of his mom and sister. A beautiful case with a massive order inside appears in front of Khan. The president shakes Dae-sung's hand and asks him to defend Korea. When the president raises Khan's hand, the protagonist thinks that, no matter how you look at it, the order is similar to a dog collar. But it is better to think about tax breaks and benefits. Mom and Jisoo cry looking at the guy and rejoice at his success. Young, who is still broadcasting in shock, tells the audience that it looks like a new era is happening right now. While Dae-sung is returning to his place, Aslan appears next to him and congratulates the guy in English. Khan stops in front of the American and asks who he is. Aslan begins to introduce himself in English, declaring himself the only chosen one. The American thinks to himself that Dae-sung is probably in shock because he didn't even think of hearing congratulations from the first in the world ranking. Dae-sung turns around and goes back to his place, thinking that strange weirdos are approaching him again and he needs to be more careful. Suddenly, a long-haired hunter from Japan jumps up from the table and says that an S-rank dungeon has appeared in his country. Other hunters are also beginning to receive messages about the emergence of high-ranking portals in various cities around the world. Jin from the association runs out to the presenter on stage and says that S-rank portals have begun to appear all over the world. The man adds that it looks like the alliance meeting will have to be rescheduled. Daisung wearily thinks that the bastards from Hongse have finally begun to act. Therefore, the main character goes to the Pantheon, where he is met by a creature that looks like a fairy. Khan orders the creature to open a heavenly store. Daisung buys a future diary and learns that portals are opening in more than 90 countries, with the exception of Korea. Huge orcs appear in the USA and attack ordinary civilians. In Japan and Tokyo, huge white wolves are rampaging. Groups of Japanese hunters engage in battle with monsters. A high-ranking hunter notices that the portal is not closing, so the enemies continue to attack. The American hunters can barely cope with their opponents, and are indignant that Aslan left at the most inopportune moment. In Korea, the head of a department observes what is happening in the world, and wonders why everything is quiet in his country. A blonde woman with glasses approaches the man, and says that requests for help are coming from all over the world, and the boss thinks that thus Korea may also be in danger. Aloud, the man asks if they can take such a risk and send their hunters to help others. The man asks the blonde, Kim, what the S-rank hunters who have arrived for the meeting are doing now. The girl says that hunters from China and Japan have already joined the hostilities, and European and American hunters will also soon join the battle. Before the boss can answer anything, his phone rings, and Ho demands to convene all S-rank hunters, since Han wants to hold a meeting. Meanwhile, a satisfied Aslan calmly walks along the streets of Korea. While the hunter is taking pictures, some people on the street recognize him and do not accept why he is here and not in the USA. Aslan notices two young men whispering about him and asks them to take a photo of him. The American smiles and thanks passers-by. Sometime later, a meeting called by Han about Kansa begins at the headquarters of the Daesong clan. The main character told the audience about Khans the Colossus, so now people are asking their questions. It turns out that aliens are sacrificing people to revive the Colossus, and the portals themselves are an altar. Lee guesses that when there are enough offerings, the same Colossus will be reborn. Beck adds that right now they can only help one country. Here Chohan enters the discussion and shows the portal cube. Don sees the item and says it looks like an absolute protector. The masked man says that he received it from Han, and together with Professor Park, he studied the functions of the cube. Therefore, with the help of experiments, the hunters managed to turn the cube into a teleportation cube, which allows you to move between the continents of the Earth. Huan has already used the cube, and Shin confirms this, and Dong says that in this case, there is no need to waste time. While Lee wonders about Han, Heron asks what about acting as a team of elite hunters from each clan. But Chohan interrupts the girl and says that the cube allows only 7 people to move. The head of the department intervenes in the conversation, saying that the cube is of no use unless all S-rank hunters go at once. Khan says that everyone present, including the main character, will move together. The chief objects, saying that this would leave Korea defenseless against the portals. Ho intervenes in the conversation, reminding that Daesung ended up at the research institute unexpectedly with the help of some kind of technology. Han explains that if Ho is in a problem area, Daesung can move right to him. Hearing this, many hunters are shocked by how strong the main character is. The head of the department thinks to himself that thanks to Khan, it is possible to help both other countries and protect our own. So he commands to begin the operation. However, Ryu stops everyone, asking if they should come up with a name for the team. Daesung wearily agrees that there should be a name and invites the girl to name it. Ryu says that K is trending now, so their team can be called Kitty's K, and no one will contradict the huntress. In China, hunters fight huge bulls. A Chinese association official looks at how his country's hunters are losing to monsters. The secretary immediately approaches him and distracts the man, saying that the Korean Association promises to provide support in the form of 7 S-rank hunters. Many countries close to Korea have already accepted the country's conditions and requested the support of Korean hunters. In China, a high-ranking huntress is barely holding on, but nevertheless awaits the attack of monsters. However, Team K, led by Khan, immediately appears and saves the girl from the approaching monster. Heron helps the Chinese huntress and restores her aura, healing her wounds. Baek approaches the Chinese hunter and says that she should now rely on the Korean hunters. Ryu enters the fight and begins casting curses on the bulls. Shin comes to the aid of the witch, who shoots her opponents with pistols using aura bullets. And Don finishes them all off together with Lee Chang-shik with his powerful techniques. Chohan stands not far from the battle site and thinks that the problem of demand and consumption of etheric cores needs to be solved at the local level. Immediately, not far from the hunter, the king of the Minotaurs, Ugnos, appears. Lee and Don are distracted and see a huge enemy, fearing its size. The Minotaur swings his sword and sends a wave of fire at all the hunters. However, Karin comes to the rescue, putting up an aura shield and saving her allies. Lee and Don thank the girl for saving them, because if it weren't for her, the wave would have killed them. Shin-chun shouts to his partners to prepare a retaliatory attack from the monster. The Chinese huntress warns and asks the Koreans to retreat, because the monster is dangerous and has mowed down an entire battalion. But then Han De-song appears not far from the hunters and goes straight to the Minotaur. The main character rushes straight at the enemy and blocks the enemy's blow. Ugnos taunts De-song, saying that the flames only make him stronger. Khan does not understand what the bull is talking about, and he throws the main character as far as possible from the battlefield. Enraged, Ugnos shouts about his strength and greatness, and prepares to attack the remaining hunters. His attention is drawn to Shin, who begins firing her pistols. However, the girl's attacks do not go through and the monster is not injured. Ugnos shouts that he will destroy all hunters near him and prepares for a devastating attack. Immediately, the Minotaur disappears, and Lee does not understand what happened. And Don explains that it was Khan who used the change of territory and led the enemy away. Finding himself in a new place, Ugnos does not understand where he is. Daesung completely releases his magic and is angry that he has to worry so much because of such an opponent. The main character uses a special flame and brings it down directly on Ugnos. Reading information from the system, Daesung thinks that he needs to free the demonic god before the Colossus is revived. In reality, meanwhile, an unknown person makes an offering to Hans, in the hope that he will receive immortality. But then his chest is pierced and Khan appears from behind, who says that the stranger is a traitor. However, the unknown person did not die and continued to summon the Colossus, and Daesung becomes tense. Suddenly, Khan seems to be in another place and has absolutely no idea where he is. Suddenly, an unknown hand appears and takes away the souls collected by the traitor. Daesung collects his thoughts and suggests that the unknown person talk first. Having attacked him, Khan sees that his attack did not go through and is lost. Immediately, an unknown hand approaches the head of the stranger making the offerings. At the last moment, the man manages to express his gratitude to the Colossus. Daesung begins to analyze what is happening and thinks that the territories changed when the stranger made an offering. A changed stranger appears in front of the main character, apparently possessed by the Colossus. The monster approaches Khan and is angry with the main character. At first, the main character makes no attempt to attack the Colossus. However, then Khan grabs his opponent and slams his head onto the asphalt. Having beaten the stranger thoroughly, Daesung moves away, and the enemy continues to be angry with Daesung and call him names. Khan gets even angrier and says that he rules a place where freaks like the stranger are kept. Sometime later, Daesung returns to his team of hunters as if nothing had happened. Khan states that in China they have resolved the situation with the portal. Dong carefully tells Changshik that there was nothing to worry about, and Han knows his stuff, but Lee continues to sulk. The Chinese hunter still does not believe that such a small team of hunters was able to cope and close such a complex portal. However, Daesung pulls everyone out of their thoughts and states that from now on their strategy is changing, and now Han will deal with all the monsters, and the rest will help other hunters. The main character thinks to himself that the revival of the Colossus cannot be allowed at any cost, and at this moment Yong goes on air and greets all his subscribers. The guy happily declares that he was able to get interesting information about Khan and other hunters. Yong says that now a special detachment has been formed in Korea to help other countries. Koteki K. In the comments, the blogger is corrected, saying that he mixed up the name and the team is called Hunters K, and the news broadcast confirms this. Meanwhile, something happens in the portal where Darkseid's hideout is located. Aslan enters there and heads deeper into the shelter. The American is greeted by the military, and the hunter asks where he can find his brother. Not far from the portal, Darren Anderson, wearing a carnival mask, notices that his little brother has arrived. Raising a glass of alcohol, Aslan thinks to himself that other dimensions can hardly be called beautiful. Finally, when Darren approaches the hunter, Aslan asks if anything bad will happen while they are both here. At first, Anderson Sr. does not understand what the hunter is talking about and asks him about it. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, a senior high-ranking hunter gives orders to groups of other military personnel on how to deal with their enemies. Having sent the young hunters to retreat, the elder remains close to the enemy and thinks that most likely his fate will end here. Meanwhile, Karina reports to Lemish about the situation with the portals on Earth and says that Khan is also actively participating in everything. The leader asks the woman to tell her more about Daesung, and Karina reports that it seems that the guy transformed the spatial altar into a teleportation altar. Lemish turns to the woman and orders her to send Hazard to that altar to buy him time. In Japan, meanwhile, the young hunters are retreating, and a teleport appears in front of one young hunter. The entire team of the protagonist emerges from it, trying to recover after a sudden teleportation. Chohan declares that the spatial ripples are too strong, and Karin, standing nearby, clears her perception with a technique. Khan, coming out after his allies, mockingly says that they are all weak, and in general, does he really need to assemble a new team? The Japanese woman, seeing that hunters from Korea have come to their aid, cannot stop being surprised at what she sees in front of Daesung. Immediately, the news is transmitted to her earpiece that Korean hunters have arrived at the point with the portal. After listening to the information, the girl runs up to the main character and begins to speak to him in Japanese. Han, standing in front of her, does not understand a word, and Ryu whispers to him to turn on the translator and tells him that the Japanese woman is asking to save the leader Tetsuka. Ryu encourages the foreign huntress, saying that they came from Korea to help. Tokyo was attacked by huge white wolves, which almost killed all the hunters. Not far from the monster, there was only one high-ranking hunter with long hair, Tetsuka. The Japanese is devastated and tired. It is difficult for him to fight, and it is at this moment that a huge enemy approaches him, preparing for death. Tetsuka does not notice Han appearing nearby, who killed the wolf in time. The main character approaches the Japanese hunter and inquires about his condition, but Tetsuka realizes that his translator is broken, so he does not understand the Korean. However, the Japanese immediately shouts to Daesung in Japanese, warning him of the danger, and Han turns back. An abandoned train is flying straight towards the main character and Tetsuka. However, the young people manage to jump away from the attack in time, and the train lands down, raising clouds of smoke and dust. At the same second, an unknown green ball flies straight towards Daesung, which the main character deftly kicks away. However, in the air, the ball turns into Azar and Daesung recognizes the creature from another world. The entity from Hans gathers all its power into a fist and prepares to strike from above. However, Han jumps out to meet the monster and they collide in the air. A moment later, the main character evaluates Azar's abilities and realizes that the enemy is strong. As the Hans creature prepares to attack again, Daesung calls for a change of territory, but the system denies him because the enemy is oversized, leaving Han in shock. Suddenly, Daesung is completely consumed by Hazard. Tetsuka, standing nearby, looks at what happened in surprise. He does not believe that Han was swallowed so easily. Azar does not hold back and spits out a pillar of fire from his mouth. Meanwhile, the young huntress searches for leader Tetsuka on the battlefield. A long-haired hunter calls out to a young Japanese woman and calls her to him. Sometime later, everyone gathers next to Tetsuka, and he informs Han's team that the main character was eaten by Azar. Chohan asks the Japanese that Daesung was eaten by a creature from Hansei and disappeared. Tetsuka confirms the Korean's words and agrees with him. Lee begins to think about the team's future actions, and Beck adds that facing Hazard one-on-one is dangerous. Meanwhile, in Darkside, Aslan asks Darren if he's surprised. Anderson asks if they will give him an S-rank core if he feigns surprise. Finally, Darren gets up from the table and tells his brother that, be that as it may, the entities from Hans are stronger than Khan. Aslan also gets up and objects that he already warned about everything earlier. Aslan is silent and does not answer his brother, so he turns around to leave. Darren finally adds that their plan is doomed to success, and there is absolutely nothing to worry about. In Japan, meanwhile, Ryu summons a doll created with Han's help. The girl leans over to the creature and explains that Daesung has disappeared, and the doll upsetly asks if Ryu means dad. Chanshik and Dong look at the girl's creation and think to themselves, what an ugly doll. Ryu agrees with the creation, and the doll does not believe it, saying that only a psycho would go to kidnap a demonic god. Then the creature jumps up and declares that it feels daddy's anger. The hunters become wary, and the doll points its hand into the distance, saying that it senses Khan's anger far ahead. Ryu's creation senses the protagonist's wrath, which comes from Mount Fuji. Having climbed to the top using a teleport, the doll tells everyone that Daesung's anger comes from the vent. The creature jumps down, and Lee and Don look down warily, realizing that this is very dangerous. Tetsuka wonders out loud about why there is such a large crater in Fuji. Shin enters the conversation and tells the other hunters that she will fire a flare first. Meanwhile, Khan, inside Azar, realizes that all of his movement skills are sealed. Immediately, Azar's gastric juices begin to approach the main character, and the guy wearily notes that everything has begun again. While Daesung tries to get out of the creature, Azar sits in the depths of Fuji and reads special spells. A moment later, the creature is found by Ryu's doll and solemnly announces that he has found the bastard. Lee and Don come up next and begin to speculate on who will attack Hazard first. However, Ryu's creature does not listen to the hunters at all and rushes straight towards the entity from Hans. The doll jumps on Hazard's head and stabs him with a knife. Dong and Chang Shik join the attack, but then realize that the entity from Hongsei is very strong. Azar gets angry and starts attacking the hunters with fire, creating balls of flame. However, Lee does not stand still and jumps out at the enemy in response, preparing an attack. However, Azar senses the enemy and prepares to strike back with fire, and Chanshik feels that he does not have time to dodge. However, at the very last moment, the blonde is saved by Tetsuka, who arrives in time. Azara immediately begins to attack Shin using his pistols, diverting the enemy's attention to himself. Don comes to the girl's aid and deftly hits the enemy with his technique. Finally, the hunter's joint attacks pass, and Hazard is wounded. But the creature will not disappear so easily, so it begins to scatter dangerous charges. So Beck comes to the rescue with a shield. Ryu steps forward, very angry with Hazard. The other hunters shout to the girl to return to the shelter, but she does not listen to them. Ryu takes out a homemade doll and a needle and uses an instant death technique on his opponent. The attack hits the enemy and Hazard falls. Dong, Chanshik, and the rest of the hunters are surprised that Ryu almost defeated the monster. Ryu herself is surprised that she was able to use such a complex technique on the monster from Hansei. Meanwhile, in the USA, the orcs are talking among themselves about why they don't kill people. And one of the monsters says that the Colossus prefers the pure souls of warriors. Immediately, crowds of zombified people, controlled by someone, are approaching the orcs. The orcs get into a fight with the people, and one of them says that the stupid rabble, who does not know how to use the ether, is suddenly approaching them. At this moment, one of the orcs is struck by flames, and their leader orders the others to find the awakened one who controls the zombified people. The orcs continue to be attacked out of nowhere, so their leader begins to get nervous and look for the culprit. It turns out that Aslan is standing on the roof, who, with the help of his control technique, has subjugated people and controls them. Noticing the hunter, the leader of the orcs jumps straight at the American. However, Aslan parries the orc's attack without any problems and uses his control technique on him. Having taken possession of the orc's mind, the American orders him to attack the rest of his relatives. In Japan, meanwhile, hunters look at Hazard and wonder if he is dead. Ryu explains that the monster is not dead, but simply lying unconscious. The doll created by Ryu tells everyone that Han Dae-sung is in the stomach of that bastard from Hongsae. The girl sees that the creature is tense and asks in shock if he really decided to climb into Azar's stomach on his own. While the hunters are deciding what to do, Azar wakes up and Tetsuka and Lee, in a panic, warn everyone about this. The monster from Hans is furious and angry, shouting that he will kill everyone. While Hazard breaks free, Lee readies his weapon and says that they have no choice but to attack. However, a teleportation portal immediately appears next to the heroes and Ryu joyfully declares this. A satisfied Han emerges from the portal, with a Ryu doll sitting on his shoulder, and thanks everyone for their help. Without explaining his plan, Khan tells everyone to run and he rushes forward. At first, the other hunters don't understand what's what, but they still catch up with the leader. Meanwhile, Hazard breaks free of his bonds, and Daisung yells at Ryu to restrain him. The girl, in a stupor, does not understand what Khan wants from her. However, he quickly orients himself and turns back, meeting the enemy with his technique. Having sent a curse on Azar with the help of her doll, the girl manages to restrain the enemy. The monster from Hans does not immediately realize that he is in quicksand. At this moment, Tetsuka runs up to Daisung and asks the guy why they are running away without a fight. Daisung answers briefly and simply that if they fight here, they will just be fucked. While Azar is trying to get out, Daisung summons his dragon, which picks up all the hunters. However, Daisung himself deftly jumps down from the creature, leaving himself alone with Azar. Immediately, a huge head of the monster from Hans appears from the mountain. Daisung calmly reacts to the size of the creature, and asks himself if this is Azar's true appearance. The rest of the hunters watch what is happening while sitting on the dragon, and are amazed. Tetsuka thinks to himself that things are bad and he should return to headquarters as soon as possible. Daisung, standing in front of Azar, prepares to release all his magic. Having gained more power, Khan prepares to attack the monster from above. A representative of the Japanese Association watches everything that happens on the mountain via broadcast. The secretary reports to the man that Korean hunters led by Han have come to the aid of Japan. Hearing the leader's name, the man is surprised. Meanwhile, Daisung continues to fight Hazard, attacking from above. While the monster from Hans is also trying to reach the hero with attacks, Khan uses another technique to finish off the enemy. A dragon flies to the aid of the main character, with other hunters still sitting on its back. Using a laser, the dragon hits the monster from Hans, and it is covered with huge bubbles. Finally, after killing Azar, Khan calls the system and says out loud that apparently the monster ate a lot of things. Meanwhile, Lemish is next to the Colossus embryo and waits for it to awaken. Standing next to the small creature, Lemish notices how fast the Colossus's heart is beating. Immediately, Azar's forces begin to penetrate inside the embryo, and the Colossus awakens. In Japan, meanwhile, moving away from Mount Fuji, Tetsuka does not believe that everything is finally over. Haran distracts Ryu and asks where Han Dae-sung went after defeating Azar. The girl remembers that the main character told her that he was going to leave on business, and the others should calmly wait for him. Turning to her allies, Ryu solemnly states that Daesung told them all to have fun, and the hunters do not understand her. He meets Tetsuka in conversation and says that from now on he wants to take care of the hunters. Don immediately asks the Japanese hunter if they have hot springs here. Meanwhile, Khan is in pandemonium and sells all the unused items and ether cores from his warehouse. Then, the main character orders all merit points to be invested in the implementation level. The system carries out Daesung's instructions, but he still lacks 0.1% for full implementation, and he does not understand why. Daesung wonders why he doesn't have enough points, so he decides to contact his friend Heo. Daesung asks the young man where they should go now. Ho says that the World Association is sending out hunters en masse to all parts of the world to close the portals, and Khan's team can return home. The main character is surprised that the association began to stir only now, and asks Ho what's the matter, to which his friend replies that it was probably all due to a lack of people. Daesung objects that he doesn't understand why some objects are more expensive than ordinary people. Immediately, the main character is interested in what his allies from Team K are doing now, and Ho talks about their location. At the men's hot spring, Dong, Chohan, and Chungshik are finally resting after their mission. Lee asks Chohan if he has to wear a mask even in the bathhouse. The man is surprised and tells his friends that the mask is like his skin, so he forgot about it. Immediately, Chohan takes off his mask, and underneath it there is a very pretty and attractive face. However, the man does not like it, so he wears a mask. Meanwhile, at the women's bathhouse, Ryu, Heron, and Shin are also relaxing. Shin asks Ryu what Han is doing now in Pandemonium. Karin intervenes in the conversation and asks what pandemonium we are talking about. Ryu jumps up from the water, completely exposing his body, and says that Pandemonium is some kind of secret base. Karin asks the hunter about this. Shin comes to the rescue and explains that this is some kind of training center run by Han. Ryu taunts Baek, saying that she is now her rival, and in this fight the girl was able to demonstrate strong skills. Seeing Ryu datsa his doll for the technique, Shin warns her and asks if it is dangerous to use it here. But the huntress doesn't listen to anyone and says that everything is absolutely safe. Immediately, Ryu pronounces the curse of replacing the doll. At this moment, Khan approaches the men's bathhouse and is met by a spring worker who explains where to go. As soon as Han enters the men's bathhouse, Ryu's technique works, transporting the guy to the girls. Completely embarrassed, Daesung stands in the middle of the women's bathing area, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the news broadcasts talk about the events of the emergence of many portals around the world. The special guest of the news is Jin from the Korean Association, who came to talk about everything in more detail. Jin says that the incident bypassed Korea, and it was thanks to this that Team K was able to help other countries. The presenter asks that there is a large flow of complaints from all associations against the World Association, whose late response has led to enormous damage. Due to the World Association's irresponsible approach to solving the problem with portals, people are rioting near the headquarters of the association building. One journalist broadcasting about this problem asks a passerby for his opinion, but he offendedly says that because of the association he lost his family. Darren Anderson watches the procession from the window of the building and tells Karina, who has arrived, that by following their plan, they only received shame. The huntswoman counters by saying that they always follow through and keep their promises. Karina pours stones onto the table in front of Anderson and explains that they are the flesh of the Colossus, and if you eat them, you can become immortal. The woman adds that soon this world will turn into a completely new one. As she leaves, Karina says that if Darren wants more flesh, he needs to make sure Daesung doesn't get in on it. Anderson wonders to himself who this Han Daesung is and realizes that he needs to meet him. Meanwhile in Japan, Tetsuka expresses his gratitude to the Korean hunters for their help. Daesung states that everyone did their best, so now they can rest easy. While everyone is enjoying their meal, Ryu turns to Baek and Shin, asking if they all saw Han's body in the bathhouse. The girls are embarrassed and tell Ryu to be quiet, but she calms everyone down, saying that she has activated the sound wave blocking skill. While the girls are gossiping among themselves, a man's hand falls on Ryu's head. Behind the girl is Han, who mockingly declares that from this day on, Ryu will train in hell. The girl begins to make excuses that the call was an accident, and she does not understand why she is being punished. Ryu is instantly transported to another place, and Lee and Don, watching what is happening, do not understand what happened. In Korea, meanwhile, An Daesung's clan of collectors received a call. Secretary Moon answered the phone, and the call came from the Japanese Association. And upon hearing this, An approaches the woman, saying that he himself wants to talk to the contact. Taking the phone from Moon's hands, An begins to talk to the Japanese. The secretary asks if they are really going to Japan, since the Ana clan was entrusted with collecting loot. However, the old man says that someone should stay in the office and it will be Moon. Meanwhile, the protagonist and his allies are about to return home after resting, and Han asks where the portal cube is. Chohan replies that after the battle on Mount Fuji, the cube could not be restored. Daesung states that in that case they will fly home on a dragon, but Baek says that they can use a plane. Chanshik agrees with the Huntress, saying that an airplane is much more comfortable than a dragon. Don turns to his allies and says that leader Tetsuka will give everyone a ride to the airport by car. Everyone immediately rushes to the car, and Han wonders if no one really liked flying on a dragon. Shin, who still remained next to the main character, thinks about the condition of Ryu, who was sent to hell. Meanwhile, more and more enemies are approaching the young Huntress. The girl and the Hana doll she created are shocked by so many enemies. Meanwhile, Yong goes on air and talks about the reception of the Kitty K team by Japanese hunters. At this moment, the blogger's phone rings and An calls him. The old man tells Yong that he was offered to collect loot in Japan, and this is a very cool prospect. Immediately, An asks the blogger if he would like to film the broadcasts in Japan, and Yong replies that this is a great idea. Meanwhile, the heroes take their seats on the plane and prepare to go home. Daesung, walking into the cabin of the plane, thinks that this is his first time flying first class. Sitting down in his seat, Darren Anderson, sitting next to him, addresses the guy using telepathy. The man introduces himself and says that he is glad to meet the guy. Khan says out loud that someone in this world really has the gift and ability of telepathy. The man ignores the guy's words and says that he is here on a very important matter and has a proposal for the guy. Darren tells Daesung that a new world will soon be recreated. Anderson continues by asking if Khan never wanted to become the master of that special world, because he is fully worthy of it. Daesung refuses the offer and adds that he himself came from a destroyed world and pretends to be its master. Anderson stands up and says out loud that he heard the guy. The man is about to leave, but the main character calls out to him using telepathy. Daesung asks if Anderson is Darkseid and the man leaves, thinking Han knows too much. The main character is happy. Now he knows the coordinates of Darkseid. Meanwhile, Anderson attends a secret meeting. Its participants consume the flesh of the Colossus and agree that they feel a surge of strength and freshness. One of those gathered turns to Anderson, asking if this was the last flesh. The man bows and confirms the words of the unknown, saying that if they want more, then let them allow the use of the heritage. The man gives his consent to the use of the heritage in order to obtain more flesh. Darren turns around and storms off, angry and planning to start with the old men once he gets his inheritance. Sometime later in the office in Korea, Han Da-sung declares that Team K's activities are now complete. Baek distracts the main character and says that she heard about Han's training center and asks if she can work out there. The rest of the hunters join the girl, and Han thinks to himself that he can only bring servants to the training hall. However, Daesung states that he agrees to let everyone in, but only after a week's break. Ho adds that each clan will send people to loot in Eurasia. Chohan says that his clan is already working in China, and the rest need to take different regions. Shin interrupts the conversation, asking Han if Ryo is still in that camp. Daesung replies that if she dealt with the boss, she should be home by now. Meanwhile, An Daesung and Young arrive in Japan, where they were able to collect a large amount of supplies. Young approaches the old man and asks if he can start filming content now that the loot collection is complete. Finally, the blogger starts a stream on Mount Fuji and greets his viewers. The young man streams with An Daesung and explains that now they will go down to the place where Khan fought with Azar. An introduces the audience to their new suits, which are made specifically to protect the body. Meanwhile, the main character has a nightmare about his stay in hell. Daesung wakes up from this nightmare on the beach, where he is relaxing with his family and Ryu. Mom turns to her son and invites him to swim a little since they are on vacation. Suddenly, children approach Han and recognize the hunter, and Daesung confirms that it is him. The children immediately start begging him to show him various techniques and ride the dragon. Hearing the children's cries, adults come and recognize Khan, and the guy begins to feel awkward. Daesung remembers how he and Heo talked about going to the beach, and is angry with himself for not considering the fact that he is famous. The guy is embarrassed and doesn't know how to react to the fans' screams. Meanwhile, people continue to ask Khan for all sorts of things. Meanwhile, Yong in Japan is moving inside Mount Fuji, receiving large donations in the process. Using his phone to illuminate the narrow passage, the blogger barely moves forward. An Daesung, who managed to get forward, discovered a portal cube. A week later, all the Korean hunters finally gather again at the training center. Lee and Baek arrive and are greeted by Dong, Shin, and Ryu, greeting their allies. Don reports that Han Daesung will also be arriving soon. Ryu jokingly takes out her doll and says that if the teacher is late, she can summon him using a technique. However, Khan immediately appears behind her and says everything that it's time to start training. Looking at Lee and Heron, the guy thinks that he's unlikely to be able to make anything sensible out of them. However, Daesung uses the territory change technique and all the heroes move to a new area. Appearing in a new place, Dawn notices how spacious it is now. Ryu tells everyone that she trained on this field last time. Baek teases and makes fun of Ryu, asking if the girl ended up here because of her prank in Japan. Daesung interrupts all conversations and says that it's time to start special training. Han explains that it seems that all hunters are weak against strong bosses, so he decided to change the training method. Lee objects, saying that she can handle normal monsters easily, but bosses are always more difficult. Daesung ignores his words, takes out his weapon and tells everyone that from now on they must attack him like he is the boss. While everyone is surprised and in shock, Khan calls on everyone to attack him. Meanwhile, An and Young climb through the portal and end up in the basement of the Khan's temple. The blogger gets scared and wary, asking the old man where they ended up. An says he doesn't know, it's dark here and he can't see anything. Young whispers that this place scares him and suggests leaving, but An says to stay for a while and look around, and says that if this is a level F portal, then with the help of the suit he can easily cope with the monsters here. However, a huge red fountain immediately appears in front of them, as if made of blood. An turns to Young and tells him to stay in front of the gate just in case, so that if anything happens he has time to escape. An himself comes closer to the fountain and sees there the mutilated, bloody bodies of many missing victims, some of whom are still alive. An is about to return back to Yan, but he immediately runs into the Northern Lord from Hongse, who asks how they ended up here. An manages to shout to the blogger to run back as quickly as possible. Yang gets scared and immediately rushes towards the portal, and the Lord of the North turns to catch up with him. However, Yang manages to hide in the portal while the creature catches up with him. Having reached the portal, the Lord of the North extends his hand into the portal, but simply passes through without moving anywhere. Turning back to An, the creature discovers that the old man has disappeared and managed to hide. Young, who by this time has moved back to reality, and the audience writes angry comments. The blogger ends the stream and dials Chan Ho, who nervously notes that he is busy now. However, upon picking up the phone, the young man hears Young Chill's nervous and frightened voice. The guy begins to hastily explain where he is and what happened to An Dae-sung. Ho is shocked to hear this news and doesn't believe the blogger's words. Meanwhile, at the training center, all the hunters take turns attacking Khan. However, Dae-sung quite easily parries and blocks any blows. At the last moment, Shin sneaks up on the main character with pistols and Han declares that he likes it. However, the guy activates the volcano technique, and the pillar of flame threw all the hunters further. However, Karin reacted in time and created a shield for all allies. Dae-sung looks at his students and notes that everyone's coordination has improved, and there is only one hit left to win. Changshik sadly notes that they still aren't giving it their all. Baek turns to Ryu and tells her to do something, but she replies that all her curses are blocked. Suddenly, the system notifies Khan that Ho is trying to reach him. Having accepted the challenge, the protagonist's friend nervously states that he needs his help. Hearing Ho's words, Khan and everyone else return to the Daesung clan headquarters, and meanwhile the military appears next to the building. While everyone is standing and waiting for Ho, the huntress Ryu is acting extremely nervous, and Han asks what with her. Suddenly the girl takes off and runs outside past Ho, shouting that she needs to go to the toilet. Meanwhile, a friend approaches the main character, and Dae-sung is loudly angry at Ryu. But the friend calms him down, saying that they are all a team. Ryu finally says that he told the Korean and Japanese associations that they will take care of everything. But Han says that they can't do that. Then the main character tells everyone that he is taking a break because he has an urgent trip to Japan. Suddenly, a tall blonde woman in dark glasses comes inside the building, along with the military. The woman stops in front of the heroes and says that she is an officer of the World Association, Somi, and has arrived here in order to investigate the facts related to the World Gates. Also, the woman issues a document stating that she will officially accompany the hunters, and Ho is indignant, saying that this is not an order from the Korean Association. Then Khan says that it must have been Darren Anderson who ordered her to grab him. Harin and the others standing behind see the altercation, and Baek says she thought the association didn't have enforcement powers. Somi says that they suspect that one of the hunters is to blame for breaking the gates of the world. The hunters behind Dae-sung prepare to fight, outraged by Somi's behavior. Ho intervenes in the conversation, saying that he will leave them for a while. Somi immediately touches his earpiece and says that, as expected, nothing will go smoothly, so he orders the legacy to be activated. The military outside hears the order and uses a special device to carry out the operation. The entire building and everyone in it notices that they are now unable to use any magic. Somi states that any use of magic is now prohibited, and if the hunters obey, then everything will go smoothly. Khan agrees to her conditions and asks not to touch other hunters, and he will go voluntarily. However, Dae-sung takes out his phone and says that he only wants to make one call. The main character dials the number and gets through to Ryu, who has successfully escaped from the building. The guy asks where the girl is now, and she replies that she left the city on an urgent matter. Han asks if Ryu has awakened her skill, and she asks what technique they are talking about. Daesung reminds her what technique we are talking about and happily tells the girl to use it right now.